Chapter 1. My name is Wang Hao, I am an ordinary office worker, 32 years old this year. Although I am already half middle-aged, whenever I think of Dragon Ball theme songs such as Gradually Attracted to You and Unprecedented, my heart is always burning and I can't wait to bring myself in, and today, June 21, 2034, I really traveled through time and space to the world of Dragon Ball. Wang Hao, hey, finally off work. Colleague A. Gee, this boss is treating us like leaks. Wang Hao, alas, you just came and don't know, our boss is a pure profit harvester, and we will consider our own interests first, but patience will pass. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao returned to his apartment, because Wang Hao's parents died since he was a child, and Wang Hao was raised by his grandmother, and Wang Hao's grandmother died of lung cancer a few years ago, so he is now a veritable lonely. So why did Wang Hao become a Dragon Ball fan? This also starts with the setting of Monkey King at the beginning. Sun Wukong was set up as an orphan at the beginning, if not for Grandpa Gohan picking him up, I am afraid that he would not have given it in vain, which also made Wang Hao think of himself, if it were not for his grandmother, he would have GA earlier. And Wang Hao suddenly thought that he hadn't revisited Dragon Ball for a long time because of his work. Then Wang Hao turned on the TV, found Dragon Ball Z with a familiar car, and clicked in, which is a familiar feeling from childhood. As soon as he saw the opening picture, Wang Hao couldn't help but remember that in order to watch an episode of Dragon Ball, he ran all over the village to find a light spy, and the result was still a pirated version, and finally he turned out to be a small shop owner, only to get half an episode of Light Spy, so he learned how difficult it was to watch Dragon Ball before. But when Wang Hao seemed to be surging, the floor suddenly shook, and Wang Hao reacted extremely quickly, knowing that this was an earthquake, so he immediately turned off the TV and hid under the bed, but the speed was a step slower, and he was hit in the thigh by the radio, because the apartment where Wang Hao lived was a 4-story type, and Wang Hao lived on the second floor, so Wang Hao would be the first to suffer. Sure enough, the ceiling is already crumbling, but Wang Hao is still unable to move due to the pain of his thigh. At the moment when the ceiling fell, Wang Hao turned around and hid under the dining table, although Wang Hao dodged this time, but his thigh has been completely crippled. It is obvious that Wang Hao is already a dying person. As long as the ceiling falls like just now, Wang Hao will definitely die. But at this moment, the sparse TV that had been smashed emitted a shining light, wrapping Wang Hao in an instant, and the thighs that were already crippled, but at this time became stronger, hair became longer, and even grew a tail, and even the clothes became Scion combat uniforms. When Wang Hao woke up, he was surprised to find that this was not the earth. Just as Wang Hao looked at himself, a sharp and piercing voice came out. This sound was very familiar to Wang Hao, but he couldn't remember it for a while, but when Wang Hao looked at his face. Raditz and Wang Hao, Bay. Lucky. Tower. Vegeta, you bastard. Now they dare to call Uncle Ben by his name. And Wang Hao finally understood at this time that he had crossed into the world view of Dragon Ball and became Raditz. And he is now confronted by Vegeta, one of the strongest people in the early stages of Dragon Ball. Chapter 2. Naba, oh, what made the Scion Prince angry? Raditz turned his head and saw that it was Naba, one of the surviving Scions who had destroyed planet Vegeta, and because he attacked Earth with Vegeta, the audience was very impressed. Naba, hey, Prince Vegeta seems to be deaf, and I told him not to be me. Vegeta, indeed, this guy is really weird today, and just now he called Uncle Ben's name. And Raditz was stunned for a moment, and then immediately responded, Prince Vegeta, Lord Naba, it is my fault, please forgive me. On Vegeta's side, on the other hand, he always thought that Raditz also had self-esteem and would not bow his head like a pug to admit his mistakes, but now Vegeta has determined that Raditz is a dog. Vegeta, ha ha ha, Raditz, it doesn't have to be like this, we are the only surviving companions, relatives, we should help each other. Raditz thought to himself, if I hadn't seen Dragon Ball, I would have believed your nonsense. Vegeta, ahem, Raditz, I remember you had a younger brother. Raditz thought to himself, is this time period about to leave for Earth, and Raditz was killed by Vic and Goku in this plot, it seems that I have to change history. Raditz, yes, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta, that's right, I fancy a planet, but it may be a little difficult to capture with our strength, so with one more person and one more effort, call your brother, and we will recreate the glory of the Scions together. Raditz thought to himself, the current situation can only be allied with Goku and turn against Aqua Vegeta. Raditz, okay, Prince Vegeta, I'll leave for Blue Star Earth in 2 hours. Within these 2 hours, Wang Hao was basically familiar with the basic strength of Scion Raditz. According to Dragon Ball's words, it is 1500 combat power to 2000 combat power, although the combat power can crush the current Dragon Ball characters, but Nappa and Vegeta want to destroy Raditz is still very easy. 2 hours later, I set out on time, and Nappa and Vegeta saw that I was so observant and did not suspect anything. As the spacecraft continued to rise, I gradually left the planet I was on. The Scion spaceship is not large, it looks like an ordinary spherical object from the outside, but the function and space inside are beyond my imagination. For some reason, the size observed from the outside was very small, but when I entered, there was suddenly a lot of space, with toilets, training rooms, and bedrooms. And I thought that anyway, there was still a year to go to Earth, so it was better to take advantage of this time to improve my strength a little more, so that my plan against Vegeta and Nappa would have a better chance of being realized. Without stopping, Raditz walked to the training room. The training room here is similar to the spaceship where Goku went to Namex in the original work, and you can strengthen your strength by increasing gravity, and Wang Hao is the kind of person who knows how to persist, so plus Raditz's body, 10 times gravity is like playing. Perhaps it was the adrenaline stimulation that caused Raditz to raise gravity 15 times at once, but this degree was obviously not acceptable to Raditz now, and gravity pressed Raditz down in an instant. Fortunately, the training room was systematically closed in time, otherwise it would have been the finale now. With Raditz back to 10 times, a year is flowing rapidly, and Raditz's strength is also growing rapidly. Finally, 11 months later, Raditz saw the familiar blue star, and his own combat power had reached at least the terrifying 3500. Chapter 3. A year may seem like a long but also short, and Raditz, who has undergone nearly a year of devil training, has unknowingly reached the surface of the earth. Raditz, finally arrived. I don't know if my cultivation during this period of time can make me surpass Nappa, forget it, anyway. There is still time to go to the Earth, and the most important thing at the moment is to recognize the relationship with Goku. Then Raditz sensed with his chi that Goku was on the Turtle Immortal's side at this time, and immediately controlled the spaceship to fly over. Soon, Raditz crossed the atmosphere and came to the surface of the sea, where he saw an island and a group of familiar people. At this time, Goku was taking lunch to catch up with Klin, but his brows tightened. Sun Wukong, Chi? What a strong gas! Is it Vic Press? If so, how did he raise the free Chi to this level? Klin, hey? If that's the case, then we'll all have to GA. Monkey King, I hope it's not him. On Raditz's side, he landed on another small island, not far from Goku and them, only a few kilometers. Raditz, hey! It's finally here, it seems that this place is similar to the world of Dragon Ball. Then Raditz turned the tip of his nose and Goku finally found you. Sun Wukong, it's not good, he is flying over quickly, it seems that he can only fight with his back. Goku's words also made the people of Klin despair, but they didn't know that it was not Vic who ushered in. Whoosh! As the wind dissipated, Raditz stood in front of Goku and the others, but seemed to be quite silent. Later, Raditz took the lead in breaking the embarrassment. Raditz, Monkey King, I'm your brother. Everyone, hey! It's good if you don't speak, as soon as you speak, it explodes on the spot. Boomer, you said you are Sun Jun's brother, then do you have proof? Raditz thought symbolically. Raditz, my tail and my strength. It's good not to mention the tail, as soon as the tail is mentioned they explode again. Sun Wukong, it's impossible, I was raised by my grandfather at lunch since I was a child, how can I have an older brother? Raditz, I'm really your own brother. If you think about it, you have been an orphan since you were a child, and even your parents don't know who they are, but I know that you are an authentic Scion, a citizen of planet Vegeta, and you have Scion blood flowing in your body, which I know very well. Later, under Raditz's operation, Sun Wukong believed Raditz's words. Sun Wukong, since you are looking for me now, there must be something urgent. Raditz. It's worthy of your Monkey King. After the destruction of planet Vegeta that year, the Scions who were on a mission outside escaped, including the Scion Prince Vegeta and the elite warrior Naba. The strength of the two is absolutely above me, and they kill innocents every day. I really can't stand it. They still want me to call you to join this time. Monkey King, so what do you think? Raditz, if I refuse directly, I will definitely not see you, and all I can do is pretend to refuse, but in fact secretly ally with you to fight them. Sun Wukong, but even you are not unable to resist, let alone us. Raditz, it's okay, the time I came here from there is a year, this period of time is enough for us to improve our strength, rest assured that I will use my way to help you improve your strength. Monkey King, okay, then it's settled. Raditz, well, I'll come to you tomorrow morning. Raditz quickly left the island and picked up the call. Raditz, Vegeta. You trademark hurry up and roll over to Earth, Lao Tzu will let you know what strength is. And Vegeta also cursed a few words of national essence, and quickly called Naba to fly to Earth. Chapter 4. As the final call hung up, Raditz understood that if this battle was lost, the Earth and I would pay a heavy price. Soon, it was already the next day. Sunny mornings always make people feel like they want to struggle. First, Raditz came to Bun Mountain and immediately found Sun Wukong's home. At the door stood the 7-year-old son Gohan, and then Raditz thought, Gohan's explosive power is extremely amazing, if he cultivates hard in the original work, he can definitely surpass Goku, but unfortunately he just wants to read. Thinking of this, Raditz suddenly became entangled, whether to bring Gohan to training. If you practice again, then you will definitely be a good hand in battle. But Raditz thought again, if Kiki knew that he had taken Gohan to cultivate, then he would definitely be killed. Just as Raditz was thinking, Goku in the distance had already flown over and patted him on the shoulder. Sun Wukong, hey, good morning, why are you stunned here? Raditz, good morning Goku, ask you, Kiki does not allow Gohan to practice, as long as he studies at home. Monkey King, it seems to be. Hey, Kiki's guy always only lets Gohan learn and hardly lets him do anything, even though I know Gohan's potential is great, but, hey. Raditz, it's okay, there are always more solutions than difficulties. For example, just lie that you signed up for a summer vacation class and let Gohan participate. Monkey King, however, this is a bit uncomfortable. Raditz, ahem, don't you a father of Goku want his son to become a great martial artist like you Goku? When Raditz said this, Goku was obviously a little moved, and then Raditz continued to add oil and vinegar. Raditz, if you think again, if you don't take advantage of this opportunity to become stronger, you may be defeated by Vegeta and Naba, and by then none of us can keep anyone, including Klin. Speaking of this, Goku was directly moved, and he was going to tell Kiki on the spot. Raditz, don't worry, wait a minute. Cough, this deception is also skillful. When we say to sign up for Gohan's summer vacation class and Kiki finds out, you turn around and say something emotional, in short, you also want Gohan to go to school and study, so that the designation can work. And Goku was also confused by Raditz, and after remembering the lines, he went home and said. A few minutes later, Monkey King rushed out with a smiling face and said to Raditz. Sun Wukong, brother, your method is really feasible, you are really wise and brave. Raditz, okay, don't boast, and where is Gohan? Monkey King, lie in bed now, if you can, let's go now. Raditz, okay, let's go. Subsequently, Sun Wukong immediately went home, said a few words to Kiki, and took Gohan away. Then, Raditz and his party came to the vicinity of the Turtle Immortals, and Klin, Tianjin Fan, Bike, Yamcha, and others had been waiting for a long time. Raditz, it seems that you have been waiting here for a long time, so come with me. Then, Raditz led the crowd to the spacecraft. Raditz, let's all go in. But everyone was a little puzzled at first, but after entering one by one, they found that the space here was ridiculously large. Tianjin Rice, hi? Is this an illusion? Bike, it seems that distant planets have more advanced technology than ours. Monkey King, yay! It seems to fit our training well. Raditz smiled slightly and said. Raditz, this training room is more than that. Then he manipulated gravity and turned it up to 5 times. Monkey King, ah! Is this 5 times gravity? It seems that it is still a little easier for me. But everyone in Tianjin Rice still looked a little struggling, but when everyone turned to see Gohan, he was still in social fear, and he didn't feel the coercion of 5 times gravity. Chapter 5 Son Goku, ah, Gohan. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Gohan reacted and immediately ran over and rushed into Goku's arms. Bike, this guy is really amazing, is Sun's bloodline so powerful? Raditz thought to himself, sure enough, I guessed correctly, Gohan's potential is estimated to be the largest existence in the entire Dragon Ball. If he has been cultivating like Goku all his life, he can definitely be able to destroy the king and become a great priest. Raditz, ha ha ha, Goku, your son Gohan has more potential than you. At this time, Sun Wukong blushed shyly, and followed an apple. Raditz, however, potential does not represent a person's ceiling, hard work is the root of a person. And these words not only moved the silent Monkey King, but also moved earthlings like Kellen, Yamcha, and Tianjin Rice, who were born with no talent at all. Raditz, without further ado, let's start today's cultivation directly. First, I'll summon a scion of your strength to be your sparring partner, and when you have the strength to beat him, we'll move on to the next one. Later, Raditz directly operated the system, summoning a number of scions who looked alive. They were virtual, although they reached a certain value, they would be defeated, but they did not know what this value was. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they brought a feeling of not being afraid of death and being arrogant to Sun Wukong and the others. Then, Raditz pressed 5x gravity, virtual scions are not afraid of gravity, and said, the battle begins. As the battle began, those virtual scions headed for their opponents. But everyone except Sun Wukong did not react at all, and they were stunned on the spot. And after Goku dodged a punch, he sent out an energy cannon with one hand, but the virtual scion couldn't be hurt at all, and he hit it at high speed, and he punched dozens of punches at once, and Sun Wukong fell to the ground on the spot. After some fighting, everyone was undoubtedly defeated. Tianjin Rice, the strength of the enemy is not at all on the same level as ours, which is not very fair. Raditz, then you think, how can there be absolute fairness in this world? There is only a gap in strength, and if in a year, Vegeta defeats us, then is it not very fair? Raditz's words silenced everyone on the spot. Sun Wukong, Raditz is right, if the enemy comes in a year and we are defeated, it will really be over, and only Raditz's method can make us stronger now. Hearing Goku's opinion, everyone nodded one after another, and then said that they wanted to continue training. In half a month, everyone went through countless exercises and finally continued to improve their strength and defeated all the virtual scions. Raditz and Gohan too. Raditz, great, you guys are beyond my expectations. I thought it would take you at least a month to complete this training, it seems that I underestimated you. Bike. Raditz, your combat power detector is not a combat power measurement, you should have retained our previous combat power before, so make a comparison and show us the progress. Raditz. Well, okay. After half an hour, Raditz, done, let's see. Sun Wukong, 344. Combat power to 1230 combat power, Raditz 3000 combat power to 6000 combat power, Big 336 combat power to 1040 combat power, Tianjin Rice 277 combat power to 888. Combat power, Klin 196 combat power to 495. Combat power, Gohan 1 combat power to 500. Combat power. Klin Hui? How is Gohan's combat power higher than mine? Raditz. Ha ha Eklin, no way, in the same training, it must be talent and effort greater than effort, but don't be too frustrated, your experience and moves are also very powerful. Klin, who heard the encouragement, immediately perked up. Raditz, everyone, don't see that our combat power has doubled, but we can still only wrestle with their lowest warrior cultivators, we still have to continue training. Chapter 6. With Raditz's special training, the Z warriors continue to exceed the limit and improve their combat power, but they have encountered a bottleneck. Raditz, no, I found a new problem. Monkey King, what happened? And Raditz's face turned white and her limbs said weakly. Raditz, we have been cultivating for a while, but with the increase of combat power, the low gravity has not been able to increase us, and this system allows the gravity to reach 15 times at most, although we already have the strength to defeat the normal Vegeta by then, but Vegeta in the orangutan form is 10 times the normal. Sun Wukong, don't panic, a long time ago, the turtle immortals had already blown up the moon. Raditz, no, scions can transform as long as they see something that resembles a sphere. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked on the spot. Raditz, the combat power of Vegeta is 18,000, 1.8 x 10 equals 180,000. As soon as this number came out, the Z warriors were very annoyed, thinking about how to cultivate to defeat Vegeta, but Goku in the Z period was not like the Goku of the Dragon Ball Super who would only fight brutally, and he quickly thought of a way in the Z period. Sun Wukong, maybe we can enter the spiritual time house to cultivate, where the time is equal to 1 day equals 1 year, but we can only enter 2 people at a time. Raditz thought to himself, yes, how can I forget the spiritual time house, a holy place of cultivation. Then, the group came to the bottom of the Karan Tower. Bike, is it going up from here? Sun Wukong, well, you guys go up from here first, I'll go to the Karan Immortals to get some fairy beans. A few minutes later, we came up quickly. Bobo, how many of them came to fight the scions, right? Please come in here, Lord Tenjin has a few words for you. Then, a few of us chattered in passing. Klin, wow, is this the place where Goku cultivates, it feels so powerful. Bike, this guy Sun has a lot of opportunities. Yamcha, I don't know if that place called the Spirit Time House can allow us to improve our strength. Tianjin Rice, I remember the last time Goku was in that place for only half a year, he couldn't stand it. As the chatter ended, we also came to the gods. Tenjin, welcome to this cultivation, presumably everyone is here to cultivate, and then fight against the scions, but I want to tell you the news that the scions will come to Earth in a week. As soon as these words came out, everyone instantly turned pale and instantly paralyzed. Even Raditz sensed a hint of fear. Monkey King, yo, you are all here. Then, Raditz pulled out GOKU in the hallway. Raditz, GOKU is not good, we don't have much time left, the Scions will arrive on Earth in a week, but we don't know if we can surpass Vegeta by then. Sun Wukong, ha ha ha, it's okay, there will always be a way, it should be a good cultivation right now. Raditz, well, that's what you said too. Afterwards, everyone began to decide who would enter the spirit time room first. Klin, since our strongest here are GOKU and Raditz, let's let them continue to strengthen first, so that they don't have to be afraid, they will come to Earth a little earlier. Tianjin Rice, I don't have an opinion, anyway, there will be time to practice in the future. Yamcha, I am too, Son Gohan, I also support Uncle Klin. And Vic had to agree with a green face. Then, we brought enough food, and after entering, we began our devilish training. Just entered, Raditz felt that it was several times colder than Antarctica. At a glance, it was all white, not even a single grass, even oxygen was very cherished. Raditz suddenly sympathized with Gohan of Dragon Ball Z, obviously a child in his early teens, who should have been in elementary school, but because the villain attacked the Earth, he was forced to practice. After sympathy, Raditz officially practiced with GOKU. At the beginning, the two have been exploding, and then they are using the Prince's combat method, and they have been sending waves, and from time to time the two come to fight, but GOKU has always been inferior to Raditz. Subsequently, the two people day after day, year after year, finally spent a year in a different dimension, and only one day passed outside. When the two dragged their exhausted bodies out, everyone was shocked. The training clothes worn by the two of them basically exploded, and they didn't know how to describe their beards and hair. Raditz was more outrageous than GOKU. I think you two should go and get your own description first. Chapter 7. Shabu, Raditz, and Son Goku, their muscles have been tense since they came out of the Spirit Time House, and now they can finally relax and relax. Break. Bike, oh, the Spirit Time House is like that. Vic came out, and with Vic came Klin. It is clear that Klin missed Mother Earth very much during this year, because the two are contrasted, one is a loving and indisputable paradise, and the other is a cloudy, dark hell. After 4 days, the Z-Warriors have all completed the cultivation of the spiritual time house, and everyone has a strength far beyond the cultivators. Sun Wukong, Bike, Sun Gohan, and Raditz's combat power has already exceeded tens of thousands, and Raditz is the elite of the elite, and the normal combat power far exceeds the normal Vegeta. Monkey King, everyone, I have an idea. Since we have broken through the combat power, wouldn't it be nice to have a battle and let us adapt to the environment in advance? Bike, good idea. How do you divide people? By drawing lots? Monkey King, well, let's use the lottery. Then the few people quickly got the signs, and then divided into 1 and 2 teams. Monkey King, come, let me see if it's 1 or 2. Draw the signature of the Sun Wukong, it's 1. Then, a few people smoked like GOKU. Sun Gohan, yay. Yes 1. Dumplings, yes 2. Biker and the Sun team. Klin, great, it's Team 1. Team 1 was drawn all at once. This makes Raditz a little uncomfortable. After all, the top 4 are now in the first team, and the final top 4 is Raditz, but what makes Raditz a little comforted is that he is currently the number 1 in combat power. After the small talk, everyone began to warm up and prepare for the next battle. 3, 2, 1, the battle begins. At the beginning of the battle, all 4 members of the first team looked for their opponents, but none of them chose Raditz. Team 1 has a clear tactic: first solve the other 3 people, and then attack Raditz and Masay. Soon Dumplings, Yamuti, and Tianjin Rice were only left with Tianjin Rice, but Raditz did not plan to make a move. Later, after Sun Wukong used the Prince's battle method to make a large pile of dust, a turtle faction Kigong defeated Tianjin Rice. Sun Wukong, brother, your team is all gone, no matter how strong you are, you can't fight 1 to 4. Raditz, not necessarily. And Raditz knew that Gohan had no fighting heart at all now, and Klin was completely unthreatening to him, so Goku and Vic could pose a little threat to him. Then Raditz moved to Gohan at high speed, and a teleportation Kigong knocked Gohan down, and the three of Sun Wukong didn't even see it clearly. Raditz, let me show you what I'm really good at. Then Raditz moved at high speed and surrounded the three. Vic wanted to defeat Raditz with the magic light killing cannon, but after charging for 2.5 minutes, after firing out, it was directly absorbed. Raditz, hey, is that all that strength? Bored, then I'll just finish the game. Then, Raditz stopped, and his hands began to gather energy waves, and the injured person could only watch him gather waves. Raditz, come on! Raditz directly and neatly shot out the energy wave, and the power of the energy wave hit the ground, instantly bursting the earth out of a small hole. And Wukong and the others have long been shocked by this amazing power that they don't even know their own parents. Chapter 8. With the end of the aftermath, everyone witnessed Raditz's terrifying strength, and Zichenchi also deeply understood the lack of his strength. Sun Wukong, brother, your wave power is not small. If you hadn't collected some power in the end, it is estimated that the earth would have been blown up by you. Raditz. Ha ha ha, you are right, I did collect some strength in the end, but your cultivation did have results, and I didn't expect that the blow I made only slightly injured you. Vic said, one of the two scions who went to Earth must be better than you. Raditz, well, the scions who went to Earth, one named Naba and the other named Vegeta. The one named Naba is a bald head, the strength is only at the level of U-Bike, and Vegeta's strength is comparable to mine, and Vegeta is strong, he is a prince among the scions, has high potential, and has the resources of the entire Scion planet. Monkey King, oh, no wonder. So speaking of which, let's talk about the history of the Scions by the way. Raditz, Scion history is divided into two periods, one period living on the planet Rax and the other on the planet Scion. At the beginning, the planet Rax, because of the various infighting of the Scions that led to the demise of the planet, so they chose to invade other planets, and the next planet is the Scion planet. After settling down from there, they chose to go into the real estate business, invade various planets, and sell them to others at high prices, and it was the Kurdish king who led them to do so. After a few more years, the Kurdish king retired, and his son Frisia began a new reign, and during this time, the Scion equipment was greatly improved, such as the combat uniform and detector I wore were provided by the Frisia Legion. At this point in time, Raditz and your Monkey King were born, and our parents were named Bardock and Hymen. Monkey King, oh, so it is, keep talking. Raditz, but the good times did not last long, those people of the Frisia Legion have always looked down on our Scion race, and Frisia himself is too, and then they began to act. The first to attack was the team formed by Bardock. Frisia's side was not only numerous, but also elite. Soon Bardock's teammates quickly went offline, only 2 teammates in order to let Bardock escape quickly, went back to tell the news to other partners, and were also blown up. In the end, Frisia directly destroyed the Scion planet. And I and the other Scions were out on a mission and escaped, and your Monkey King was sent to Earth. But the most hateful thing is that Frisia deceived our lucky Scion that the planet was exploded by a meteorite, and Vegeta's group actually believed it. Fortunately my father told me before he died, otherwise I might have been deceived by Frisia. Even if he ended here, he would not come to Earth to find you Goku. The original version did not. Here is to make Goku believe it. The Z warriors were very angry after hearing this, but more pity for Raditz and the Monkey King. Klin, Raditz, Goku didn't expect your background to be so pitiful. Bike. There are many Scions as strong as you in that Scion planet, and that Frisia actually killed them all in an instant, and his strength is estimated to be 100 times stronger than that Vegeta. Raditz, that's right, if we can beat Frisia, then at least we won't die now. Chapter 9. Time passed quickly, and suddenly came to the last day of Vegeta and Naba's arrival on Earth. At this time, the Z warriors on Earth are discussing the final tactics and the results. Raditz, guys, this battle is about our family and friends, so we have to be fully prepared to fight. And Goku's expression was serious. After all, since his last battle was 7 years ago in the martial arts conference with Vic Battle, suddenly there was another epic level battle, and his strength was far inferior to Vegeta, only Raditz could rely on it. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "Monkey King, Raditz, if it really doesn't work, let's take our family and friends and run away." Raditz was surprised to hear this. Raditz thought to himself, is this still the Monkey King he is familiar with? The impression of Sun Wukong is belligerent and aggressive and fearless, but after thinking about it, now that Sun Wukong has a wife and Gohan, if he fails, everything will be shattered, then everything is reasonable. Raditz, Goku, everything has happened here, we can only be forced to fight, like you said, to escape from Earth, we will only be caught up by them and slaughtered. Sun Wukong, brother, you are right, now we can only fight, even if they are brave, we will fight to the end. Raditz, actually, we don't have to work too hard, the higher the combat power of the two fights, the lower the combat power can only contribute some weak help, we might as well think differently and help from another way. Bike, Raditz, so what are you going to do? Raditz, Dragon Ball. As soon as these words came out, everyone woke up on the spot. Klin, yes, we can use the dragon to take out the Scions. Raditz. No, the divine dragon can't kill the Scions, because Vegeta and they surpass the combat power of the celestial gods, so using the raw dragon can't kill them. Klin, what else can you use? Raditz, ahem, I'm going to start with their combat uniforms. Their combat uniforms can provide them with a strong defense, very lightweight, can be flexed at will. If we can one person at a time, then our combat power will definitely be greatly improved. Here you can refer to the original Nami Nemesis Gohan and Klin put on a combat suit to fight Frieza. Yamcha, really? Then let's split up and find the Dragon Ball. I happen to have 3 Dragon Ball detectors. Subsequently, the 3 Dragon Ball detectors were divided among the 3 most powerful people, Raditz, Son Goku, and Vic. After 15 minutes, the 3 returned together and found the 6 Dragon Balls. The 4 planets are on Gohan's head. Sun Wukong, everyone, I will start summoning the Divine Dragon. Come out quickly, Shenlong. I want to make my wish come true. Then, the 7 dragons shone brightly, and the sky gradually turned black, with several lightning bolts in the black sky, and the 7 Dragon Balls also turned into a golden light, slowly revealing their true bodies. The moment the Divine Dragon came out, Raditz was shocked. After all, he had only seen it on TV, and he didn't know that the Divine Dragon was so long and looked so big. Sun Wukong, Shenlong, I want to make the combat clothes worn by the 2 Scions Naba and Vegeta who went to Earth disappear. Shenlong, well, your wish has been fulfilled, goodbye. Then, the dragon turned into 7 Dragon Balls and flew all over the Earth. And at this time, the 2 Scions, Naba and Vegeta, had arrived on the surface of the Earth. Chapter 10. At this time, on the surface of the Earth, there are 2 Scion spaceships parked. Vegeta, ha ha ha, finally come to Earth, let me see what strength you have in Raditz. Only then dare to shout with me. Naba. Your Royal Highness, I think this Raditz must be stupid in his brain to dare to oppose you. Vegeta, Naba, you have a point, but we'll see the truth soon. Here on Earth, Raditz is making final preparations. Raditz, everyone, have you sensed the anger of the 2 Scions? Bike, well, it's more powerful than you think. Raditz, everyone, listen to me first, we need to be well prepared before fighting. First of all, we need to keep our chi down before the battle begins, and don't let Vegeta and Naba know our true strength before the battle. Secondly, As far as I know, before they fight, they will make a cultivator with a combat power of 1000, don't see that his combat power is only 1000, but his skills will make you pay attention to him. First, he will spray a liquid from the brain door that can corrode anything, and second, when you let your guard down, he will hold you tightly to prevent you from letting go, and then complete the self-explosion. Sun Wukong, it doesn't sound like something that can only be done with 1000 combat powers. Raditz, so in order to save more physical strength and leave more fairy beans to fight against Vegeta, I decided to send only one person to fight the cultivators. At this time, in the crowd, a young man with long flowing hair slowly raised his hands. Yamcha, let me go. Raditz thought to himself, in the original work, in this timeline, Yamcha died fighting against cultivators, but at this time, it is different, and now Yamcha's combat power can completely burst cultivators, plus important intelligence. Raditz, good. Yamcha let you go, if there is something wrong, I will save you. At this time, two scions, Vegeta and Nappa, had also descended on the eastern capital. Nappa, ha ha ha, this is the Earth, the per capita combat power is only 3, and I can't find anyone more than 10, so let me turn this place into a ruin. Then, Nappa raised his finger, and the center of the city instantly exploded, and then it turned into a ruin. Vegeta, okay, we'll wait for them here. And the protagonist group has already set off. Although the current Vegeta is very strong, there are many people in the protagonist group. Raditz, Son Goku, Bike, Tianjin Rice, Son Gohan, Yamcha, Klin, Dumplings. Vegeta, here it comes, let me see how Raditz's strength is going to improve. Then Vegeta a little combat power detector, 1 3000, 2 2000, 5 1000, Vegeta. Ha 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 ha. The combined combat power of 8 people is not as high as mine. After 2 minutes, the protagonist group finally arrived in the eastern capital. Vegeta, Raditz, I haven't seen you for a long time, I didn't expect that one day you would dare to shout with me, is it your 3000 combat power, or with this group of waste? Raditz, don't talk too much, be careful you can't get out of the earth, I have to make you pay the price this time you come. Vegeta, oh, is that so? I'm afraid that as soon as I make a move, your group of people will be gone, let the cultivators test the water first. Vegeta then planted 5 seeds on the ground, and soon the 5 seeds became 5 vegetable-colored cultivators. Vegeta, to take care of your feelings, you are also 5 people. Raditz, no, Yamuti. Subsequently, Yamcha instantly exploded and raised his combat power to 3850. Moving at high speed, he burst a cultivator with one punch. Nappa, impossible, right? 3850, it's almost catching up with me. Vegeta, it's okay, this may be the highest combat power on the other side. A cultivator wanted to sneak up on Yamcha, but was blown up by Yamcha's backhand elbow. At this time, the 2 cultivators in the distance were shooting corrosive liquid at Yamcha, and Yamcha quickly picked up the 2 cultivators as shields. Then, Yamcha took a look at the corroded cultivators and did not dare to be serious anymore, and a turtle-sect Kigong wave rushed the 2 cultivators to the moon. Just as Yamcha thought the battle was over, the last remaining cultivator came to Gong and hugged his body tightly. And Raditz had long thought that the cultivator wanted to blow himself up, and rushed over in an instant, splitting the cultivator in half with a hand knife. Chapter 11. In the battle just now, Yamcha narrowly defeated 5 cultivators. Yamcha, it was really dangerous just now, Raditz is good to have you. Raditz, little things, little things. Vegeta, Raditz seems to be underestimating you, but how much your combat power can cost me? Raditz, humph, wait and see. Raditz dared to confront Vegeta so much, it was inseparable from his cultivation for more than a year. More than a year of cultivation had already allowed his combat power to catch up with Vegeta, and he had even surpassed it. Vegeta, I'm going to get real this time, Naba Shang. Raditz, Goku, do you think you can beat him? Sun Wukong, it's hard to say, try it. Raditz, good. Naba, how can it be your newborn waste subordinate combat power with 3 combat power, Raditz? Raditz, you dare to look down on me? Naba clenched his hands into fists, as if he wanted to send Raditz back to the west in one move. But when he was about to make a wave, Sun Wukong flew over and grabbed his hand, and then kicked Naba out. Obviously Naba did not expect that this newborn scion with a combat power of 3 could now kick himself off. Naba, you waste junior warrior can actually kick me, see if I don't crush you. After Naba finished speaking, he raised a fist and rushed towards Goku, but Goku had already taken advantage of this time to gather waves, and then rushed over in an instant, and came to an instantaneous wave. Naba, how is it possible, my combat suit can blow up like this, and how can this scion knock me down? At this time, there was not a piece of Naba's whole body that was good, and there was a lot of blood flowing from his mouth and mouth. Vegeta, hey, Naba, hurry up and use your true strength, they seem to be a little tricky. Nabatu heard Vegeta say this, and gradually realized that Raditz in front of him seemed to be a little coping. Naba, since His Royal Highness the Prince has said so, then I will no longer release water, and the lower level warriors are ready to accept the counterattack from my Naba, ha ha ha. After that, the explosion of and Sun Wukong saw Naba's expression so serious, coupled with the scene of the shaking of the mountain, he also understood that he had to show 100% strength. Later, Sun Gohan saw his father facing such a powerful opponent and asked uneasily. Sun Gohan, Dad, he really won't lose against such a powerful opponent? Raditz, definitely not, your dad is the strongest warrior on earth. 2 minutes later, Naba finally burst out. Naba, my current combat power has reached 8,000, and the lower level warriors are ready to die. Then Naba emitted a mouth cannon light wave from his mouth, so fast that even Goku could not react, and was swallowed by the light wave. When Goku struggled to get up from the ruins, then Naba mercilessly mocked. Naba, waste things, you can't either, I'm just a little stronger, why, this can't stand it. It's probably too inferior. In fact, Goku smiled slightly, took out a fairy bean that had been treasured for 2.5 years from the corner of his clothes, and chewed it directly in his mouth. Sun Wukong, I admit that I couldn't beat you a minute ago, but now it's different. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong used the prince's battle method to constantly disturb Naba. Naba, it's useless for you, you can only delay time for a while, and when you run out of physical strength, I'll kill you, ha ha ha. But Goku stopped suddenly. Naba, why is this powerless? Monkey King, look at you above. Then Naba raised his head, and suddenly it seemed to rain on rocks above Naba, and even if Naba wanted to hide, he couldn't dodge, so he was smashed alive under the rocks. 2 minutes later, Naba climbed out. Naba, I'm going to kill you. But Sun Wukong has long gathered the Turtle Sect Qigong wave. Sun Wukong, Turtle Sect Qigong Bo, ha! In that instant, Naba disappeared in the white light. Chapter 12. After a puff of smoke passed, Naba fell straight down in front of Vegeta. Naba, Your Royal Highness, yes, I was careless, please forgive me and give me another chance. But Vegeta said with a bad smile on his face and in a playful tone. Vegeta, I remember I've given you many chances, and I don't need your crushed waist. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, he kicked Naba into the sky, and then gathered his hands to blow Naba up without a corpse. And the protagonist group was all stunned, not only Vegeta's terrifying strength, coupled with the behavior of others who didn't say much to kill their partners, it was enough to shock them for a lifetime. Vegeta, okay, all of you seem to be shocked, don't worry, I won't kill you very cruelly later. Raditz, our strength, it seems that you do not fully know. Vegeta, Raditz, you have been with me for so many years, I don't know your upper limit. But you really have the courage to find such a group of shrimp soldiers and crabs to dare to oppose me, and I will use the most cruel means to kill you later. Sun Wukong, humph, you arrogant guy, you don't know what we have paid these days to raise our strength to this point. Vegeta, if memory serves, your name is Kakarot, and if you can beat Naba like this, your talent is indeed not simple. Sun Wukong, my name is not Kakarot, my name is Sun Wukong, I am a scion who grew up on Earth, as for what you said is not talent, it is a later effort. During this time, Raditz hurriedly called off Klin and the others, leaving only Monkey King, Vic. Klin, why are you telling us to go now, but we haven't even fought? Raditz, in the current battle in this situation, you guys going now will only add some unnecessary trouble, it's better to let you go back. Just like that, after sending off Klin and the others, Raditz walked slowly back to the battlefield. Vegeta, well, you Raditz, you sent so many people away while I wasn't paying attention, I'll be the first to kill you later. Raditz, forget it, bring your combat power detector and see my real strength. After that, Vegeta retook the combat power detector and pressed the switch, 5000. And Raditz's side is continuing to explode, the green tendons are bursting, and they seem to be much stronger than Naba, and even surpass Vegeta. Vegeta, how is that possible? 10000120001800. Yes? 32,000. This is really beyond Vegeta's imagination. He originally thought that Raditz's combat power was around 10,000, and he had 24,000 to deal with easily, but now Raditz not only has 32,000 combat power that can easily crush himself, but also 2 unknown combat forces beside him, which instantly scared Vegeta to death. And Raditz, who had exploded his chi, was moving his muscles, after all, he was the second time to explode such a powerful chi. Raditz, how about Vegeta? The combat power has already surpassed you, isn't it shocking? The combat power of a lower-level warrior will surpass you. The exploding Raditz is continuing to shell Vegeta, of course, as His Royal Highness the Prince, Vegeta will definitely not bear this breath, and instantly hit Raditz with Afterburner. Chapter 13. Vegeta never believed that Raditz had more strength than himself, only that there was something wrong with the combat detector, but when he decided to use his full strength Afterburner, he realized that there was no problem with the combat detector. At this time, Raditz came out of the burst of smoke, patted the dust on his body, and said to Raditz in an arrogant tone, Vegeta, aren't you ashamed to be a Scion Prince? A blow with all your might will not help me at all, let me teach you what a true Scion is. As soon as he finished speaking, Raditz used all his strength. Raditz's combat power has been greatly improved, and even Vegeta's combat power detector has been detonated. After Raditz burst all his chi, he did not rush to attack, but learned the essence of Scion and waved. Then Raditz made a no gesture to Vegeta, who was a Scion Prince who was already angry that Raditz's strength surpassed herself, plus Raditz had been mocking him, passively stacked directly. Vegeta had never been so angry since he was a child. A subordinate who was originally his own is now so powerful and surpasses him so much. Vegeta is very angry when he thinks about it, and then Vegeta wants to break through the limit, and he keeps exploding. And Raditz didn't take it seriously at first, thinking it was just Vegeta's last struggle. But after a while, he found that Vegeta's chi was almost close to his own, and Raditz finally realized that Vegeta's strength was comparable to his own, and if he continued to let him continue. Raditz didn't finish thinking before Vegeta stopped increasing his breath, and he turned to look at Goku and Bike. Raditz instantly understood that Vegeta wanted to kill Goku and the two of them, but Goku and Vic didn't even react, and were knocked unconscious by Vegeta, life and death unknown. Raditz, GOKU. Vic Press. Vegeta, you're so cruel, I'm going to strike. With that, Raditz called Vegeta. The difference in combat power between the two at this time is not much, so the two have been punching me with one punch, but the power of their punch can break through the earth, and our Mother Earth is also too powerful, and can withstand the aftermath of two top scions. But after a hand-to-hand fight, neither of them had the upper hand, and the physical strength of the two of them was gradually declining, but Raditz was different. He reached into his trouser pocket and took out a fairy bean and ate it, and after eating, he instantly recovered his full strength. But Vegeta is not a fool, and he can see at once that it is something that can restore people's physical strength, so Vegeta immediately chose to escape from the earth first, make up for the state, and then find Raditz to settle the account. Vegeta immediately planted 10 cultivators to delay his time. But Vegeta seems to overestimate cultivators. Raditz used powerful chi to shock them, and the 10 cultivators instantly turned into nothing. And Vegeta had already boarded the spaceship at this time, and said in a fierce tone, "Vegeta, Raditz, count you lucky this time, and I will make you pay the same price the next time we meet." Raditz wanted to blast the spaceship down with light waves, but Vegeta's spaceship was the top match of Frisia's army, and it flew out of the solar system in a matter of seconds. Turning his head, Raditz ran towards GOKU and Bike, and after confirming that both of them still had heartbeats, he directly fed 2 fairy beans. And then the two slowly recovered. Monkey King, it hurts. That Vegeta evolved so badly that it knocked me and Vic unconscious in 2 strokes, and I don't react now. And brother, Vegeta, is he dead? Raditz, no, I have been fighting a war of attrition with him, and I have sended to be better than him, and after he knew that he was not my opponent, he dragged me down with a cultivator and fled. Sun Wukong, that's fine, it's not bad to leave yourself a strong opponent. Raditz, me too, our last enemy is Frisia. Vic, I really don't understand that you scions are obviously about to be killed by Vegeta, and you are still so belligerent. Chapter 14. With a lot of effort, Lin Yu finally coaxed the apprentice. Fortunately, it was late and everyone was hungry, so Lin Yu invited the apprentices to eat ramen. After eating, the 4 went back to their respective homes. At night, Lin Yu carefully flipped through the materials he brought back in his room. Before, he only had a general understanding of the type, but now he needed to carefully plan the route of the psychic island, and he needed to be as detailed as possible. Most of the information had nothing to do with navigation, and after many screenings, Lin Yu left a dozen samples. There are rumors of navigation, dangers encountered, route markings, special people. Among them, Lin Yu's biggest headache is some records that reveal the author's own fear. It is confusing whether it is the exaggeration of rare sights under fear or the mystery of hearsay. In the end, Lin Yu locked one of the old things. It's a child's handwriting logbook, which looks like it's a little old. A few paragraphs in it gave Lin Yu a lot of information and was very impressed. Today the sea water has become very turbid, and there is darkness and shadows everywhere. It felt as if our ship was about to be swallowed, and everyone was very uneasy. Uncle Sailor told me that this is because the god of the sea is coming with a storm, so we must find shelter as soon as possible. Although I was scared, my uncle told me that we had to stick together to get through this. The storm came, the sailor uncles were busy, and Uncle Lan Yu, who often comforted me, had not spoken to me all day, and everyone was trying very hard to keep the boat sheltered from the storm. We really don't disrespect the sea god, and we don't know why the sea god is so angry. I haven't seen the sun for a long time, and I just had a dream that the sea god had returned to the eastern island after his anger, and he told me very gently that it was his home. After waking up, I saw a centipede bigger than a whale falling on the surface of the sea. This must be a demon. Maybe the sea god is not angry with us, he is fighting this demon. It's been 20 days since we came out, the sea god has been angry since 4 days ago, I also have a little fever and am very uncomfortable. I told Uncle Lanyu that I wanted to go home. He said, wait a minute. The young master of the chartered ship went to the island, and when he came back, we could go southwest to the fire country to rest. We've been waiting for 7 days. Uncle Lanyu hasn't eaten all day. I want to bring him some food, but he said he wasn't hungry. The waves nearby are really big. I am scared, but Uncle Lanyu told me not to be afraid. He asked me to hide in the cabin, and he will come and tell me when the wind and waves calm down. The log is broken here, and I don't know how this log was left behind, which was collected before the pier was occupied by robbers. The reason why Lin Yu valued this book was because it was most in line with his impression of the island of Psychic, and more importantly, it was in line with the abolition experiment log he was dealing with before. Ding! System task update. Task content: the system finds a special apprentice and can get a reward after collecting it. 1-tailed to 3-tailed doppelgangers. Collecting 9-tailed beast avatars can synthesize divine tree seeds. What? Divine tree seeds? This thing is a bit of a supermodel at this stage. Sudden mission information interrupted Lin Yu's thinking and brought a huge surprise. However, the way to get it is synthetic gameplay, and that's still early. But even if you give the replica version of the tailed beast first, it is very useful. Putting aside the reward, Lin Yu thought about the task itself. This system usually rarely takes the initiative to speak in the head. This is after reading the child's log, but suddenly issued me a task. It seems that to complete this task, the island of Psychic and this diary are somewhat related. No matter how he thought about it, Lin Yu decided that this task of accepting apprentices must be completed. And before he can finish, he has to prepare well. For example, improve the strength of your own apprentice, and get high feedback through the improvement of the strength of the apprentice. Apprentice special training starts tomorrow. Early the next morning, the 3 apprentices were summoned to the training ground by Lin Yu. Hinata and the 3 were a little tired yesterday, so they slept very early, and their spirits were still good at the moment. Teacher early. Well, early. I didn't expect you to come together. Good. So, let's get straight to the point. According to the convention, after passing the assessment, the teacher leads some D-level tasks. As a novice, you will take on D-level tasks at most. Tianation's face was full of anticipation. Can we already start taking on official tasks? That's great, teacher. Are we going to do a D-level mission today? Lin Yu held back a smile. Yes. When I came, I heard that the next door class Suzuki had already taken on a D-level task, and now it is estimated that it is almost completed. Hey? It's really an excellent graduate. Their class works so hard. Tian couldn't wait. Teacher, then let's start quickly, let's not lag behind. Let me see. A list of commissions appeared in Lin Yu's hand. What D-level tasks are they? Help the official's wife find her cat, help go out to take care of the children at home, and go to the nursing home to help. Rao is Hinata, and when he heard the content of these tasks, he was also full of question marks. Wait, sensei, aren't we ninjas? Yes, the new ninja can only do this. Is it hard to understand? Don't do it for you, do it for Naka Shinobi? They. 3 of them immediately choked, and after thinking about it, it really was. Seeing that the 3 of them lost their expectations for today, Lin Yu continued to ask. I've done D-level missions before, how much do you guess I did? The teacher must have worked hard and done a lot, so the strength has risen very quickly. It should be 40 times, right? Isn't it? Everyone is called a genius ninja, and it's right to do less D-level tasks, 20 times, right? None of them are right. Lin Yu announced the answer. I have only done it 7 times, and even the C-level task has only been done 16 times. So, I don't want to do low-level tasks myself. How can I take you to do it? Isn't this pure waste of my time? For Lin Yu, the existence of such a commission as D-level is really strange. Do hard-working ninjas take care of children? This also needs to be done by ninjas. What kind of exercise can it play? What ordinary villagers can do, is it not good to send some money to ordinary people to do and save some human resources? On the side of the three people every day, after hearing Lin Yu's words, they began to be curious. Wouldn't they do tasks today? Lin Yu continued, didn't I say it before? The next thing is to find psychic beasts, and the trip I planned for psychic beasts, preliminary estimates, encountered difficulties are greater than B-level tasks. Greater than a B-level mission. Hinata immediately widened her cute pure white eyes. Lin Yu didn't care what the apprentice's reaction was. So the arrangement I gave you today has only one purpose, that is, to improve your strength. Prepare for the Psychic Island. Next, I want to teach you my original cultivation spell, don't be lazy. Chapter 15. The original cultivation spell of the genius ninja. Hinata's mind sounded like a bell. Only one thought remained in my head. Is it time to start the same life of genius Shangren? The look on Tianatian's face betrayed the thoughts in her mind, and the breath of daydreams was about to overflow. It's almost drooling. Lin Yu could still understand the apprentice's gluttony. What's more, what he wanted to take out was the anti-heaven defying technique given by the system after he crossed over heavenly machinery Voldemort. As long as you continue to cultivate, even if you don't use ninjutsu in the future, you can easily reach the level of training with the shadow level just by developing physical skills. Lin Yu nodded on each of the three people's foreheads, and three white rays of light quickly disappeared. In an instant, Hinata and the others appeared shocked. There is no doubt that they were shocked by this exercise. This kind of cultivation exercise, even the way of cultivation, made them unheard of and unseen. The energy of cultivation comes from nature and has a closeness to the local area. With this exercise, it was completely possible to develop an unprecedented cultivation system. Just after contact, Hinata and the others fell into an epiphany. This kind of thinking is clearer, the complete transformation of the body's meridians, and the feeling that the body is leaping to a higher level of quality makes them want to stop. Hinata was already impressed by this refreshing feeling, and unconsciously opened her eyes, and a painful moan occurred in her distraction. Her white eyes seemed to be evolving. Tian and Shin are producing their own unique physical changes. After the heavenly machinery Voldemonic record entered their heads, it seemed to become their tailor-made exercises. Ding! The host successfully taught the disciple the exercise heavenly machinery Voldemonic record and received a return of hundreds of millions of times the cultivation degree. The cultivation level of the host heavenly machinery Voldemonic record has reached the realm. Lin Yu's body shook, and his body seemed to be brushed by a big hand, producing an active storm that swallowed everything. As the storm passed through the body, some of the original was erased. Gradually, the storm was divided into 2, 3, and more, hitting all corners of the body and spreading all over the body. The storm eventually dissipated. Lin Yu felt the feeling coming from his body, and there was a feeling of freshness after the rain and a sense of rebirth like spring shoots. This change is not a false feeling. The system rewarded Azura cell body did not need Lin Yu to adapt and develop again. Every cell already has a shape suitable for Lin Yu to use. Lin Yu guided a little chakra in his hand, and the chakra changed shape at will in the palm of his hand. As soon as his mind moved, chakra's nature also changed various attributes in an instant. The 7 natures, fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, and yang, Lin Yu changed in turn. Moreover, the most frightening thing is that the exercise makes his body no longer adapt to chakra. Instead, let chakra take the initiative to adapt. Lin Yu released ninjutsu without any more seals. Given a thought, chakra could automatically condense the technique according to his thoughts. In short, someone else's chakra is dead and his. There was silence for a long time. And Hinata and the others woke up from their realization. The shock on his face did not fade for a long time. Is this the secret of a genius ninja? This secret subverted their perception of practice, and even felt that their previous studies at ninjutsu school were pure waste of time. Only then did they realize that the dawn had truly descended on their ninja path. For Lin Yukon to hand over this subversive technique of subverting the ninja world to a few of their newly acquainted subordinates, the three of them only had an unstoppable urge to kneel in their hearts. Hinata and Tian Tian were just about to open their mouths of gratitude, when Lin Yu reached out and interrupted them. There is no need to say anything else. Let me show you how to communicate with each other and grasp the direction of practice faster. Hinata, if you look carefully with your white eyes, you should be able to see more than they do, and your practice must be the fastest. I am optimistic about you. Teacher. Hinata was very moved. Not only did he receive such a big gift, but he was also the person who was most valued by the teacher. Finally, she opened her eyes and stared at Lin Yu tightly. Although Tian Tian and Shin can't really see it like Hinata, it's good to be able to feel Lin Yu's breath. Lin Yu also did not hesitate, directly controlling every cell of the body to the greatest extent, and he was no longer satisfied with controlling the meridian acupoints. The strange and harmonious way of chakra circulation makes people feel that Lin Yu seems to have no dead ends and defects in his body. Some of the fatal acupuncture points' weaknesses of others no longer existed in Lin Yu's body. At this moment, Lin Yu even specially developed a teaching model for his chakra flow. Some parts that can only be understood are also vividly displayed by him with pictographic changes. Therefore, Hinata only glanced at it and immediately saw the grand plan of his future cultivation. In the future, it would be difficult for her cultivation of this exercise to fall into a bottleneck again. The path to becoming a strong person is already extremely clear. After the demonstration, Lin Yu let them cultivate by themselves, and he was also happy. What has just been shown is enough for several people to study for a lifetime. Let them lay a foundation first, and then teach them ninjutsu tailor-made by yourself. Without saying much, Lin Yu believes that after the teaching is complete, the middle ninja bastards in the village may not be able to bargain with Hinata. And now, Lin Yu has to make some preparations to go to sea, and there is not a lot of time. After all, the Zongnin exam was approaching, and Lin Yu remembered that Konoha's little powerhouses were all going to participate, and Hinata they couldn't be left behind. Therefore, the itinerary of the Psychic Island must be accelerated. If there was not enough time, the ninjutsu customization he gave his apprentices would even have to be put on the ship. This time the Zongnin exam is full of danger, and Lin Yu can't guarantee that nothing will change after he crosses through the Hokage world. If something changes, for example, if you bump head-on into a dangerous element like Orochimaru, which is unpredictable, wouldn't it be very worrying? If the apprentice has an accident, at least his own cultivation will also be affected, and there will be a lot less convenience. Therefore, it is necessary to give the apprentices a full strength. Whether it's ninjutsu, combat experience, or powerful psychic beasts, it's all combined. At the very least, let the dear disciples have the strength to protect their own lives. Chapter 16. Lin Yu also prepared before sailing during his apprentice's cultivation. This time on the Psychic Island, Lin Yu reported to the third generation of Hokage in person, and prepared very quickly under the impetus of the third generation of Hokage. After Lin Yu and his apprentice met at the entrance of the village, they went to the pier. By the time we arrived at the pier, there were already quite a few people. When dealing with the bandits before, Lin Yu and the others did not cause any damage to the facilities of the village itself, and it was convenient for Konoha to come and take over. At this moment, most of the people in the dock were from Konoha, as well as some villagers from neighboring villages. These are people who want to make a sea fishing business. Looking at the scene of moving and rebuilding, Hinata's face was full of smiles. Teacher, we have accomplished a very good thing. Yes, a safe new pier is about to be born here. I passed with the village high-rise ditch, and there will be ninjas responsible for cleaning up the danger of the offshore here. No wonder so many villagers came. It was not opened up here before, also because the sea area is dangerous, there are few optional routes, and the cost performance is low. The terminal will be operated by officials from the Land of Fire. And Lin Yu will serve as the endorsement of this pier and have privileges. By the dock, a medium-sized wooden ship was already docked at the pier, and sailors were already waiting on board. Lin Yu also stopped grinding. The weather is nice, hurry up and go. The wooden boat sails safely on the sea. Lin Yu sat on the bow of the boat, blowing the sea breeze while calmly running the exercises to replicate ninjutsu. After Hinata finished resting, he also walked out of the cabin and sat next to Lin Yu. In the past few days, except for the necessary rest, Hinata has hardly left Lin Yu. Even the biological clock is used to it, adjusting the same law as Lin Yu. In Hinata's eyes, Lin Yu at the bow of the boat was like a treasure that could be picked up by any June, and as long as she got close, she could deepen her understanding of the new exercises. This feeling made her very obsessed, and unconsciously, she was sitting closer and closer. Tian Tian and Shin are very envious of Hinata. Because Hinata can learn intuitively by relying on white eyes, he can take many detours without taking a lot. Hinata had told them before that the teacher's exercises worked very naturally, her breath seemed to be one, and she could speed up the operation just by looking at the exercises in her body. In just 3 days, the gap was apparent. Hinata's cultivation has nothing to ask the teacher, and they have more or less stagnant times, so they inevitably ask the teacher or Hinata. You can improve by sitting next to the teacher, but we are not this kind of material. After the letter was spoken, he was helpless. Tian Tian held his little face and echoed, yes, yes, so envious, the two of us had to warn them around. Lin Yu naturally noticed Hinata's arrival. This is something he acquiesces to and likes to hear. The appearance of the good apprentice sitting on the side and working hard to cultivate is really beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Hinata's cultivation was very smooth, and there was no sense of stagnation, which did not require Lin Yu to pay attention to the cultivation situation. It was some changes in Hinata's body, Lin Yu keenly captured. Hinata's white eyes seemed to be undergoing some kind of change, starting from the moment he came into contact with the heavenly machine Voldemort. But because it is spontaneous, the change is slow and subtle. This is a place that needs Lin Yu's guidance, and Lin Yu secretly noted it down. Speaking of which, Hinata's progress was the fastest among the 3 apprentices, which also changed Lin Yu's teaching plan. I remember that the difference between life and death in the Zhongnan exam is also a part of teamwork, and it is better to improve the strength of the individual than to start from the overall strength improvement. Next, let's give priority to investing in Hinata alone, and then refine and improve personal strength according to the cooperation needs of the 3. Thinking of this, Lin Yu asked the system. System, is there any teamwork tactic? Tactical rewards can be obtained through the strength of the apprentice, and the corresponding improvement methods such as, Hinata, Tian Tian and Shin Master Knight trembling without basic cooperation, you can get the corresponding battle formation Triple Thunder Array. Good guy. No wonder there are suddenly some ninjutsu that are not easily in my head. It turns out that the strength improvement of the apprentices may trigger the feedback reward of the system at any time. It seems that my concept of the system is not clear enough. But these sudden extra ninjutsu are just icing on the cake, not a necessity. It seems that it is still necessary to take the initiative to engage in Boda. For example, after Hinata's soft fist Bagwazang advanced, he would help deduce a wave of big ones, and he should be able to get the corresponding reward for breaking through the upper limit of the exercise. Hinata. Lin Yu called softly, and Hinata immediately responded as he interrupted his practice. Teacher, I'm listening. How far can your Bagwazang go? Teacher, I can use the Bagwa 64 palms, and if I need to hit groups of small targets, I can add to the 128 palms. Hey? Progress so fast? Lin Yu was a little surprised. It seems that Hinata's qualifications have not been improved by a star. Then you can also implement some advanced plans. The wooden boat has been traveling for some days. There was no trouble along the way, and Lin Yu thought that he had prepared wrong and did not get the right direction. Until a strange sea scene appeared in front of the eyes of Lin Yu and the others. The sea surface that I have driven before is all dark blue, and if you look at the depths of the sea, all you can see is the endless black abyss. But the sea in front of you has a strange color. It is a faint pure blue, like a creamy texture, so uniform that it seems to have no deep bottom. There is a clear color difference dividing line between here and the sea area before. Without seeing any problem, Lin Yu's ship continued to sail forward. However, after the ship entered the light blue sea, the crew found that the speed of the current was very abnormal, so fast that it did not allow them to consider retreating. In this way, Lin Yu's ship was quickly brought into the depths of the sea. After a while, finally, the ship slowed down. But the weather changed suddenly. The wind and waves were calm for a second. In the next second, over the sea, dark clouds were covered and thunder rolled. This change in weather really makes no sense. Teacher, how does the place we are going feel a little scary? Tian spoke her doubts. She was very worried, because going to sea was not what she imagined. The voyage for several days has made everyone lose a lot of patience, and they can't see some bad news and news. Just like the weather becomes bad, this is even more of a mental depression. Lin Yu watched the apprentice's face change, knowing that the three of them might not have taken them out to sea before. So no more than the crew may be calmer, are all experienced people. I still have to be comforted. Otherwise, the apprentices would not even be restful. Don't worry, with me here, it's okay if the sea turns over. Lin Yu patted his chest without care, and the apprentices' faces were much better after hearing this. After all, in their hearts, the teacher is mysterious and powerful, as if he can do anything. Chapter 17. However, just when the apprentices breathed a sigh of relief, several lightning bolts slashed straight into the sea from the clouds, and the flashing thunder and the reflection of the sea surface illuminated the space transparently. The unsuspecting day shines so that his eyes sting. It hurts. Rubbing his eyes every day, tears were aroused. Lin Yu was worried about what damage the flash just now would bring to today's eyes. Lower your head and take a closer look at Tianatian's eyes. In fact, there was no harm, just not adapted, but Lin Yu's approaching face made Tianatian's face a little red. It's not a big deal, teacher. Okay, I'll help you need. Lin Yu felt sorry for the little girl, and directly started to rub her eyes. Although Tian was embarrassed, he also lowered his hand and asked Lin Yu to massage her eyes. While Lin Yu was massaging, the crew began to shout, calling Lin Yu's name. Lin Yu immediately stepped forward to see where the crew was pointing. In the direction that was struck by lightning just now, a large group of whales swam quickly towards this side, carrying waves with them. Soon, their ship was surrounded by this group of whales. Whales swim around the boat, making deafening calls. At first, Lin Yu thought that the whale was coming to attack, and was planning to use Thunder Dun ninjutsu to chop to death this group of big animals that did not know how to be evil. Even in the body, the chakra needed to use the Thunder Dragon Fang has already been half-urged, ready to strike at the moment when the whale attacks the attack. But after a while, Lin Yu's Thunder Dragon Tooth was not thrown out. He noticed that the whales showed no signs of attacking. Hinata originally wanted to cooperate with the teacher to fight a wave, but also felt that something was wrong. Teacher, how come these whales are like headless flies, swimming around us non-stop? Are they frightened by the thunder in the sky just now? It depends on the situation. Lin Yu also has no basis for judgment for the time being, only some premonitions that are not very good. Sure enough, the next second, a huge shadow flashed under the surface of the sea, and Lin Yu and their ships were hit by a huge force. The hull creaked, creating some bending deformations visible to the naked eye. Not good. Give me death. The chakra that was ready to strike in Lin Yu's body immediately shot out, and the dark clouds in the sky also responded instantly. Thunder Dragon Tooth. A thunderbolt dragon was transformed by Lin Yu's chakra. Covered in golden scale armor, the thunder dragon roared viciously with its huge mouth, and rushed straight down with the longest and sharp dragon teeth in its mouth. The dragon's teeth wrapped around the sparks and bit into the shadow's body fiercely. The lightning condensed by the dark clouds was also dragged behind it, and a double slash came against the shadows below the surface of the sea. The bombardment power of Lei Dun is enormous. In order to prevent injuring his own vessel, Lin Yu left a little spare strength to use defensive thunder ninjutsu on the ship. Armor of Thunder. The surface of the hull immediately condensed a layer of thunder chakra protective film at lightning speed, absorbing a large amount of damage. After the blow, Lin Yu's boat lay intact on the sea. The black shadow under the surface of the sea immediately fled under the serious injury and swam towards the depths of the sea. After the sea calmed down, a piece of whale blood and severed limbs appeared. The whale was not killed by lightning, but was torn apart by the black shadow giant in the sea. These floating fragments made Lin Yu feel that the black shadow giant did not seem to prey, but a simple attack. Lin Yu carefully felt the breath of the black shadow giant. He had just felt a very powerful chakra in it, lacking control and chaotic and violent. This chakra breath is remaining in the sea water, and it is slow to dissipate and return to nature. This allowed Lin Yu to grasp the swimming trajectory of the black shadow giant. Lin Yu was tracking in the sea, but unexpectedly found more than one similar aura. And in one direction, this chaotic atmosphere is particularly dense. Lin Yu counted. Good news for everyone, I have roughly determined the location of the psychic island. The crew did not seem to have recovered from the emergency just now, and still sat down close to the hull of the ship. Hinata and the others are ninjas after all, and they are better adapted to battle. The letter asked, did the adult determine it through the monster just now? Good, my brain spins quite fast. But after Xin was praised by Lin Yu, he was not so happy. On the contrary, his heart is only heavy. In that kind of battle situation, Lord Lin Yu was able to react in time without chaos, and instantly sent out two powerful ninjutsu, still using it for two purposes. One hand is offensive ninjutsu, used against the enemy, and when facing the enemy, it also borrows the natural force, dark clouds and thunder, which directly increases the power of ninjutsu several times. The other hand is defensive ninjutsu, which can be precisely controlled and evenly wrapped around every part of the hull under distraction. And he, Xin, can only hide under the protection of Lord Lin Yu and look at his helpless monster. He can only feel his own insignificance and cannot play any role. He originally thought that he would be Lin Yu's good helper, but now it seems that he is actually underestimating Lin Yu. Not to mention that Lin Yu needed help, even if Lin Yu handled that shadow with ease now, he could only be regarded as a burden. This kind of self-doubting silence was seen by Lin Yu on the side. Compared to their peers, the heart of faith will be more mature. But that doesn't mean he won't have bad emotions. It's just that it's even more rare to have bad emotions. However, Lin Yu did not intend to meddle in Xin's mood swings this time. Faith is accustomed to relying on himself to calm the magic of the mind, and he can often obtain greater benefits by solving it on his own. This is what Lin Yu has observed and known over the years. The psychology of faith is actually very strong, and every time the solution of psychological problems will allow him to reduce the probability of the next psychological crisis. In the next journey, Lin Yu no longer took care of his own operation exercises, but personally guided the direction of navigation according to the breath clues obtained. After the sense of direction is correct, the route is significantly smoother, and it gradually drives out of the sea area with bad weather. The sun is shining, and the sea is no longer a light blue cream. A jungle-covered island is emerging from a distance. Tian Tian exclaimed in surprise after seeing the island. Look, look, look! Is that our destination? Hinata was held by the hands of the day and lay on the bow of the boat, and his face was the same, getting better a look. That's right, that's exactly the destination of this trip, the island of Psychic. Finally, it is time to end the difficult sea journey. Lin Yu looked at the cheering children, the corners of his mouth were crooked. I hope the journey on the island will go smoothly. That's right. The system task of that special apprentice candidate is definitely related to this island, and it must be completed well. Chapter 18. The weather on the island is very comfortable and the light is mild. The ancient trees are towering and the trees are densely forested. As soon as Lin Yu and the others set foot on the island, they heard various chirping sounds in the jungle. Most of them are insects chirping, but occasionally there are ugly animal roars. After a while, you can feel a faint vibration on the ground. It should be some large animal moving, and it is quite rhythmic. Teacher, this place looks very suitable for animal survival. That's right, we need to determine the situation on the island first. Saying that, Lin Yu leaned down, leaned into the grass with 2 fingers and picked up an earthworm with a finger thickness. The earthworm has a layer of fine scales on its body and 2 sharp curved hook teeth on its head, which are quite strange. The bugs here are quite distinctive, you see. Tian Tian heard the sound and leaned over, and Lin Yu sent the bugs to her. Hey, it's disgusting. They. Insects stretched and contracted repeatedly in Lin Yu's hand, struggling and swinging, startling Tian Tian. If it was an ordinary earthworm, she would not react. But this kind of earthworm is more disgusting than the little snake, and when her face was closer just now, this earthworm stretched out viciously, making her think that she was going to be bitten. Wouldn't it all be these bugs here? Ah, wouldn't it? Tianation's disgust was anxious, and Hinata's face on the side was not very good. If we run out of food with us, these are alternatives to survival. Lin Yu said unhurriedly, pinching the head of the big earthworm in his hand. Dame. Hinata and Tenten shook their heads directly. Ordinary earthworms may also be able to anesthetize themselves with ninja status. And this kind of thing, looking at it, I lose my appetite, and I am really afraid that if I eat it, I will drive the crane west. Yo! Lin! Yu sensed something and threw the earthworm into the air. The next moment, a black shadow flashed in the air and disappeared into the woods. The same disappeared, and the earthworms that were discarded. Although it appeared very abruptly, Lin Yu and the others still saw clearly, and the black shadow that flashed was a big bird. The body resembles a sparrow, but it grows bigger than a duck, and its claws and long beak are more exaggerated than those of an eagle. Hinata was a little worried. Sensei, these animals and bugs seem to look very different from us on land. This is the very edge of the island, and I don't know what else will be inside. Lin Yu pondered for a while. This shows that we have come to the right place. Danger and gain often coexist. I hope that the greater the danger, the better. Then Lin Yu asked several people to check their equipment and protect themselves. You guys have to be careful, the creatures here are not normal, which means that our common sense is useless, and maintaining habitual thinking may be overshadowed by these creatures. They. 3 apprentices realized the solemnity in Lin Yu's tone and became highly guarded. Several people listened to Lin Yu's popular science while exploring in the jungle. In this kind of favorable resource environment, insects and beasts here may be more likely to produce insect kings and beast kings. This is Lin Yu's subconscious casual popularization of science. In fact, he thinks differently in his heart. Lin Yu felt that there was a clear difference between the inside and outside of the island, and the deeper he went, the more obvious this feeling became. Before, he felt that the energy flow of this island was very strange. Obviously, there is abundant energy under the land, but the energy cycle on the island looks like it is condensed. This condensation is reflected in the outer circle of the island. The core area of the island is an active volcano, and Lin Yu believes that it is the key to this strange sense of energy. Hinata, look at the crater of that volcano with your white eyes. Hinata immediately opened his eyes to observe after hearing Lin Yu's order. From a distance, Hinata faintly saw an unusual chakra in the crater. It was like chains emerging from the crater and running around the island. Hinata told Lin Yu about the chakra vision she saw. Lin Yu immediately confirmed his guess. Just as he thought, the island was shrouded in a vast range of sealing. Those who have the ability to cast this sealing technique are generally only the Vortex family. And the spellcaster here should also be a big figure in the Whirlpool family. But Lin Yu still had a question in his heart. As a traverser, he naturally knew that there should be a Whirlpool tribe named Sui Neguo here. But Sui Neguo's ability is not enough to come up with such a large range of sealing techniques. It seems that after he crossed over, this world still has some changes. Then, take the initiative to find the clansmen of the Vortex clan. Lin Yu couldn't care less, and channeled the Wind Magic Bell. Wind Demon Bell, use the Wind Spirit Breath. Lin Yu delivered chakra to the Wind Demon Bell, and quickly dispersed chakra outward with the talent ability of the Wind Demon Bell, directly stirring the energy balance of this space, and small storms emerged endlessly, transmitting his breath directly far away. This move obviously poses a certain threat to the sealing technique here, and the operation of the sealing technique has been strengthened a bit. Originally, the sealing technique here looked like it was in disrepair, as if it was unmanaged, giving people a very cowardly sense of induction. And now, he can find some of the related directions of the sealing technique on the island. Just after Lin Yu stopped moving, some uninvited guests arrived. Everyone be careful, it's time to fight. Lin Yu also understood that the huge movement and aura leak just now attracted the nearby creatures. There were many creatures coming, 2 huge leader creatures, and some small creatures hiding in the shadows and not daring to show their faces, waiting for the opportunity. The appearance of these 2 boss creatures is also very special. One is a bug taller than a tree, which looks a bit like the flying mantis in Pokémon, and the sickles on the 2 front legs are larger than a human and flashing with cold light. The huge mouth parts can take a little girl like Hinata one by one, and it makes people shudder when they look at it. This is obviously a Worm King, and I don't know if there are still its natural enemies on the island under this size. Lin Yu looked at the other giant beast. This giant beast made Lin Yu's eyes light up, and he felt the regular chakra, which showed that this giant beast had the potential to become an excellent psychic beast. But the appearance is enduring, a white fluff, a dull alpaca. The appearance is quite ordinary. And it looks harmless to humans and animals. It's amazing to be able to grow such a big one. Why it wasn't killed and eaten, it's really strange. One thing that is surprising is that the flying mantis is located quite far from the alpaca. Therefore, Lin Yu and the others were actually facing only alpacas, and the other beasts and insects seemed to be queuing. After the big alpaca appeared, he kept tilting his head and staring at Lin Yu, looking a little puzzled. It didn't understand why the small dot in front of it could cause so much movement. Chapter 19. This alpaca kept blowing in its nose, and after just 3 or 2 strokes, Lin Yu smelled a stench in the air. Hinata next to him had already covered his mouth and began to gag. Tian also followed. Although he grasped Kuwu in his hand, he couldn't help but lean over, and the Kuwu in his hand couldn't be thrown out. But in the throat is still stubborn, stinky to death, I will stab it. Suddenly, the dumb-headed alpaca grinned and showed its big teeth. That healthy big plate tooth is like being able to chew reinforced concrete into pieces and eat it as a snack. It chewed its teeth and suddenly spit out a ball of something towards Lin Yu and the 4. The flight speed of this mass of things is actually faster than the throwing of Kuwu every day. However, Lin Yu reacted faster. A thick earth wall instantly broke through the earth and straddled the road between the alpaca and Lin Yu. And Lin Yu still did not slack, and immediately appeared behind Tian and Hinata. At the same time, the mass of things actually instantly eroded through the wall of the earth flow, and the volume was more than half, but the remaining speed did not decrease. Lin Yu immediately grabbed Tian and Hinata with both hands and flashed to the side. While jumping to the side, he gave the letter that was too late to step and kicked him in the ass. All 3 eventually dodged the alpaca ball. Lin Yu watched the lump of things sink into the dirt and analyzed. The liquid is viscous, extremely corrosive, and the speed is comparable to that of the dark device. Seeing this, the alpaca actually grinned like a person, with chakra flowing in his mouth, and it seemed that there were more ruthless goods. Don't say that Hinata's 3 apprentices can't stand spitting. Lin Yu couldn't stand it anymore. When he talks about civilization, he almost bursts into foul language and speaks of another name for alpaca. Not to mention people, the praying mantis and all kinds of birds and beasts behind the alpaca were shocked when they saw the alpaca spit out the defense. Even if this alpaca has the potential of a psychic beast, I don't want to study it. And the result made Lin Yu frown. Tian was dumbfounded, isn't it? Who would have thought that the soft white fur of the big alpaca would actually bounce off such a terrifying wind blade without diminishing? The wind blade that was bounced away cut off several large trees nearby, and the section surface was extremely smooth. Fortunately, the alpaca's open mouth closed again, although its fur is very powerful, but the power of the rebound is also a little painful. Lin Yu didn't talk nonsense and continued to arrange tricks. If the wind is useless, then see if the fire can burn you. Xin also struck later, also the art of phoenix fire. The alpaca could not be avoided, and unlike the play just now, it was stepping on the dirt on all fours, looking a little alarmed. In a panic, the chakra in its mouth condensed again, and very hard, a huge stinky water suddenly brewed. I want to extinguish all the flying phoenix fairy fires in one go. This smell is going to be stained, let alone washed with water. Lin Yu does not dare to guarantee, even if it is burned with fire, it may not be able to get rid of the smell. Lin Yu angrily unleashed the custom ninjutsu in his heart, fired a yan palm. A huge amount of fire attribute chakra frantically gushed out from the soles of his feet, turning into a flame palm larger than a giant alpaca. The flame giant palm pinched the alpaca's body. One of Yan Palm's fingers also pressed directly on the alpaca's mouth, and pressed the chakra smelly water condensed in the alpaca's mouth back into his throat. Stinky to death, shut up Lao Tzu. This time it was the turn of the alpaca to retch. It wanted to vomit, but the flame palm pressed hard. It seems that the flame chakra itself is disgusted and angry. Alpaca is wrapped in high temperature, sweat instantly evaporates dry, new sweat has no time to secrete, hair curls 1 second, bursts after a second. Shhh. The intense burning pain made the alpaca's stuffy throat roar in pain. How long is it? No wonder it seems that all the surrounding beasts are hiding one by one. It is smelly and powerful, and the skin is rough and thick. It is really a beast. Lin Yu hurriedly threw a few more detonation charms into the flame giant palm. Boom, boom. After the explosion, the alpaca was stunned and the fire became more violent. The beastly alpaca was turned into char by the flame palm without resistance. Lin Yu controlled Yan Palm to throw this piece of coke into the distance. It's settled, it's solved, let's leave quickly. Lin Yu called his apprentice and left the area. After a lot of difficulties, Lin Yu came to a clearing in the jungle. There are traces of man-made here, although most of them have been damaged by moss or animal activity. Lin Yu continued to search the jungle near the clearing. Sure enough, there was an open area nearby, and in the middle stood a hut. The cottage is old and reveals a gloomy feeling. Lin Yu thought, this is where Sui Neguo works, and after walking in, sure enough, a room in the hut was stacked with a large number of experimental diaries. Lin Yu casually looked at it, and there was no change in this ultimate psychic beast disaster. Hinata 3 people naturally have never seen it, looking through a large number of diary records here, originally a little surprised by the human activities here, but now the more they look at it, the heavier their faces become. A sad atmosphere gradually condensed in the room. When the apprentice rummaged through the cabinet, Lin Yu found an open letter dropped aside. Lin Yu opened the letter, and the cover was written with the words Elder of the Vortex Clan personally enlightened. The island of Psychic is urgent, the ultimate beast awakens in advance, Miss Sui Neguo failed to seal and was seriously injured, please send another adult in the clan to help. Lin Yu thought about it, and suddenly thought of the child's diary again, which contained the sentence, "The young master of the chartered ship went to the island." Could it be that the Vortex clan once again sent a powerful clan member to seal it? If so, that's understandable. By the time the clansmen arrived, the situation was probably not optimistic, and looking at the seal that shrouded the island, it was somewhat incomplete in the damage. It is not like acquired breakage, but a defect during the application process. And to say that the sealing technique mastered by this clan member was deficient, Lin Yu definitely did not believe it. It's all urgent, how can you call a helper over and use crippled means? Chapter 20. With no other discoveries for the time being, Lin Yu asked the apprentices to pack up the experimental materials. Then he walked out of the room and into the outer hall. The gate was long dilapidated and decayed, and the sunlight outside the house illuminated a field in the outer hall. He caught a glimpse of a wild flower growing tenaciously on the floor of the outer hall, towards the light. Wild flowers are supposed to be brought in by small animals or the wind when they are seeds. When he came in earlier, he didn't pay attention. But after looking at the log related to the experimental disaster, the flower is particularly bright and eye-catching. The red petals are like the red hair of the whirlpool. Just like the owner of this place. Sunaguo. Lin Yu leaned down and plucked the flower. There is no strong fragrance, only a faint fragrance. There are no surprises under the sniffing, only a slight chrysanthemum smell. The end of summer has not yet arrived, but it feels like the depths of autumn, especially in this shady outer hall. Lin Yu's mood was also a little sad, and others might not. But he is a crosser, and here he knows the story. How can people in today's paintings not touch the deep affection of the scene and not feel nostalgic for the past? But the past is nostalgic for the present, and the heart wanders with hesitation. Beautiful people are easy to die. Lin Yu sighed. The petals felt this sadness tremble gently, and a gentle breeze blew from the doorway across Lin Yu's skin. It was obviously silent, but it was like someone whispering in Lin Yu's ear. There is no trace, and there is a feeling. Naturally, Lin Yu summoned the wind magic bell. The wind demon bell melted into this wind and danced, softly chanting sad songs, and gradually, Lin Yu had some illusions. The flying wind magic bell seemed to have a translucent shape, more and more like the shadow of a person. The less the movements of the wind magic bell become, the quieter it tends to be, the more it resembles a human form. The missing Sui Neguo thought actually appeared with the participation of the wind demon bell. As he predicted, Sui Neguo's mind stopped and stopped, using the means of the wind demon bell to signal Lin Yu to follow. Lin Yu called on his apprentices to put down their work and follow Sui Neguo together. The four arrived at the experimental base inside the volcano. The base is attached to the inner wall of the crater, and below is the magma lake. In the place where the experimental equipment is concentrated, there is a large culture tank with a glowing green light. A humanoid embryo-like creature lies at the bottom of the pool. The creature's eyes are large, and two eyes occupy almost half of its face, and it is sleeping with its eyelids tightly closed. It's not the weirdest place, there's something even more disgusting. The belly of the embryo bulges like a beer belly, and a real person is still glued to the bulging belly. This person, Lin Yu understood at a glance, he had the obvious characteristics of the Whirlpool family. It was as if sensing the arrival of Lin Yu and others. The Whirlpool tribe opened his eyes, separated his upper body from the skin of the embryo, and sat up. Finally an outsider has arrived. Hello, my name is Jean, and I am from the Uzumaki clan. I guess, you speak, you should be running out of time. Time is indeed a little urgent, let me briefly explain. Jean told Lin Yu that he had previously found someone in the clan on this island to cooperate in the study of the ultimate psychic beast, and in the end, as everyone could see, the psychic beast lost control and ate all the psychic beast materials and researchers present, and his sister Sui Neguo was sitting in the town and immediately used the sealing technique to resist. At that time, the staff who arrived outside the base immediately sent a message back to the Uzumaki clan, and the person who received the letter happened to be Jean, and he came alone without preparation. When I arrived here, my sister lost her strength for a few days, and just died in her mouth, and I took my sister's sealing technique at the cost of burning my life, intending to die with this psychic beast. But the results are clear, and as you see now, I can say that the failure was utter. Outsiders, although I hope you will fix it. However, if your strength is not enough, leave quickly. After Jean finished explaining these words, he seemed to have lost his soul, and his whole person stiffened. The giant embryo began to vibrate, and the exhibition quickly disappeared into the belly of the embryo. It's like being eaten by an embryo with its belly, and something is wriggling under the belly. At the same time, the sealing technique that shrouded the entire island began to break, the chains of the magic seal engraved in the void broke, and a huge amount of sealing chakra was released and scattered. The sealing technique shrinks layer by layer, the chakra balance of the entire island is broken, and the base of the volcano begins to restless. The calm magma lake emits a large number of magma bubbles, and there are fires beating. Occasionally, huge pillars of fire will be ejected until they leap out of the crater. This huge movement is like a sign that the main disaster of the past has reappeared. If this scene is not on this island, but on the continent outside, then the nearby creatures will desperately escape. And on this island, none of the creatures on the island at this moment fled for their lives, but rushed to the volcano without fear of death. Soon, the embryos in the culture pool opened their eyes, and the moment their stomachs cracked a gap, more than a dozen huge tentacles burst out and waved in midair. At this moment, many nearby creatures have arrived. Some are touched halfway up the mountain along the passage, while others crawl or fly in directly from the open crater. The creatures that came in did not drag at all, and rushed straight to the embryo culture pool. However, before the creatures could get close, huge tentacles waving at them. Among the creatures in this group are spiders, centipedes, vultures, flying mantises, iron-armored rhinos, cockroach bullies, golden turtle gyro. Without exception, these creatures are all extraordinarily small, and any organ is larger than Lin Yu's entire person. The spider rushed to the front, but when the embryonic tentacles shot at it, none of its 8 legs could react in time. The spider was easily rolled up by the tentacles and retracted and stuffed into the belly of the embryo. The crunch was followed by a series of popping sounds. The belly of the embryo was completely split in half, and a monster with the same compound eyes as a spider opened its belly and stood up. The roots of those 10 or so tentacles were finally exposed in front of Lin Yu and the others. The tentacles are connected to the mouth parts of the monster's head. But strangely, the newborn monster also has a large mouth on its belly and a giant version of human teeth. This made Hinata and the others doubt the role of the monster's head-mouth parts. The big mouth of the belly is so Peugeot, is the place on the head sure that it is not a place to excrete? Its compound eyes stared closely at the remaining island creatures, and the big mouth on its belly began to drool, dripping all over its belly. Tian Tian pinched his nose and cursed, "I'll go, this damn thing won't be the same kind that has eaten that big alpaca, you can smell the smell of old rot from 10 meters away." Chapter 21. The monster was hungry, and the tentacles on its head waved even harder. After swallowing the spider, the speed of the tentacles also increased. The large creatures that rushed in, without exception, could not block the attack of this monster's tentacles. One by one, all kinds of creatures entered the mouth of the monster. While eating, the monster produced significant changes in its physical form, and it could be clearly felt that the monster absorbed the abilities of the devoured. The devoured exists on the monster's body in the form of a newborn organ. This amazing digestion and absorption ability made Lin Yu a little amazed. If there is no natural barrier in the sea area, and it is allowed to develop without restrictions, it may not take a few days to go to the sky and enter the sea, and it can do anything. The remaining animals continued to rush with defiance. The anger wrapped in this irrational act is palpable. This is the natural enemy of all living things in fate, and all living beings are fighting for their lives towards a common hope of survival. Death will only make those who come after become more violent and angry, and rush more vigorously. Hinata looked at this scene and said to her two little friends. If it doesn't work like this, we're going to make a move, it's already hard to deal with. Then Hinata looked at Lin Yu, and after getting Lin Yu's tacit approval, she opened her eyes and took the lead. She stared at the dozen tentacles. After devouring several creatures, the number of these tentacles did not change, indicating that this was a special predation method for monsters. Hinata ran towards the large leopard closest to the monster. That leopard was the monster's next target, and a dozen tentacles had already pounced on it. Hinata had just approached, and the monster tentacles had already touched the leopard. Good chance. There was a second pause as the tentacle rolled up the leopard, which was enough time for Hinata to do a lot. Hinata had already sketched a virtual gossip array on the leopard in her white eyes. Chakra shockwaves condensed from Hinata's palm and hit the tentacles with precision. The tentacles that had been tightening the leopard actually lost their strength, and as if they did not listen to the call, they loosened the entanglement around the leopard's body. This moment also interrupted the monster's arrogance, shaking his head, and after the tentacles were retracted, he actually flew around, and suddenly didn't know which one to eat. The monsters have stopped, but the animal army will not stop. The monster cannot choose, and the animal in front will actively meet its attack. Hinata's old skills are repeated. Another defeat makes the monster notice Hinata's movements, and it splits several tentacles to deal with Hinata. Tian and Shin were not stunned, and a set of fire ninja tools cooperated to repel the monster tentacles. The monster can't eat while fighting, so he can only give up devouring. So it first put all its energy into tentacle fighting. For a time, the monster singled out the three Hinata and the animal army, and it was a tie. The animal army is increasing, but the monsters have not been given the opportunity to devour and grow. The scales of the two sides of the battle gradually tilted, and the defeat of the monster seemed to be a foregone conclusion. An eagle breaks through the monster's defense circle and grabs the monster from behind. Sure enough, the monster's actions were greatly hampered. Defenseless, piles of creatures climbed onto the monster's body, tearing and biting. The monster was wrapped in airtightness. The whole body was in pain, and the monster let out a heart-rending roar. Hinata felt the weakening of the monster's life breath on the side. At this time, a sealing technique that seemed to be a backhand emerged from the monster's stomach. The chains of the sealing technique are not very powerful, but it is still suitable to bind the monsters at this time. The monster that lost its resistance was dragged by the animal army to the magma lake on the side, and it was about to die with it. However, after feeling the heat around it, the monster was on the verge of death, and it burst out with a huge force and took the initiative to tear the corners of the big mouth on its stomach. This terrifying feeling of flesh and blood tearing made the three of Hinata get goosebumps. Not only that, the monster endured the pain after opening its mouth wide, and forcibly took a bite of the giant praying mantis hanging on its belly. When the stomach is crunchy, the mantis's bitten scythe forelimbs are still firmly clamped outside the stomach. After swallowing this praying mantis, the monster immediately changed, and the two praying mantis with the same large scythe poked out from the body. At once, the other two animals hanging on the body were inserted into the heart. The mantis's belly dropped, allowing the monster to transform. Its power just broke through the critical value of the sealing technique. The seal shattered, and the sealed French seal chain retracted into the stomach. The monster just relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief, continued to change, and with a fierce force, grew huge wings. 3 or 2 clicks and flew over the crater. The remaining animals hanging on it were either easily subdued and eaten by it, or they were inadvertently shaken off by it and thrown into the magma. Even more jaw-dropping. Shin used a ninjutsu wind blade once when it took off, and the monster actually immediately shot back a wind blade from its large mouth. This is the monster after witnessing how to use the wind escape, and has learned how to swallow the wind attribute chakra. This terrifying learning ability also allowed it to draw inferences from one another, directly transforming the other 4 attributes of chakra it absorbed, water, thunder, earth, and fire into water arrows, thunder spears, earth teeth, and fire blades. The means of hand-to-hand combat and long-range attacks are available, and the monster instantly repels Hinata and kills a large number of animals. The monster stared over the volcano for a moment and swooped down on the 3 Hinata, who were the most harassing. This time, Hinata Tian still wants to fight back against the meat. It will be difficult. All the long-range attack methods were defeated by the monster's more fierce counterattack, and even Hinata had to use Bagwazang to defend against the aftermath of the ninjutsu fight. After a short exchange, it turned into a one-sided ninjutsu bombardment of monsters. Not only that, but the monster also spat out 3 spider flying webs in a row. It tightly covered the 3 Hinata. This spider web is not only super sticky, sticking the bodies of the 3 people to the point that they can't move, but also contains the power of sealing on the silk thread. The chakra of the Hinata trio was sealed to death. At this moment, the power of the 3 little comrades could not burst out at all. Lost chakra, and wounded. Lin Yu's apprentices fainted in the harsh environment of this crater. After the monster's means succeeded, he did not hesitate at all, and continued to dive with a bang, intending to completely eliminate the 3 Hinata. Seeing that the apprentices were about to be poisoned, Lin Yu stood up. Where the limit of the apprentice's ability is, he has already understood, and it is already very good. This psychic beast doesn't have 2 or 3 ordinary upper ninja cooperation, and it really can't take it. But Lin Yu is not an ordinary Shangnan, and after several waves of rewards in the system, he has changed from an elite Shangnan to an existence that is not weaker than a shadow-level figure. Chapter 22. The swooping monsters are amazingly fast. The air around them was shaking and whistling. The figure enlarged a little above Lin Yu's head, like a meteorite rubbing the air and landing, unstoppable. In this troublesome situation, Lin Yu was not flustered at all. He raised his right hand, palm facing up. Dandelion. A condensed and flowing chakra slowly appeared, transforming into a wind attribute under Lin Yu's manipulation. Then, this chakra quickly dispersed into the air, like a thick drop of condensed juice into a glass of clear water. Soon, the entire air in the crater was filled with Lin Yu's chakra. These chakras condense in various sizes and float like dandelion seeds. This technique seems to be of little use on the surface. But the monster in the landing knew right away. It found that the wings he used to accelerate could not fan the air. The wind attribute chakra, like a dandelion seed, carried the air to make room for its wings without a trace of resistance. This is because Lin Yu controlled the wind attribute chakra and forcibly created a space with zero air resistance for the monster simulation. It was originally in a gliding state, and it could no longer adjust its speed with the help of air resistance. It began to accelerate all the way with gravitational acceleration, quickly beyond its control, which meant that if it landed on the ground, it could produce more power than its buffering capacity. But this is not the most troublesome. Originally it was adjusting its flight direction according to air resistance. After Lin Yu eliminated the influence of air resistance, it could only fall in the direction of the original instantaneous speed. This direction is now wrong. That means it's now crashing into the magma lake below. The monster desperately fluttered its wings, but unfortunately it was useless, that is, there was no air to give resistance to cooperate with it. In an instant, the monster was about to touch the magma lake when it was out of control. The monster had no choice but to give up its wing form and quickly transformed into a new batch of tentacles. From its body, these tentacles were inserted into the inner walls of the craters around it like off-string arrows. It uses the stone wall to eliminate the kinetic energy of the downward fall. Seeing that the monster is about to stop above the magma, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth hooked. Wind pressure. Chakra in the air kept connecting with Lin Yu. Chakra, which was originally to eliminate air resistance, is now under Lin Yu's control, and it is about to increase air pressure. The chakra in the air changed form, causing the density of the air above the monster to increase dramatically, and a wind pressure channel towards the surface of the magma lake immediately formed. It's like a wind cannon from the sky. The upper surface of the monster's body was subjected to tremendous wind pressure. This caused the monster to rush downwards. Not only did not stop, but its efforts to regenerate tentacles were also wasted, falling towards the magma. Just want to attack my apprentice, go to the magma and reflect. You, a brain atrophy who only knows how to eat, should go to hell. Lin Yu didn't want to make this monster feel better. That's why he used this kind of hand to rule this monster and let it lift a rock and shoot himself in the foot. Experiencing one's powerlessness in the face of desperation is a real spiritual punishment. The monster's lower limbs fell into the magma and immediately reacted with the magma. The skin, muscles, bones, etc. of its lower limbs were instantly evaporated, scorched, and quickly collapsed, turning into black volcanic stone, as if it had been hit by a petrification spell. The intense pain caused the monster to burst into a strong desire to survive. Its subsequent actions made Lin Yu impressed. When the monster lost its lower limbs, its lower abdomen immediately began to expand, and the strong vitality made its lower abdomen turn into a huge sphere, bulging so that the skin was a little transparent, like a balloon. After the balloon-like body part touched the magma, it instantly burst and produced an explosion, and the monster used the reaction force of this burst to leave the surface of the magma. Then the monster pulled with the help of its tentacles and bounced the main trunk of its body towards the volcanic rock wall. Monster escape successful. However, its state at the moment is not very good. Although his wound is trying to recover after losing half of his body, the recovery speed of the new flesh of the wound is obviously very slow. The monster now only feels weak as never before, and it needs food and energy to speed up its recovery. But Lin Yu would not let it go as he wished. The monster itself also knew what the situation was now, and if it didn't kill Lin Yu first, it would have no way to replenish its strength. And Lin Yu's understated action just now was like playing it between the palms, obviously without using powerful means, but almost killed it. Therefore, the monster is also going to go all out. There was a sound of flesh and bones changing from its body, and the chakra of the 5 attributes condensed on its body, and some spell symbols appeared on its skin. Lin Yu saw the change in the monster, and he also became a little more serious. It seems that the next move should not only be a change in the 5 attributes, I am afraid that the power of the seal is contained in it. Lin Yu pinned his left hand behind him, and some spell marks also appeared on his left palm, and the spell pattern was somewhat similar to the monster's spell mark. This is the reversal spell mark that Lin Yu deduced from the exposed spell mark on the monster's body, which can eliminate the monster's spell mark power. This also made Lin Yu sigh. In the end, livestock is livestock, directly exposing threatening means. After all, it is just a monster filled with hunger in its head, and it will only act subconsciously. The monster still uses the 5 attribute chakra to bombard Lin Yu intensively. Although the power of the technique is great, but there is a lack of change, Lin Yu can cope with it quite easily, and after a few moves to use the power to fight, he is close to the monster. When the monster saw Lin Yu approaching, he immediately used his tentacles to use a physical whip attack on Lin Yu. The speed and power of the whipping were terrifying, but it was a pity that they all hit Lin Yu's substitute. When Lin Yu used the avatar technique to avoid it, the body had already slapped a palm on the monster's body. The monster shuddered, feeling that its abilities were being sealed. In a hurry, the monster actually shed its shell and molted again. A monster of the same type, which had become much smaller, was sprayed to the side, and a large amount of slippery body fluid remained on the skin. The monster also took the opportunity to swallow the corpse of a beast that had been killed by ninjutsu. Good guy, can you run like this? Lin Yu decided to be more serious. Speaking of which, after he got the Azura cell body, his understanding of Mu Dun also reached a very high level. Mu Dun tree see birth. Many trees quickly grew on the ground, blocking the path of the monster. The monster no longer wants to fight, and wants to take the opportunity to eat while running away and strengthen itself. But now its escape route was gone, and the tentacle attacks it sent out were all blocked by the trees, so it had to face Lin Yu again. However, the master duel, one wrong step and one wrong step, not to mention that Lin Yu is obviously stronger. At the same time that the monster was surrounded by trees, Lin Yu's another Muedun ninjutsu came out, Muedun Wood Dragon Technique. Chapter 23. A tree rises from the ground and freely transforms into a living wooden dragon. Ignoring the monster's means, the wooden dragon rushed towards the monster and clung to it, then wrapped it tightly. At this time, the monster can't even shed the golden cicada's shell. When the wooden dragon successfully restrained the monster, Lin Yu was still looking forward to it. "I'd rather see if you can split and escape like a slug." Lin Yu waited for a while, and the monster struggled without stopping, but there was no other way to escape. This made Lin Yu a little disappointed. To be on the safe side, Lin Yu also turned on perceptual ninjutsu, but he didn't find any monster avatars and the like around. "You're welcome then, Wood Dragon." Under Lin Yu's control, the wooden dragon contracted tightly, restraining the monsters so that it could not move. Then the wooden dragon began to absorb the monster's chakra. The huge amount of chakra in the monster's body was withdrawn, its body was withered, and while its size shrunk, the wooden dragon tightened even harder. Its tentacles were also shrugged, its mouth was roaring, and the strength of its whole body could not even resist the contraction force of the wooden dragon. The blood in the body was squeezed everywhere, the flow was slow, and the spider's compound eyes on the head were overcrowded, and several of them burst. Lin Yu is not a chronic son, and he conjured a wooden figure while the iron was hot. The wooden man swung his iron fist and smashed the monster that could not move. The monster's injuries continued to worsen, and there was no time to repair it, and as soon as chakra was triggered, the wooden dragon sucked him. Not only the external injury, the monster's body began to twitch, and it seemed to have undergone some changes. All the organs borrowed by the animals it devoured today began to fall off, and there was a clear rejection reaction between it and the torso. Falling off to the end, a human face appears on the belly of the monster. "Jean." Lin Yu was startled. The facial features of Jean's face gradually became clear, and after stabilizing, his face trembled, revealing a painful look, and his tightly closed eyes opened. He looked at Lin Yu and opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound for a while. Lin Yu thought that the wooden dragon was too tightly bound, and quickly raised his hand. "I let go of the wooden dragon." "Don't." Jean squeezed out a little voice, "This is my last consciousness, you don't move, wait for my sister." Lin Yu didn't know what Jean wanted to do, but stopped letting go of the wooden dragon. The expression of the face exhibition became even more painful, and the skin cracked along with the monster's body. This is the last effort of the exhibition. The effect is also very obvious. The body of this monster is no longer perfect. Its bodies repel each other inch by inch and fall into a state of complete collapse. Having devoured such a creature, it finally ushered in its own retribution. Lin Yu then unlocked the art of the wooden dragon and the wooden man. There is no way to save this evil monster. Not to mention the attack on the human and beast present to replenish itself, even the tentacles it hunted for food have collapsed and withered. Just when the monster's life breath was about to completely dissipate, its stomach moved. The big mouth on its stomach is its native organ. And it is now opening wide and retching vigorously. Slimy gastric juice erupts from its mouth. At the same time, a white human body slid out of the monster's mouth along the gastric juice. This indescribable scene stunned Lin Yu. This body looks exactly like Onago. There was also a wind demon bell on the side that was possessed by Onago's thoughts. Onago's mind was attracted by this body and floated towards the body on the ground in a daze. The wind demon bell carried the thoughts of Onago, and the moment it touched the body, it all melted into it without hindrance. At the same time of fusion, Lin Yu unexpectedly found that he actually had a sensory connection with the naked body on the ground. And the original wind magic bell, he can no longer sense. The body on the ground began to recover some of the reactions of the living, a hint of reddish gradually appeared under the white skin, and her chest also had a strong heaving, proving that she was breathing hard. On the other side, the monster's body completely lost its activity, and in the moment before death, Lin Yu saw that Zhan's face was no longer painful, but smiled calmly. As if to say, "Hard work, my sister Anago will be handed over to you." Anago, on the ground, opened his eyes, slowly got up, and looked blankly at the surrounding scene. After scanning the circle, she saw Lin Yu, and at the same time found the induction between herself and Lin Yu, and immediately showed a happy smile and ran to Lin Yu. However, as if she was not very familiar with her body, her running posture was very strange and not very elegant. Sure enough, Sui Neguo lost control in the bold running, twisted his right foot, and fell in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu quickly squatted down and helped him over with both hands. Although Anago fell, she didn't feel the slightest pain. When Lin Yu reached over to help her, she followed Lin Yu's hands and poured her upper body towards Lin Yu and hugged him. Such a red fruit contact made Lin Yu's thoughts flutter. It was the first time he had such contact with the opposite sex since he crossed into this world. The touch is on the body, and the heart is warm. Sniff the roses. Well, unable to smell, Lin Yu noticed that the gastric juice brought out of the monster's mouth did not produce such a right taste. This also made Lin Yu come back to his senses and break away from Sui Neguo's embrace. Sui Neguo guessed Lin Yu's thoughts with some tacit understanding. She stood up, rubbed her hands and motioned, and asked Lin Yu to help her clean up the monster's stomach juice. This. Lin Yu saw that Sui Neguo did not speak, nor was he embarrassed. He understood a little. Sui Neguo was devoured by a monster for so long, it is very likely that he has lost part of his memory, and there are not many memories left in his mind. Lin Yu also completely put away his unexpected distractions. He carefully helped Sunako clean up, and then walked to the pile of beast corpses where innocent beasts lay guns during the battle. Lin Yu found the corpse of the beast whose fur was relatively intact, and simply made a set of clothes for Sui Neguo. And Sui Neguo was very happy after getting the clothes Lin Yu made for her, and hugged Lin Yu again. Lin Yu was much more relieved this time, at least not as abruptly as just now. However, what was going on with his wind demon bell? Ever since the wind demon bell carried his mind into Sui Neguo's body, Lin Yu couldn't sense the slightest breath of the wind demon bell. Lin Yu checked his psychic contract himself. And yet... Hey! Lin Yu couldn't believe it, in the object of his psychic contract, the wind magic bell disappeared, replaced by Sui Neguo. No wonder Lin Yu felt that there was a close connection between him and Sui Neguo and could sense each other. So, is the current Sui Neguo a human or a psychic beast? Although it is not quite right, since the wood has become a boat, Lin Yu can fully accept and agree with this phenomenon. Chapter 24. Sui Neguo just hugged Lin Yu like this. Lin Yu was also difficult to push away. He understood that this was a performance that Sui Neguo was very dependent on him. His 3 apprentices were still lying on the ground, and he had to wake them up, otherwise it would be bad if there was something abnormal in his body when he was unconscious. Lin Yu rubbed a little water attribute chakra with his right hand, and 3 mini water dragon bullets went straight to the faces of Hinata and the others. Under the kind greeting of the water dragon bomb, Hinata woke up. As soon as they opened their eyes, the 3 of them saw the surrounding volcanic environment, immediately remembered the battle just now, and made a fighting posture like a great enemy. Don't ask for enemies in this void, it's too embarrassing. This apprentice's delirious look, Lin Yu really couldn't see a little. Hinata reacted to this. She didn't sense the presence of the monster when she got up just now, and she panicked. Losing consciousness during the battle and lying on the ground already made her terrified. When I woke up, I didn't care why I was still alive, I just cared about the fact that I didn't know the whereabouts of the enemy. Hinata's heart kept repeating this is worth it, and he immediately wanted to open his eyes and look for it. It wasn't until I saw the teacher's light breeze with a little disgust that I completely let go of my heart. Teacher, was the monster solved by you? he thought that the monster was solved by Lin Yu, but Hinata couldn't help but ask. That's nature. Who are you? Why are you holding teacher Lin Yu? Take your dirty hands away! Tian Tian shouted suddenly. Hinata also noticed that something was wrong. How to lie down for a while, a woman wearing a suit of animal skin appeared out of thin air, and still holding his best teacher Lin Yu. In the wilderness, there are only surrounding beasts when they come, and this woman must have changed from a monster. What kind of witch are you? You actually confused the teacher. Hinata instantly stood on the same front as Tian Tian. She is going to open her eyes and subdue this banshee to liberate the teacher. Well, you're a bit outrageous. Lin Yu supported his forehead with a smile. Tian Tian had already rushed to Lin Yu and pulled Sui Neguo's hand to hold Lin Yu's hand. Sui Neguo hid behind Lin Yu, and at the same time hugged his hands tighter. Bastard! Tian Tian was already blinded. The teacher had always been her idol, and the image of a genius ninja had been engraved in her heart since she was a child. Handsome appearance, strong and not exaggerated physique, the elite of the career elite, is simply her most perfect ideal type. At this moment, her ideal type is being blasphemed by a strange demon girl who comes from nowhere. She definitely can't bear this, even if she changes to Hinata. She herself had maintained respect before, and she was embarrassed to get started. Sui Neguo refused to let go, and every day his teeth grinned and his hands were broken, and the two were evenly matched in the wrestle, and no one admitted defeat. Every day, I'll help you. Hinata rolled her eyes. She had already seen that Onago's body acupuncture and chakra were running differently than others. This is the blood succession limit that their Hyuga family is proud of, and they can't be mistaken. It won't be wrong. This is a demon girl, teacher. I'm here to save you. Hinata was even more desperate. The chakra in the palm of her hand was condensing. She was going to use a soft fist to send Tsunagobayashi. Yu had gone from crying and laughing to not knowing why, and her hands and feet were a little stiff in shock. This can't be fought. Lin Yu hurriedly stopped it with both hands. Stop, stop, don't move. Lin Yu spoke, shouting that the three girls stopped the movement in their hands. Tenten and Hinata are also obedient and stop like the most ordinary conditioned reflex. But then Hinata and Tenten started again. They silently thought in their hearts that the current teacher could not believe it. He must have been confused by the witch, and we must immediately rescue the teacher from danger. They even thought that Onago was a monster. In Hinata's cognition, this reason makes sense. Why weren't we eaten by the monster after we fell into a coma? It must be the teacher who took over the battle and fought with the monster. How did this woman come out? It must be that the monster can't beat the powerful teacher, so he used a beauty instead. Then why is the teacher unable to break free? Hinata and Tian Tian secretly decided in their hearts that the time had come for their apprentice to save the teacher. The monster may be very powerful, but he must not let himself shirk it. Even, it is not impossible to make a greater sacrifice for it. Don't be like this. Lin Yu didn't understand why Hinata and the two stopped after they stopped, so they quickly drank it. But Hinata and Tenten were not listening at all, they were already fixed in their own ideological logic. Tian Tian said to Hinata, Hinata, you drag her away with a soft fist, I will hold the teacher, you drag a little, I hold a little tighter, strive to squeeze a little more, so that she has no way to start. Hinata was not happy when he heard this. Tian Tian, your tactics are not right, I should come and hug the teacher. I opened my eyes to see through her weaknesses. And I can occupy a larger surface area of the teacher with my soft fist. The job of expelling her should be handed over to you, you use Kuwu to prick her. After saying that, Hinata wanted to replace Tian Tian hanging on Lin Yu's side. Tian Tian is naturally unhappy, that's not okay, I've already decided, you hurry up. Just like that, Hinata and Tenten quarreled. Lin Yu is really one head, too big. Lin Yu was not a fool, of course he could hear it. The two apprentices loved their teacher very much, but it was too outrageous now. Hinata. Every day. Believe. I'll introduce you, this is Onago. Hinata. Every day. You two don't think that Onago is that monster changed, right? Lin. Yu pointed to the pool of rapidly decaying meat in the distance. Although he could no longer recognize the original state, this disgusting look could still be associated with the monster. Then, Tian Tian and Sui Neguo fought with Lin Yu alone, not knowing what to say. Hinata was a little incredulous, but she rolled her eyes and saw with the naked eye that Onago did not look human-like. So she asked, "Then teacher, where did this woman come from?" Lin Yu said. He found that this was not very easy to explain. Sui Neguo was not a monster changed, but it was spit out by a monster. Hinata, who has always been well behaved, has begun to shoot knives at him at this moment. How do you explain the identity of Onago? Ding! Detected that you have completed a special apprentice mission. Well, what did you say? Chapter 25. Detected that the host has subdued Tsuneguo and has completed the special disciple collection mission. Get rewards, 1-tailed to 3-tailed doppelgangers, collecting 9-tailed beast avatars can synthesize divine tree seeds. And so on. Wait a minute. System, how did I accept Sui Neokuo, and how did Sui Neguo become a special apprentice, and I didn't have her as an apprentice? Is the host going to expel Sui Neguo from the division? Served, this system cannot communicate, answer the question. Fortunately, the system is not physical. If the computer in the previous life dared to design the system prompts like this, he might have to smash the keyboard. Enduring the anger, Lin Yu slowly asked, "Of course, there is no need to expel the master, I am asking why it was determined that Sui Neguo is my apprentice? Because it is subordinate to the host can cultivate it and can be regarded as a special inheritor." The system carefully explained to Lin Yu the principle of Tsuneguo turning into a psychic beast. Lin Yu understood that after Sui Neguo was devoured by the monster, his brother Jean failed to seal the monster, and when Jean was devoured, he used his last strength to strip Sui Neguo from the monster's body, and the seal was protected in the body of the ultimate beast, and Jean himself became a complete part of the monster's flesh. Today, after many years have passed, when Tsuneguo was spit out, the body tissue was no longer pure, transforming the internal structure of the psychic beast's body. The reason why he was able to successfully fuse his soul mind after that was also the credit of the wind magic bell, which is a special role as a natural spirit. This is not difficult to understand. Lin Yu moved and said to Hinata, "You know my wind demon bell, it was already powerful to a point before, and after I used it to destroy the monster just now, it evolved and turned into a spike fruit. Look, my psychic." Lin Yu demonstrated his psychic skills, and sure enough, the object of the contract was Sui Neguo. At this time, Hinata and Tenten were relieved. No, I should be relieved. Although Onago is interpreted as a psychic beast, no matter how you look at her, you can't help but think of her as a real girl. A man and a woman, and there is a contract, intimate. This. Hinata and Tenten had a tacit understanding this time, touching Onago's hand again and talking softly to her. Because Onago doesn't seem to be able to communicate very well now, they have to try to make Onago learn to communicate, and then wrestle with the future status issues. Under the tender offensive of the two little girls, Onago also felt the kindness of the two of them. Seeing this, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was not worried about anything else, he was afraid that his own people would fight. Since Hinata and the two have a heart to communicate, let Hano get along with them. Then he also began to speak into Onago's ear, softly soothing and touching her hair. Sui Neguo felt Lin Yu's concern, did not reply to the words, nodded, and then leaned towards Lin Yu with his face. Lin Yu seemed to understand the meaning of Sui Neguo. Was this asking for a kiss to himself? Without hesitation, Lin Yu pecked on Suinaguo's forehead. As if receiving a reward, Suinaguo was very happy, and then reluctantly let go of Lin Yu, according to Lin Yu's meaning. She wanted to get along with Hinata and them more. After all, Lin Yu still hoped that Suinaguo could communicate with people normally like a normal human. This, of course, is also to answer the last request of the exhibition. Lin Yu's surroundings were quiet for a long time, and he turned around and finally realized that something was wrong. Hinata and Tenten maintained a shocked expression as if they were petrified. Ahem. Lin Yu directly ignored it. Subsequently, several people left the crater. The energy imbalance caused by previous battles has made the volcano already unstable and unsafe. In essence, the entire island is not necessarily a safe place. Lin Yu wanted to complete the purpose of this trip before the volcano completely erupted, to help his apprentice obtain psychic beasts. Originally, before landing on the island, Lin Yu had fantasies about the ultimate psychic beast. He wanted to use his abilities to transform the ultimate psychic beast and make it a usable material. The result was not as hoped, but it was not a pity at all. Lin Yu took a few people all the way and looked around the island. Walking around, I saw all kinds of strange psychic beasts every day. Teacher, the psychic beasts here are quite strong, I can see any one. I've already counted, I'll arrange it for you later. Lin Yu's original intention was to find some psychic beasts of special nature, which often have miraculous effects against enemies or have high growth potential, and his wind magic chimes belong to this category. But the difficulty is that this kind of psychic beast is very rare, even in the island where such psychic beasts are concentrated. It seems that it is not very human. This is not a real inheritance place, unlike places like Wet Bone Forest, Longdi Cave and Miamu Mountain. No matter how many kinds there are, there can be no rare species such as toads and snakes. Perhaps, after thousands of years, after the test of history, this place may be able to evolve a land of inheritance. Lin Yu finally helped his apprentices choose 3 eagle beasts. The essence skills that the eagle beast is proficient in include wind escape, whether it is used to rush the road, single out group fights during battle, or even defeat the enemy to escape, can play a unique role. It can also be regarded as a practical psychic beast. Forcefully pressing the heads of the 3 eagle beasts, the 3 of them formed a psychic contract with the shivering eagle beasts every day. Wow, great, the teacher is too strong, these 3 big birds especially listen to the teacher. Tian began to praise Lin Yu from time to time, and since Onago appeared, she already had an unexplained sense of crisis. Hinata held the big bird that belonged to her, gently lying on the big bird's head, touching the fluff on its head. Monster Eagle, don't be afraid, the teacher wants you to be our partner. The letter on the side was also very excited, he really wanted to make himself stronger, be Lin Yu's subordinate, and become Lin Yu's right-hand man, Lin Yu's left arm and right arm. Under Lin Yu's suppression, the process of signing the contract by the 3 eagle beasts was smooth. At this point, Lin Yu reassessed the combat effectiveness of the apprentices. Hinata, Tenten, and Shin, the combat effectiveness of the 3 of them is no weaker than that of ordinary Zongnan, and according to reason. The difficulty of the Zongnan exam itself is difficult for them. If they are familiar with the cooperation with their psychic beasts on the way back, then their comprehensive strength can even endure the ordinary special tricks. As for letting the Hinata 3 defeat special Shangnan, I don't want to think about it. However, even if it cannot be defeated, it is impossible to kill, and after finding that it cannot be defeated, it is more than enough to escape. At the critical moment, the life of the eagle cannot be a life, but a wall between the enemy and the enemy. It is clear that he has just graduated from the lower patience, and having such strength can already be said to be ridiculously strong, which makes many contemporaries and seniors feel ashamed to reflect. Chapter 26. After arranging the psychic beast, Lin Yu and the others left the psychic island. On the way back to Konoha, Lin Yu had been teaching Hinata on the boat. The most important thing now is not to increase the strength and skills of the apprentices themselves, but to strengthen the cooperation between the apprentices and the new psychic beasts. Together, it is a combat effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, or even greater than 3. However, if it is a failed cooperation, it will only cause the two parties to the contract to pull each other back, and unexpected low-level mistakes will occur continuously. Lin Yu could not tolerate such a mistake in cooperation. If there was such a mistake, his face would be overturned, and his original intention was not to make such a joke. Before Lin Yu stepped up his training on the ship, he had already given a death order to his apprentice. It's still a few days away from Konoha, and it's only a few days before the Chu Shinobi exam, which means that you will have to take the Chu Shinobi exam as soon as you go back. You must learn to cooperate with your psychic beasts, whether it is yourself or psychic beasts, no matter how stupid or stupid you are. Don't say I didn't push you then. So listen, when the person who has not met my requirements after going ashore, I will not allow him to take the Nin exam. The Nin exam is voluntary, but your registration form is in my hands, and I won't let unqualified rookies serve as stepping stones for others. It's still quite difficult to fit your psychic beast in such a short time. It is not difficult to cultivate a relationship with a new psychic beast, but with the time limit, it is somewhat uncertain. When Xin heard Lin Yu's order, he immediately lifted his spirits like chicken blood, promised to fulfill the requirements of adults. I will definitely do my best in the Zhongnin exam to live up to the adults' expectations. Xin Zheng was worried that he had not been able to share his worries for Lin Yu, and after hearing that his lord Lin Yu attached great importance to this Zhongnin exam, he only had momentum in his heart. For Xin, being able to maintain the face of adults is much more meaningful than the Zhongnin exam itself, and Lin Yu's task is the mission of Xin. Lin Yu was very satisfied with the answer of the letter, as long as he was willing to do what he said, even if the result was not as expected, this ninja path was stable. Then Lin Yu paused for a while, but there was no answer every day. Shaking his head, Lin Yu looked at Tian Tian, who was a little embarrassed. Teacher, I really want to tame this eagle beast, but it seems I don't know if it's a little deaf ears or too stupid, silly eagle. It ignores me. Lin Yu looked at a question mark. Lin Yu's expression became a little serious. This shows that you don't have a full understanding of the beast, you are not familiar with its habits, how can you attract its attention? Hearing Lin Yu say this every day, his expression became a little aggrieved. I've really done what you said, and I've been studying how to communicate with it like I'm studying ninja. Lin Yu originally thought that he didn't like the eagle beast he got every day, and didn't want to practice cooperation, so he found a lame excuse. There is a kind of sadness that is genuinely wrong. But after explaining this every day, Lin Yu was embarrassed. And he had to investigate the reason. The teacher didn't blame you, don't worry, I'll explain it again, you try again, this time I will analyze what the problem is. Lin Yu taught again. This time, Lin Yu focused on Tian Tian and her eagle. Sure enough, there is a special problem. Lin Yu observed very carefully just now, and tomorrow he has already carried out emotional run-in with the psychic beast according to his method, and he has done it inseparably, which will be very smooth according to reason. But this eagle beast just doesn't take much care of every day, no matter how much it is urged every day without a ride, the eagle beast is too lazy to lift its butt. It's too lazy, it's not reasonable, is it sick? Lin Yu guessed. Tian Tian hurriedly echoed Lin Yu, yes, teacher, I just said that this eagle must have some ideological problems. No hurry, see, I'll give him a full physical examination first. Lin Yu suddenly wanted to enliven the atmosphere, and unconsciously engaged in medical cosplay in words. The first item is to check the ear, nose, and throat. Nurse every day, please control the movements of the patient's eagle beast. Received, Dr. Linear. Please indicate the next step. Good. With the cooperation of Tian Tian, Lin Yu successfully ended the veterinarian role. Dr. Lin, silly eagle, it. Nurse every day, I've finished my mission as a veterinarian, got it? Lin Yu didn't expect to be energetic every day. Well, this family of the eagle beast, you may have to be mentally prepared. Tentatively thought of the scene she had seen in Konoha's hospital. This is the idol teacher personally caught for himself, although he called silly eagle, but he cherished this gift in his heart. Even the food she felt was nutritious or had the effect of cultivating feelings, and she would think about her silly eagle first. Thinking of this, Tianation's eyes immediately moistened a little. Teacher, is the silly eagle really not saved? Lin. You didn't know why he was going to drop the little pearl during the day. But also reacted immediately. Every day may have misunderstood her meaning, said to ask her to be mentally prepared, and as a result, she did more. Tian, you think too much. Lin Yu cried and laughed. Your silly eagle is a problem, but it is not a terminal illness, but its symptoms are really inaudible, you really said it before. She was secretly a little glad in her heart. But then she thought of something and wanted to cry again. Wu. Teacher, although silly eagle won't die, but it's deaf, isn't it difficult for me to communicate with him? I can't complete my task, you won't let me take the Zhongnan exam, I can't keep up with everyone, what should I do? Snap, Lin Yu covered his face, just now he was careful, again an order, and another blame. In retrospect, it's better not to talk about it. Just talk about something useful. Don't, you all stop, I'll take a look. Lin Yu suddenly remembered, since one was checked, the other two must also be checked. Lin Yu went to check the one of the letter first. For this eagle beast that believed in it, Lin Yu also felt a little strange before. Shin himself should have known it, but perhaps he didn't ask questions because he was so focused on not disappointing adults. So Lin Yu didn't care too much. Chapter 27. Lin Yu immediately gave the eagle beast who wrote the letter a full body examination. As a result, he found that this eagle beast was actually a problem in his facial features. It is a bit of a cataract and the eyes are not very good. Caught 3 eagle beasts, only to check 2, both turned out to be problematic. The problem that exists is also the crouching dragon phoenix chick, one deaf and one blind. This shows that Lin Yu's eyes do not poke. And the letter on the side suddenly felt a thunderbolt when he heard the problem that Lin Yu had checked. Lin Yu didn't know how to describe it. Could it be because his previous method of catching eagles was too violent? Obviously, these eagle beasts were very normal when they were caught. Even if he understood that his apprentice would not say anything, Lin Yu was already a little self-contained. Lin Yu's mind spun rapidly, he thought for a while, and quickly thought of some proper solutions. It must be solved immediately. Besides, Lin Yu's mind began to make amends. Where the strong will not make mistakes, the strong do not need to care about these, because mistakes can be solved immediately. Next. There is another one. Lin Yu muttered a little in his heart, Hinata's one won't have a problem too, right? Of course, to make sure there were no problems, he checked several more times this time. The most fearful thing is that if there is a problem but cannot check it, it is equivalent to repeating the same mistake. Then, Lin Yu will have to recalculate. Especially Tian and Shin, the progress of the two of them now working with this psychic beast must be inferior to Hinata's. He wants to give the solution to Tian and Xin first, and the solution is very simple. Lin Yugong deduced 2 castrated versions of the technique, with a single function and low consumption. They are a sonic illusion and a light illusion. Although they cannot be used in combat, these 2 techniques have advantages in taming. The properties of the 2 techniques help to accelerate the solidification of the specific thinking of the person being performed. The frequent use of these 2 techniques by Tian and Shin can greatly increase the dependence and cooperation of psychic beasts on them. The defect is that Tian and Shin have to sacrifice a lot of their energy and suspend their own cultivation. As for Hinata, her eagle beast is very normal, just follow the normal steps, and she also has a lot of spare power to cultivate. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh, his hand is really it, how can even his luck be a little partial to Hinata? At night, the moon is starry. Hinata's white eyes glowed with silver. This is the sight of the moonlight when it is reflected in her eyes. Lin Yu walked up to Hinata and stared carefully into Hinata's eyes. Hinata immediately became shy and felt like she wanted to escape, but her body did not dare to flee, so she had to turn her head away. Don't move. Lin Yu exhaled softly, what he wanted to observe was his eyes, how could he see when his head was not over? Hinata blushed and tried to make herself and Lin Yu look at each other, and if someone stood on the side, her gradually increasing gasping could be clearly heard. Hinata, don't be so nervous. People who were so serious are now being made to doubt themselves by Hinata's big reaction. If others saw Hinata's appearance, they thought that Lin Yu was bullying her. The more Hinata tried to explain, the redder his face became, his blood pressure rubbed towards his head, and he grunted out half a sentence. Teacher, don't look at people like this, I'm a little. Lin. You only felt that this explanation was endless, you couldn't get around the topic for 10 days and 8 days in a sentence, or cut directly to the topic. Hinata, haven't your eyes changed a little, what's the difference between you opening your eyes now? Hinata's thoughts were immediately taken away, focusing on Lin Yu's question itself. I found that my white eyes saw more subtle things, even some natural formations. It seems that I can see some connections between the stars, but it is too far away to be clear, and I can't analyze it. Then you pay attention to the piece of my finger. That piece. Yes, and the piece there. Lin Yu's instructions are not chaotic. This is because Lin Yu is not Hinata's close to white eyes, and his ability to capture natural energy under the completion of his technique is amazing. The information contained in those foreign astral energies was precisely captured by him. He now wants to use this information through his own guidance, so that Hinata can understand some of the magic of the operation of the stars with his white eyes. These realizations can often lead to powerful foreign forces. These alien starlight radiate through an unknown distance, and Hinata can borrow a little bit, and it must be miraculous to deal with the ontology player. But still that sentence, time is limited, Lin Yu's guidance to Hinata is consciously in line with her physical foundation. Soon, under Lin Yu's deliberate guidance, Hinata independently fell into a kind of observation law of starlight. When observing the starlight, Hinata not only moved his head and eyes, but also gradually accelerated his steps. Under Hinata's feet, the footprints of the footprints gradually connect a gossip formation under the moonlight, and the structure and imprint of this gossip switch back and forth between complexity and simplification. Each transformation is Hinata's deeper understanding of gossip and absorption of astrological energy. In addition to the footsteps, then Hinata's hands were also moved to touch in the air around his body. The afterimages on his hands also felt out small gossip array diagrams, echoing the Bagua array base under the feet. Hinata unconsciously had already comprehended his gossip palm to the next level. Hinata, this girl is really my big baby. It seems that it is up to her to dig rewards from the system in the future. Lin Yugong said to himself, and the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping Hinata learn the Star Bagua Palp, greatly improving his strength, triggering a billion-fold return reward. The host has obtained the Star Bagua Zhang practice degree return, and the host's rest degree of the exercise has directly increased to great completion. Advanced Meteorite Creation Palm. The system's voice fell, and Lin Yu's body underwent a wonderful change. Lin Yu closed his eyes, obviously unable to see the entity, but he could see and sense the bits of starlight falling from the sky around him. If you fish for the air in your hand, you can catch a large cloud of star energy in the air. Lin Yu no longer mobilized this energy, but became its master, allowing these energies to stay and accumulate in his hands for a long time. If he used the meteorite creation palm to induce the energy from these starry skies, He had a hunch that his palm could really cause meteor-strewn explosions like the name of the palm technique. This power is really terrible. Chapter 28. In the sea area close to Konoha, Lin Yu and his people had already encountered many fishing boats. The fishing boats are basically ordinary villagers, and it seems that they have gained a lot. There are quite abundant seafood resources here. Lin Yu's heart is itchy, and his hands are also quite itchy, and the skills that have just arrived are not casually thrown off, fried fish, and his heart is really not happy. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many fishermen around, Lin Yu didn't want to scare them, otherwise there would have been a lot of fish here. Speaking of fishermen, Lin Yu found that the closer he got to Konoha, the more fishing boats and fishermen he encountered. This is a good phenomenon, and Lin Yu likes to see this change. That is to say, he and his apprentices did a good deed, and this good deed, it seems that there are still people who continue to clean up. Originally, this area was a potentially dangerous area, but now the number of fishermen has increased, indicating that the sea near Konoha has been cleaned of dangers. I didn't expect that after I reported it, the 3 generations were quite attentive to hear, and Konoha's efficiency was quite good. It seems that those wanted criminals in the Iron Country also sold a lot of money. Finally, Lin Yu and the others arrived at the dock. As soon as the ship landed, a small man in a work uniform commanded the landing. Xiao Wei saw Lin Yu and the others get off the boat, and before he could shout, he saw the forehead protection on the heads of Lin Yu and the others. He immediately became respectful. How many ninja samas from Konoha? That's right, we also went to sea here a few days ago. A few days ago, the little man's eyes rolled and he thought of something. This small town often encounters Konoha's ninjas in the past 2 days, but these ninjas are sent by Konoha in the past 2 days to eliminate and clean up potential risks in the nearby seas. And he had long heard from the dock officials that the pier here was originally occupied by robbers, and no one was nosy, and now he could redevelop the well-known genius ninja of Konoha, Kaed Hayas Hiyu. The officials at the dock had ordered these workers, and Lord Kaed Hara Lin Yu had gone to sea from here a few days ago and could return at any time. If these workers encounter Lord Feng Yu and Lin Yu, they must report to them as soon as possible and must not be neglected. The situation of the ninja in front of him was exactly the same as the official explained. Xiao Wei suddenly became excited. Then may I ask if the adult is Kaed Harasama from Konoha? Yes, Kaed-sama, please take a break, the management official here has explained to me, I will call him over. You don't have to. Lin Yu was just about to say that there was no need to bother, but the little house was already running away desperately. Waited a bit. 3 people dressed in official uniforms of the Fire Nation trotted all the way and went straight to Lin Yu. The previous small house was followed by the 3 officials. Kaed-sama, Kaed Harasama. From a distance, the 3 officials were heard scrambling to shout. Don't shout! Lin Yu still didn't feel anything. This shout, Lin Yu immediately felt a little numb. These 3 people are afraid that others don't know who he is. This shout made the entire dock people hear. Seeing that the workers and fishermen and villagers of the entire dock looked over, one by one, with a look of surprise on their faces, they surrounded them like a stress reaction. Broken. Lin Yu felt that the next scene might not be the one he was comfortable with. However, when he looked at his apprentice, he felt that he might as well wait, and when he was a lone brave person in the past, he didn't care what these people were doing, and he left early. Hinata's face was flushed. Tian and Shin looked excited and adored, looking at the people around him, and then at Lin Yu. This kind of fresh scene, except for watching others when they were children, they themselves had never encountered it. I have long admired the heroic name of Kaed Harasama, but these few of us often chant your name, and we only hate that we spent some time on the way here and couldn't see you for the first time. Haha. That's right, now I see the adult, really a talent. I have heard of you for a long time, your daimyo has been spread out of Konoha early, and even the daimyo praised Konoha for having a new generation of talents like you, completely assured of the future of the Fire Nation. Yes. The surrounding villagers also complimented the officials. The villagers are vested interests, and naturally they are sincere when they agree. The officials did not forget to compete with each other to introduce themselves to Lin Yu. If they could please Lin Yu, it would be easier for them to get Konoha's support, and their life at the pier would be much better after that, especially in a place like the pier where the emperor was far away. When he encounters difficulties, he is called daimyo, and it is estimated that the daimyo will not be able to respond, and only that, it can only be called Konoha. This pier is the credit of Lin Yu, not to mention Lin Yu's reputation in Konoha. Therefore, if you want to contact Konoha, who is the most effective to contact? To some extent, for this pier, officials think that Lin Yu is more effective than Hokage. Who knows if Hokage is looking at Lin Yu's face to manage here? After all, he has not paid attention to this place for so long before. And in fact, Hokage really looked at Lin Yu's face. Now Lin Yu, a character they never saw before, was caught by them at this moment. God-given opportunity, the dock officials hated to use all their strength to talk to Lin Yu more, so that Lin Yu could know them immediately. So, the official who introduced himself at the end, looked around, and immediately pulled an elderly fisherman over and said to Lin Yu, "Kaed Harasama, look at the villagers here. After moving here, life is getting better and more nourishing day by day, but I often listen to them tell me about their gratitude to you." Quick, the official turned back to the old fisherman and said, "Old man Yamaji, isn't this right in front of you, your lord? Quickly take your previous gratitude." The old man felt very sudden and a little confused when he was kindly supported by the officials, but his gratitude to Lin Yu was not fake, and he also reacted to his own heart. "It's really an honor for the old man to meet Kaed Harasama. My lord has given those of us who have a miserable life a place to live. It is a blessing for reconstruction. It is worthy of being a person who has lived a handful of years, although it is an ordinary old fisherman, but when it comes to flattery, it is also endless, which makes Lin Yu listen to numbness." The other officials were not very impatient to hear it, and they were not far behind, and they also began to look around, and finally noticed the three apprentices following Lin Yu. The official immediately asked, "Kaed Harasama, these young girls behind you look extraordinary, detached, presumably also Konoha's newborn geniuses, so young to follow adults, they will inevitably become famous in the future." Tian finally heard that the other party noticed the four people on his side, and after praising the teacher, it was finally their turn to be a few apprentices. She was so excited that she grinned and smiled proudly. "Well, I didn't expect you officials to have such a good vision." When the official on the other side heard this, his heart tightened, and sure enough, he was still snubbed. Just now, it was not praised, it should have been praised earlier, and generally teachers prefer their apprentices to be praised. Chapter 29. The officials immediately changed their tactics and began to shoot at the somewhat fluttering Tian. "What amazing news! Forgive me, I should have thought long ago, how can the characters who follow Lord Lin Yu be ordinary people? The land of fire is guarded by the ninjas of Konoha village, what an honor I am waiting for." While speaking, the official was actually observing Lin Yu's face. He was afraid that Lin Yu would show some unhappiness, and he saw the stitches and desperately tried to say a few good words all in order to stay here for a few years. No matter how well he managed this place, it may not have as much impact as Lin Yu's verbal assurance. Lin Yu's caution towards this official is naturally in his eyes, but he doesn't care at all. Even if the other party tries to please him, there may be other preparations, but this does not affect the overall situation. This is where Lin Yu has explained, his words will still be as effective in a few years, not much worse. For Lin Yu himself, the other party is worried about nothing. After all, the position of the two sides is still too different. However, Lin Yu's apprentices are currently just ordinary subordinates, and some face friendships with these officials will indeed be different, maybe the apprentices will go to sea in the future. With the hot faces of these officials, at least it is much more convenient to go out and return. Therefore, Lin Yu didn't say anything, his face was expressionless. The official saw that Lin Yu did not show unhappiness, and gestured to Xiao Zhen, who immediately understood, with a look of Plan B starting. Seeing that the small house went down and prepared, the official immediately followed. Kaed Harasama, when cleaning up the sea area these days, we found a piece of icy amber in the sea, which was confirmed by the Konoha ninja to contain a very powerful ice attribute chakra, as if it could assist the ninja's cultivation. The official looked back and saw that the small house was still on his way to take it. I see that the Konoha ninja values this piece of amber very much, and he plans to buy it, but my two colleagues and I strongly disagree. We must leave this piece of amber to the adults for you to see. I think your apprentice's cultivation may be appropriate. After the small house brings it, the adult may wish to accept the evaluation. Icy amber. Lin Yu was a little interested. According to reason, there is no obvious low-temperature layer in the sea here, and amber can maintain a cold state, which is obviously some doorway. The official saw that the expression on Lin Yu's face finally fluctuated a little, and rubbed his hands impatiently. The small town also walked quickly, and even the footsteps were unsteady. The official hurriedly greeted him and took the box in Xiao Xiao's hand. Walk steadily, this thing can't be dropped. Before the box was opened, there was a mist generated by a little condensation of water vapor around it. My lord, the officer opened the box, please look. When the box was opened, it contained amber the size of a goose egg, with a droplet-shaped item in the center of the amber, and I don't know if it was liquid or solid. Lin Yu's hand had just touched the box, and before he could make a move on amber, the heavenly magic book in his body faintly flowed. Sensing his own exercises, Lin Yu accelerated the operation of the exercises in his body. Presumably, this amber should be a good thing, otherwise how could the exercises given by the system bird it? Lin Yu's palm gathered and transformed the same ice attribute chakra, and under the flow of consciousness, chakra transformed into a membrane covering Lin Yu's palm. The palm slowly held the ice amber, and a throbbing feeling entered his heart. In just an instant, Lin Yu understood what the amber in his hand was. Under the touch just now, the TNG Voldemort record automatically analyzed, and a picture was transmitted to Lin Yu, which brought Lin Yu some small shocks. It was in the Eternal Period, and it seems to be an age older than Kaguya Otsuki came to Earth. Between heaven and earth, all kinds of immortals and divine beasts indulge in heaven and earth, and the ability to display them at will is a great horror today. The earth also seems to be much wider and more lush than it is now. A frost dragon was broken off by an unknown powerful being, and then was bombarded and split 4 or 5, most of the blood was instantly evaporated by the enemy's means, and a small amount of blood turned into ice amber and fell to the ground, or was swallowed by lucky lower creatures, or buried in the terrain changes. This icy power is quite deep, and this amber can rarely be broken in this era. It seems that there is something here in ancient times, maybe what gods of death, evil gods and kings of Hades were in that era, and I don't know where to go, only some tokens and sacrificial projections have been left in modern times. Lin Yu is known to have picked up the treasure, and no one here recognizes the goods. He then took the box and handed the official an identification token. The stuff is good, I'll take it. The official was overjoyed when he received the letter, and thanked him again and again. In his position, this wave of big profits, the treasure was developed in the sea, and he did not lose a hair. After being praised by the people around him, Lin Yu and his apprentices found an excuse to get out. Lin Yu was in a good mood, and the apprentices were in a better mood. Back to Konoha. Lin Yu asked Hinata, Tian Tian and Shin to go back to their homes to rest. As for Sui Neguo, she didn't seem to be willing to leave Lin Yu for a step, which made Lin Yu have nothing to do. Sui Neguo had lost part of his soul memory after being devoured by that ultimate psychic beast for so long, and he was somewhat deficient as a human. And as a psychic beast to control, Lin Yu really does not have this sense of substitution of the owner. But whether it is a contract or a trust from the exhibition, Lin Yu is responsible to the end, which includes habit formation and communication in daily life. First of all, it must be dressed up, and he has already explained to Hinata the ones he wears inside, and he will bring some suitable size to Onago when he goes home. Wearing it outside, Lin Yu carefully recalled that the costume matching of Sui Neguo in his previous life memory was quite good looking, so he took her to the street to take a stroll. Walking on the street, Lin Yu didn't feel anything, just went out as usual. But he always felt that something was wrong, and the people around him on the street seemed to be watching him. What's strange? Lin Yu found that this did not seem to be an accidental phenomenon, and there were people staring at him every section of the road, with an abnormal expression. Maybe I usually go out too little, the image of my genius ninja is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Suddenly, Lin Yu used his sharp gaze to see two girls on the street secretly pointing at him, whispering and blushing with excitement. Is it so strange? Lin Yu was puzzled, and immediately strengthened his sense of hearing the words of the two girls clearly. Girl 1, I used to think that Lord Kaedhara Lin Yu was very cold, handsome and inaccessible, but I didn't expect him to play so flower. Girl 2, yes, let the bridesmaid dress up, obviously so shameful. Lin Yu's head was full of black lines. He finally knew what the problem was. When Hano was spit out of his stomach by the psychic beast, he took some animal skins nearby and simply made a set of clothes. When making clothes, Lin Yu subconsciously carried a little private goods. After all, he was not a simple beautiful boy in his previous life. Sui Neguo has a beautiful appearance, a tall figure, with the beast lady costume. I have to say that Lin Yu was quite satisfied at that time, with the special style. Even if he made excessive requests between smiles, it was irresistible. In private, this suit is fine, but now it is on the street, in public, very problematic. Chapter 30. Even though Lin Yu is thick-skinned and often ignores others, this exposes his little selfishness is still a little felt. Immediately, Lin Yu took Sui Neguo's hand, and with one move, he hit on the side of the street, making people subconsciously ignore and difficult to detect. Depend, I am famous. Lin Yu patted his head and was careless. This trip to Psychic Island, Sui Neguo was a little used to sticking to his side. Finding a clothing store, he begins to restore Onago's outfit from memory. First of all, Naruto's classic fishing net is layered underneath, wearing a purple sleeveless kimono top, a slender waist tied with a traditional large yellow decorative belt, and a ribbon flowing beautifully when walking, a long flowing bow tied on the yellow ribbon, and a pure white short skirt with two slender legs exposed. Sui Neguo was obedient to Lin Yu, and she gladly accepted whatever dress advice Lin Yu gladly knew. This made Lin Yu almost have to make a gentleman's choice in dressing up again. But this is only a short moment's thought. Lin Yu is still very rational. Since he decided to restore the main, he still doesn't want to add elements indiscriminately. After everything was finalized, Lin Yu bought a few more sets for Sui Neguo, only a slight difference in color, and the style was the same. After coming out of the clothing store, Lin Yu had a large bag of clothes in his hand. Sui Neguo is already a new costume at this moment, no longer a beast girl costume. After changing her clothes in the fitting room, she was reluctant to change back into the beast lady outfit, and there were some memory delays in her eyes. Of course, it's not that she doesn't like the set that Lin Yu made for her temporarily, but she prefers the set that Lin Yu chose for her to buy. On the way back, Sui Neguo made a sound in her throat. She was not very comfortable with it, but she added a little gesture to Lin Yu to see. Lin Yu understood what she meant, and Sui Neguo could understand it, but he couldn't find a feeling in his pronunciation. Sui Neguo, do you want to say thank you? Lin Yu stretched his neck and repeated slowly, Syet. Thanks. Sui Neguo's eyes were tightly fixed on Lin Yu's throat and lip shape, trying to adjust and imitate. Finally. Thanks. Syet. Anago found her senses and said her first word these days. Then she put her hands together and asked Lin Yu's name and the pronunciation of her own. Lin Yu tirelessly taught over and over again and was very patient. For Lin Yu, this is a wonderful exchange experience. After a long time, the two of them were also a little hungry, and Lin Yu planned to take Sunaguo to eat ramen. On the way, Lin Yu thought about the next arrangement. What to do tomorrow? Take the registration form for the Chunin exam, just take Anago to meet the 3 generations, and arrange the human identity. The next day, Hokage's office. Abe Flying Sun looked at Lin Yu, who had finished demonstrating psychic. There was a silence, and I didn't know what I was thinking. But Lin Yu had a feeling that this old man's thoughts were not pure. Although the old man concealed it well, there was a trace of strangeness in his eyes, thinking that the news of yesterday's street was known by him. Wrong. Lin Yu caught a glimpse of the crystal ball on the table. And this old man usually had a habit of peeping into the situation in the village through the crystal ball. Maybe the commotion caused by his street yesterday was broadcast live by him. Lin Yu knew very well that the Abe Flying Sun slash was the shame of the Hokage-sama who had been defeated by Naruto's seduction technique. And the truth is indeed as Lin Yu guessed. At this moment, Abe Fari chopped a cigarette butt in his mouth on the surface, with a light cloud, and his heart had long returned to his youth. His heart, I am well informed, why didn't I encounter such a good thing when I was young? However, the mouth is still serious, it's okay, these are all small things, you have also shown her origin, the Uzumaki clan has helped us Konoha a lot, and there is a descendant who can follow you, which is a good thing for the Uzumaki family, and it is also a good thing for Konoha. After talking about Anago, Sarutobi asked about the situation of Hinata's 3 people. You can take the registration form, but the Chunin exam is not a child's play, although I advocate experience, but you must also consider carefully, Hinata and the 3 of them are ready for the Chunin exam. Lin Yu did not hesitate in the slightest way to this question. Don't worry, Hinata, they have achieved qualitative growth in strength under me these days, and the difficulty of the Chunin exam is no longer a problem. Lin Yu also added in his heart, if you are still worried about the ninjas, you should worry about yourself. You yourself warm up well these days, save the time when the deceitful disciples come to you, you are not mentally prepared. Well, I'm looking forward to your teaching. There are 2 days left before the Chunin exam. The ninjas who participated in the Chunin exam were 30, from Sunahide village 21, from Mujin village 15, from Kusahide village 74, from Konoha village 30, from Takajin village, and 3, from Odishin village. These ninjas came to Konoha village early, so Konoha has ushered in a rare bustle these days, and there is a grand atmosphere of a world congress. However, the excitement is also a little too much, some temperamental ninjas rubbing their hands, inevitably a little swollen mentality, indispensable to some friction before the exam. Lin Yu was not interested in these little ninjas, but he still took the time to observe some of the top who were threatening. With his superb skills, Lin Yu quietly observed Iai Luo, Yin Shinobu 3, Medicine Master Pocket and others. The strength of these people has not changed particularly because of the crossing. If there are no variables, then the situation is under control. The direction of this Zongnin exam may depend on Lin Yu's mood. Let me see, what else has a bad temper and strength? Lin Yu decided to let his apprentice and some passerby characters have a little friction in advance and practice their hands. Fighting is not only about strength, but also about mentality. Good mentality, this thing is a lot of fighting, there will be. Lin Yu ordered Shin to become a friction maker and mouth cannon initiator, and Tian Tian and Hinata took action as needed. After several small conflicts, Hinata and the others also learned a little about their strength. In the same age group, the 3 Hinata are already among the top ranks. There is no need to guard against arrogance and irritability. The group of Psychic Island has already let Hinata and others know their insignificance, and after fighting with ninjas of the same age once, there will not be much wave in mentality. By the way, Hanoguo is also going to participate in this Chunin exam. Sui Neguo. Lin Yu was not worried about his psychic beast at all. Onago is different from other ninjas, not to mention that she has some of the strength of the wind demon Bell and how perfect her physical fitness is. At critical moments, she can still open and hang. She can borrow power from Lin Yu's body at any time through the contract with Lin Yu. Sui Neguo wants, can he Lin Yu not give it? Chapter 31. It's time for the first day of the Chunin exam. The reference ninjas first gather in the waiting area. Lin Yu took Onago to wait at the entrance of the examination room early, the letter arrived early and Hinata and Tenten came to assemble on time. After briefly explaining the importance of cooperation, Lin Yu let the apprentices in. The strength of these 4 people under his door is good, and the small group formed can be turned into a team battle bulldozer. Hinata and the others had just entered on their front feet, and Kakashi had also arrived. Lin Yu. Kakashi said hello after seeing Lin Yu. Kakashi, your disciples also signed up today, have they already entered? Lin. You still wanted to meet Naruto and Urju in person? Not yet, not necessarily if they can't get up. Lin Yu understood that Kakashi still had the same style of doing things, and in order for Sakura to avoid the hesitation and entanglement of his personality, he would definitely have to say a few words of encouragement or seriousness to solve the problem. A few minutes later, the 3 members of the 7th class also arrived at the entrance of the examination room. Sure enough, Kakashi began his special preaching. If you hadn't come together as the 3 of you, I wouldn't have let you take the Chunin exam this time. A few words wiped out Sakura's retreat. Then Naruto and the 3 also entered. Kakashi's thoughts were all on these 3 subordinates, and from his inseparable gaze, you could see the importance he attached to these 3 subordinates. The 3 of Naruto were the first Shimoto to pass Kakashi's test, and he must have been quite satisfied with these 3 subordinates. The shinobi are almost all here, but there is still a while before the exam time. The situation in the examination room still surprised Hinata. The people who came were all ninjas from various hidden villages, dressed in various clothes, each with a depressed and heavy face, fierce and vicious. Presumably all of them were veterans who had participated in many exams. Like Konoha, these shinobi who came to participate shortly after graduation are still a minority, and they look like ignorant. It is easy to see that the old habit is generally in one place, and the new one is a corner of its own. Looking at the group of newcomers in Konoha, the old senior medicine master took the initiative to come over and talk. The newcomer is so cute and noisy, look at the people around you. Yakushi is participating in the Chu Shinobi exam for the 7th time, and he smoothly introduces the ninjas around Sakura and the others. He also took out a bunch of ninja information cards in his hand to specifically explain that he would answer all questions and answers to newcomers, and everything would not be missed. It is worthy of being an actor level undercover, and collecting intelligence is a good skill, and it is also a piece of cake. Suzuki couldn't wait to ask about Imiro and Rock Lee. I love Luo's sense of oppression is amazing, even if I haven't fought each other, the second pillar is under pressure. And the latter, Suzuki had just been educated by him to ashes. If it weren't for the timely arrival of Kai-sensei, he might have been beaten by Lee Yuzeo above and went home to recuperate. Rock Lee was naturally regarded as a fierce rival by Suzuki. The medicine man's cards spun boastfully. Rock Lee. Sandstorm Iai Luo. Participated in B-class missions, all missions were completed unharmed, other information is gone. Wow! There was already an exclamation from one of Konoha's newcomers. One is very dominant, and the other just listening to the information makes people lose their fighting spirit and dare not compete. How can this be played? All the newcomers have a different complexion than when they came, and they are not in the mood to Twitter. Of course, except for one person, it is Naruto-kun. Wow! 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 Listen up, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will not lose to any of you. Like thunder in a calm lake, Naruto's roar instantly focused the eyes of everyone in the examination room. It also includes the ears of Kakashi and Lin Yu at the doorway outside the field. Lin Yu was also funny when he watched Kakashi go from his worried appearance to his current appearance. It's worthy of being a disciple favored by Kakashi's seniors, full of energy. Kakashi's face was a little hung up. Well, they were originally made to suffer, but they will soon grow up in the lesson and catch up with you, a genius ninja. Oh! Lin Yu smiled, not paying attention to the second half of Kakashi's words, but I think their potential is below my subordinates. Lin Yu's words already had some provocative meaning. In Konoha, a place where the will of fire is inherited, the battle of disciples is the ultimate face of a teacher. No matter how strong the teacher is, he is not as proud as the good results of the apprentices he brought out. Oh, let's not talk about Naruto and Sakura. SAS is the first place in the whole grade of the ninja school graduation exam. Although your subordinate Hinata Tenten has good grades, he is not at the top. Does your confidence come from your other two subordinates of unknown origin? Lin Yu sighed, no, my confidence is not only Shin and Sui Neguo, it is from all four people, and the four best people in this Zongnin exam can only be my subordinates. Conceited, unreasonable. Lin Yu left two impression labels in Kakashi's mind at this moment. Kakashi's heart, big brother, it's true that you are a genius ninja. You don't think that your genius can still be inherited by blood? Kakashi didn't know what to say either. I'll see. Well, just such a sentence. Lin Yu was puzzled. This is not okay, he wants to take some benefits. Aren't you curious? Curious about what? Compare 1, apprentice's grades. Kakashi understood what Lin Yu meant, that is, to get a little reward for the competition. It just so happened that he was also interested, although not much, but... Well, I'll ask for that one, you know. Kakashi missed the Konoha signing meeting of Intimate Paradise last time, and it just so happened that Lin Yu had a limited edition signing book in his hand. Yes, Lin Yu promised quickly, I won, you can find a way to help me get a set of laboratories from the Dark Department. Kakashi didn't expect Lin Yu to have such a big appetite, and it was no problem to temporarily help Lin Yu borrow one for a few days, but if he contracted it for a long time, his savings for so long would be enough. Kakashi thought for a moment. Suzuki, you can do that. Naruto, this time will unexpectedly work a miracle. Right? Sakura, you won't hold back, right? My subordinates won't let you down, remember to get that one ready. Kakashi said and slipped away. Chapter 32. Inside the examination room. Naruto's high-profile approach made Konoha's novice ninjas the target of everyone. Many ninjas couldn't help but get their hands dirty. Oto Shinobu is one of them. Yin Yin village comes from a small remote country, and they know that they are criticized for being small and weak. Although only 3 of them came here, their strong self-esteem had long been impatient. What's more, they think they have a good strength, so they take the lead. The target of the 3 of them will naturally not be Naruto and other newcomers, but the senior medicine master who is explaining the puzzle to Naruto and the others. Seeing that someone made a move, Kankuro in the crowd also wanted to loosen his muscles, and he was not a rule-abiding person. But as soon as he made a move, he was stopped by Iluo next to him, and he stopped it. The 3 figures in the field moved rapidly. The medicine master had long noticed the change here. The look in his eyes was very contemptuous. The show begins. Retreating to avoid the kunao shot in the air from Otonobu Sak's stirrups, he raised his head to avoid Toth Anvil's punches, but allowed his glasses to shatter, knelt down and vomited, making a defeated retreat. The whole movement is very smooth and done in one go. Naruto came forward to help. The Konoha ninja was dismounted, which made everyone's faces dull. Tien stood up and wanted to make a move. She couldn't see that the 3 of them were so arrogant, although their strength was stronger than the average newcomer, but they didn't look at where the home field was. She is not an ordinary rookie ninja every day, and she is confident that she can catch this 3 of them. But the letter stopped her. Tian Tian, teacher. Tian Tian hesitated for a moment, and did not continue to speak. The letter was previously explained by Lin Yu, and it is necessary to pay attention to the medicine master's pocket. Obviously, the medicine master's pocket cannot be as weak as it is now, and it can only be explained that it is deeply hidden. Then there is no need to come out. It just so happens that someone is about to appear. Give me peace, you rookies, whoever does it privately will get out of the examination room, came a rough voice, and a group of examiners appeared. The lead examiner introduced himself. Ibiki Mori, the first examiner of this Chu Shinobi selection exam. I hereby state that it is forbidden to do it without permission. The arrangement of the first session below will be a written test. The first is the written exam. Lin Yu outside the field feels that there is nothing to worry about. His 3 apprentices are all top students who have read books carefully, normal knowledge types, relying on their own strength can definitely pass. As for Sui Neguo, Lin Yu doesn't have to worry about it. Who can compare to Sui Neguo compared to cheating? She's open. Feeling that it was not interesting, Lin Yu returned to the lounge with the teaching group. Inside the lounge, Sarutobi Asma, Sunset Red, and Kiki Kakashi were already resting and chatting on the lounge seats. Lin Yajun, you are here. Xi. Rihong immediately greeted Lin Yu, as enthusiastic as before, but his face was much more serious, probably worried about the exam performance of his subordinates. Sister Hong, why did I come to you with a sad face? Lin Yajun. The examiner of the first session of this examiner is Mori Ibiki, although I haven't heard of his name before, but he is from the dark department responsible for torture, you know. Then aren't you worried? Hong was very puzzled. Although Lin Yu was younger than her, the 2 of them had not been shinobi for a long time, so they would not worry about it for the first time. Before Lin Yu could answer, Kakashi interjected. Don't worry, our genius ninja said that his subordinates are the best 4 of all the references. There was a little resentment in Kakashi's words. After ordering the win or loss just now, Kakashi always felt that the value of the items was not equal, and to benchmark the actual value of a whole set of laboratories, it must be the whole series of Intimate Paradise. Since he has confidence in his subordinates, this time he obviously said that he lost money, but he still didn't think about it. Asma on the side was surrounded by smoke, and his experience was very rich, so he felt that this Zongnin exam was commonplace, even if he personally led the team this time. But Kakashi's words made Asma a little interested. Shikamaru on his team is resourceful and intelligent, and according to reason, the most confident shinobu should also be his ape flying Asma. Why are you so confident? You may not find a reason not to have faith. Asma shook his head, he couldn't understand anyway. However, being disturbed by Lin Yu like this, the atmosphere was not so serious. The Red that originally had worry written on his face didn't think about it so much. Red's worries proved superfluous. The subordinates led by several people all advanced to the first exam. After all, there is no need to worry too much about the first exam, and if you have to worry too much about even the first exam, what about the subsequent tests? In fact, Red was just frightened by Mori Hibiki's nickname. Mori Hibiki's own name is not obvious, but the interrogation office in the dark department where he is located is famous for his cruel mental torture, and he rarely misses his hands when he tortures him. Hong doesn't know much about the process of the Chunin exam, because the joint Chunin exam is only in its 4th year. Every year, the examiners in charge are some special tolerances, and the subjects and rules formulated are different, and basically every link has been communicated with the 3 generations to decide. Since there is no fixed quantitative standard, the expressiveness of the shinobi is particularly important. The significance of this Zongnin exam is not the selection itself, but the exchange of intelligence information on the bright strength between major powers. The reserve strength displayed can often affect some resource competition considerations. Therefore, the most important thing in the Zhongnan exam is the display of comprehensive quality, and excellence must be seen at the end. Each round of the exam cannot be predicted until the formal discussion is decided, so the examiner can only be asked in time. What to test in the second session of this session, read is not so clear. Asma, what's the exam for the second round? Forest of Death, the examiner is Mitere Red Bean. Mitarashi Red Beans. This special shinobi Red is known. She is a female ninja, but with a big grinning personality. It is really hard to believe that the exam will not mess up. As soon as this news was known, Hong's heart was raised again. This exam is really challenging. Hong subconsciously looked at Lin Yu again, and found that he was still the same cloudy and breezy. She sighed. It seemed that among the upper shinobi present, only she showed that she was constantly worried. If you think about it, it seems useless to worry too much. Sister Hong, instead of worrying about this round of exams, it is better to think about the opponents in the next battle. Even if you may not be able to hand it over, it is good to know the young ninjas of each village. Lin Yu looked a little confused, and said in a loud voice. Sunset Hong's performance is not as mature as her age and image, or it may be that she has not been a shinobi for a long time and has not yet adapted to the identity pattern. Chapter 33. The rhythm of the Chunin exam is very tight. The second round of exams came immediately after the end of the first one. If the first round of the exam focuses on the ups and downs of psychology under pressure, then the second game will be a demonstration of the team's comprehensive strength. The candidates followed Mitarashi Red Beans and transferred to the second round of the exam site, the Forest of Death. Hinata, this second exam should be exciting. Seeing the location of the second round of exams, the adventurous spirit of Tian Tian was stimulated. In the dense jungle in front of you, the canopy of trees is huge and you can't see the inside. The new barbed wire fence outside the field is closely surrounded, and there are several dangers do not enter warning signs around the perimeter. Haven't gone inside yet, but it's dangerous to see. Of course, this is also because of an atmosphere blessing, the tension before the exam, a large number of people's full attention, warm but solemn. The body involuntarily began to improve the endocrine of certain hormones. Therefore, not only did Hinata feel this way, Hinata Kazushin also agreed, and the other candidates thought about the same thing. Okay, rookies, let me introduce you again. I'm Mitere Ajaki Bean, the examiner of the second round of the Chunin selection exam. Listen. There are many newcomers to you shinobi. I'll warn you again, it's no longer a family in your ninja school. You are here for the Chunin exam. It is the stage of life when you officially move into a deeper society as a mature ninja, and you have to take on heavier tasks and pay more responsibilities. This also means that you may die as a result of the mission. Death. There was immediately some commotion in the huge crowd. Some newcomers look at each other. They only know how to fight with their lives to defend, but they never really think about the cost of losing their lives. What is the meaning of death? When will their life end, and in what way? This exam is not only a strength selection, but also a real survival battle, a real battle. In fact, they were almost unable to bear the psychological pressure in the first round of the written test, but fortunately, the exam time was so tight, they were still struggling and hesitating, and then they were given the next round of examination qualifications as an exam that did not give up. Yes, the first round of exams is not really about grades, just a test of whether you can withstand the pressure without giving up. If the first round had been longer, perhaps these people would have raised their hands to give up before they were in a state of exhaustion. But now it seems that it is not a good thing for these new students to enter the second round. The second round of death, the pressure is heavier, there is a sense of despair after the storm, more storms. Finally, after a short thought, someone could not bear it and no longer hesitated. I give up, I want to quit. Yo, the corners of Hungdu's mouth crooked, give up, aloud, you eliminated. Giving up is also a wise choice, indicating that you can recognize your strength, and is there anyone else to give up? Hongdu decided to give these freshmen a little time to think, and there were very few decisive freshmen, so it was necessary to give some time to hesitate. While waiting, Hongdu looked left and right, looking restless, and did not know what to expect. With a swoosh, a Zongnan came to the side of Red Bean with a bag of things. "Oh, it's finally here, good, good." Red Bean snatched the bag in Nakashinobu's hand and reached into the bag with one hand. A string of glutinous rice balls was pulled out of the bag by her, and the white and tender balls were unloaded into her mouth by her. Hum. It was so delicious. Red Bean kept chewing in his mouth, and then made a final urge to the new students. "If you want to stay, don't think about how indifferent the attitude will be next time. Then I guarantee that you will not survive the next round." As soon as this sentence came out, there were several more newcomers to give up in an instant. After all, the examiner said that there is a high probability of death by chance. A large part of the new candidates were suddenly missing, which made the old students among the other candidates proud. "Why? Are you so stupid? Won't you stay and kowtow to Uncle Ben and let Uncle Me shelter?" Really, these garbage examinees ruined her beautiful mood of eating sweets. "Hey! After Image streaked in front of the loudest old student and landed at the feet of another mocking old student. It was a bamboo skewer with a little water stain on it. "What the hell?" The old student had a long but shallow wound on his cheek, and he didn't notice it and didn't have time to react to the bamboo stick. If it was in real combat, he would have died. In the distance, Hongdu's voice came, "You are all the same waste, and you really think of yourself as a middle patience? How many exams do you have to take to be able to endure in the middle? It is difficult to say whether you can become a waste in the middle of tolerance. Quickly shut your dog's mouth to Lao Tzu. Don't force me to eliminate you." On the contrary, because of the number of exams and experience, he is complacent when he is respected as a senior, thinking that he is old. These old examinees don't know that they are the most wasteful and self-aware people. The old student who was very proud was a little frightened by the red beans, and his face was blue and red. He didn't dare to speak out anymore. And he didn't know that Red Bean named him, and also made him a representative of people who love to mock. Mocking the new students themselves is happy, but in fact, it will cause others to be unhappy, especially other newcomers, and his appearance has been deeply remembered by those present. Therefore, in the second round of exams of the meeting, he will become the target of everyone, and he will not be treated softly when encountered. Quickly Huo finished the remaining glutinous rice balls, and Mitarashi Ajaki felt that the time was about the same. So he took out a wad of paper. "These are the consent forms, to put it bluntly, it is a certificate of life and death, sign your names, and officially enter the forest of death." Chapter 34. As soon as the life and death situation came out, it was equivalent to officially confirming that what Red Bean said was true. Afterwards, Hongdu also explained specific information to the candidates. For example, in the case of the dead forest, the forest of death is a specially created testing place for Konoha to gather a large number of Naka shinobi powers. The environment in the place is very complicated, and the dense jungle alone is a very large obstacle, suitable for covered tracking, suitable for ambush, suitable for throwing off enemies. Among them, there are also a large number of poisonous insects and fierce beasts built in by Konoha's middle ninjas, and if they are not careful, they will lie on the board, or even die without a place to be buried, becoming a piece of stool for the birds and beasts. These are not necessarily the most troublesome thing is, the entire trial will last for a few days, and the ninjas who take the exam have no fixed source of food during this time, and can only use local materials and be self-sufficient. So, it's not bad to just be eliminated. The worst outcome, undoubtedly, several. Killed by the opponent by various means, killed by poisonous insects and beasts, food poisoning and loss of manpower. The weight of life comes first. This exam has two types, the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth, and the number is equal, one for each person randomly. Only by collecting the Book of Heaven and Earth can it qualify, and this is the source of contention. The whole of the Forest of Death is a circular area, surrounded by entrances, and there is a tower in the middle of the circle, which is the endpoint and has a rest area. Everyone enters through the entrances around the perimeter, and finally passes the exam at the end of the center with the scroll. After introducing the information of the exam, Hongdu finally reminded the candidates. Either back off or show your wisdom and strength and rush forward with your brains. Don't die. Afterwards, the candidates were led by some Naka shinobi assistants to the entrance around the Forest of Death. As the candidates left, Ajaki set his sights on Hinata and the others. Those eyes, it's the Hyuga family. As an examiner, Red Bean also paid more attention to young ninjas. Before coming, she specially did some intelligence collection for the first-time candidates, which naturally included Hinata and others under Lin Yu. Hinata was different from what she remembered in the intelligence. Some gossip in the Hyuga family has long been no secret in Konoha, and Ajaki has heard a lot. The eldest lady of the Hyuga family, who is not taken seriously, the eldest daughter who is pinned on high hopes by the family but has no sense of existence. These are the impression tags that Hinata generated inside the ninja school. If according to those statements, Hinata's performance should be quite average, and the external personality is very weak and timid. And now, the three people around her seem to be centered on her, which doesn't look like she will be ignored. Hinata still looks quiet, shy, and habitually bows her head, but there is no unnatural feeling of unconfidence in walking in the center. In Ajaki's field of vision, Hinata gradually followed Nakaninja's assistant away, but her thoughts were still on Hinata. Somehow, after staring at her for a long time, I even feel threatening. It's really strange. Maybe something has changed under Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu. In fact, paying attention to Hinata at the beginning was not because of how powerful Hinata's identity was and how strong his strength was. It's because their ninja is Lin Yu. She and the previous Maple Yu and Lin Yu are old friends, and they have known each other since they were children. Thinking about it, she really missed it. Mitere Ajaki was a few years older than Kaedhara Hayashi, and when Lin Yu entered the ninja school, Ajaki was already a senior student. When Lin Yu was just in school, Hongdu noticed this handsome guy embryo, because he was still young, so he was very cute. When he didn't know ninjutsu, Hongdu would bully him every time he met Lin Yu, fiercely pressed him in his arms, and rubbed Xiao Lin Yu's little face fiercely. During that time, Xiao Lin Yu's face was swollen by red beans, and the texture of the fishing net was relatively rough, which made his tender face very uncomfortable. So he always shouted at Red Bean, and when he learned ninjutsu, he would take revenge, and he wanted to defeat her and step on her. But as the days passed, Xiao Lin Yu stopped shouting, which is not that he doesn't want to say hi. But as the red beans grew, Xiao Lin Yu became more and more crowded when she was held in her arms, and her breathing was a little breathless, and how she had the strength to shout. Later, Hongdu graduated a few years ago, and Kobayashi Yu was still working hard at the ninja school. Hongdu has been busy with various tasks since she was a ninja, and at the beginning when she did low-level tasks, she would take time to see Lin Yu, but then gradually lost contact, and after a long time, she was completely immersed in her ninja career. Later, when I heard Lin Yu's news again, it was Lin Yu who became famous in a battle. It was really shocking at that time. At that time, Lin Yu's teacher was Take Lei Ming, a good shinobi of Kendo who participated in the Third Ninja World War, but because of an injury, the function of half of his body was seriously deteriorated, and this injury did not recover for several years. Later, he taught Lin Yu for half a year, when the internal contradictions of the Guardian Ninja 12 broke out and dissolved. The radicals in it are at war with the moderates of Asma. One of the radical ninjas, Yu Kuraba, evaded the attack range of the moderate factions led on Thunderman by means of disguised means, and his real body survived. Kurobuyu has been waiting for the opportunity to ambush Asuma and inquire about Asuma's intelligence. After that, he heard the whereabouts of Asuma's mission and prepared an ambush on the way of the mission. However, when the mission was nearing its end, Asuma was urgently recalled to participate in the covert operation, and because the difficulties of the mission were basically eliminated, Take-Limi was sent by the three generations to help close the end. Kurobuyu didn't know about Take-Limi, only cared about the sneak attack, and after finding out that it was wrong, he still didn't do anything or not. Lin Yu's teacher, Take-Limi, was killed with such old injuries. Kurobuyu knew that after killing the wrong person this time, it would be difficult to kill Asuma again, so he simply ambushed ninjas everywhere without scruples, specializing in black work. Relying on his fierce means, he became stronger and stronger, causing the entire Konoha and the surrounding villages to panic, and he had scruples before going out. As a result, he was designated as an S-class wanted criminal by the Konoha high level. Later, Kurobuyu was so arrogant that his whereabouts were not hidden, and Konoha decided to assemble a team of kami shinobu to advance and annihilate them. But as soon as Konoha's encirclement team was assembled, a scene that shocked the entire Konoha appeared. On the day of the rainstorm, at the entrance of Konoha village, a teenager stumbled forward with heavy steps, without a complete piece of clothing on his body, and flesh bloomed everywhere. From head to toe, blood mixed with rain hung on every bare skin of the teenager. This boy is Kaedhara Lin Yu, who has only been a shinobi for half a year. And what he was carrying in his hand was the head of an S-class wanted criminal. It was Yuya Kuroba. Chapter 35. A shinobi who graduated from ninja school not long ago actually screwed off the head of a vicious shinobi. Although no one knows how he did it, it is impossible that Heiyuxi gave his head to Lin Yu by himself. And Lin Yu just like that, officially entered the field of vision of the Hokage. Since then, Lin Yu has been assigned by Hokage to engage in high-level missions, often facing the ninjas of major villages and fighting with all parties. During that time, Lin Yu's personality became more and more silent and irritable. As long as there is a conflict with the ninja, the other party will basically be crippled by Lin Yu. I don't play anything, and I will never be soft if I can make a big move, and once ban the weak ninja villages in the surrounding area. It's like Konoha's white teeth back then. Lin Yu also didn't spend much to promote the middle ninja and upper ninja. There is no doubt that the most dazzling of the new generation of upper ninja is Lin Yu. Later, with the signing of the armistice agreement and other events, the major villages returned to tranquility, and Lin Yu converged. In fact, he was more mature. Mitarashi red beans are the witnesses of Lin Yu's sudden rise. Her strength was left behind by Lin Yu, and Lin Yu has always been alone, and the intersection of the two is almost nothing. Maybe he forgot about his childhood, he really missed his childhood, what a fun child, and now he has become a cold and handsome man. Red Bean's thoughts returned to the present, and he patted his bun with his hand. The little handsome guy is ruthless when he grows up, and when his subordinates come out of the examination room, why don't you go to see him? Hey! Red Bean's expression tightened, and a sharp kunai flashed in his palm. Like a conditioned reflex, you haven't looked back to see the object clearly. She shot the kunai in her hand towards the source of the sound behind her. Without the imaginary feeling of hitting the target, the redhead jumped out and quickly retreated to open the distance from the sound source. The red bean landed on the ground and turned around, and the bitterness in front of him just fell on the clearing. How is that possible? There was nothing in front of him, and Red Bean hesitated. Is it said that he has auditory hallucinations? Shouldn't the exam is nervous about the candidate, not her the examiner. It's a bit inexplicable, and I can't understand what I just said. But indeed, her gaze searched the surrounding ground where the sound source was, and there was no trace of it. It seems that he moved without wind. What am I doing? More fuss than doing a B-level mission. Red Bean held his forehead with one hand. This is also really humiliating. Fortunately, the assistant and the candidate left. There is no one here. Is there really no one? The breeze is coming. A figure had quietly stood behind Matere Red Beans. Hey! Don't do anything wrong, what are you fussing about? A roar followed by a series of roars. It's like thunder in your ears. The red beans that had just confirmed that no one was instantly like a fried female cat, and the hair tie rope almost collapsed. Yo XI%, dollar number at number dollar and Barbara drip. Red Bean smashed into the figure behind him with a stormy garbled speech, and almost fell to the open space behind him during the retreat. She was so frightened that she was incoherent, and she didn't know where she learned the language. Not like the language of Earth. With a pale face, she looked at the figure in front of her in horror, how it was a little familiar. You. Red Doe wanted to ask who he was, but he didn't slow down. Sister Hungdu, don't you recognize me? You were still saying bad things behind my back just now. Red Bean regained his composure and formally looked at the person in front of him. At a young age, he gradually coincided with the figure of his childhood. Are you Kaed Forest Jade? The figure didn't answer, but the uncontrollable smile on his face had already betrayed his answer. That's right, this person is Lin Yu. Hungdu also confirmed this answer in his heart. For a while, it was both excited and angry. The excitement is that Lin Yu did not become silent and ruthless like the rumors, and did not despise the old man because of his great ability, and he recognized his sister who bullied him when he was a child. And the angry thing is that it is rare to meet this time, this guy actually has the ability to be strong now, teasing himself. On the contrary, it's really the opposite, learn to switch roles, right? Looking at the red beans coming, Lin Yu did not move. I haven't seen Red Bean for too long, and I don't know what kind of personality Red Bean is now. He didn't know if Hungdu was a little strange to him, but just now he was shocked and greeted should be able to regain the feeling he had as a child. Sister Hungdu. Lin Yu called softly. Lin Yu. Hungdu looked at him generously, and responded with a smile, but the corners of her mouth somehow twitched a little. She walked up to Lin Yu. The next second, Lin Yu's eyes darkened. The red beans jumped high, still the same recipe, or the familiar taste of the past. No, it should be more crowded and suffocating. Once again, like when he was a child, Lin Yu's head melon was fiercely pressed into his chest by red beans. Her hands kept rubbing Lin Yu's face. Not only that, but there are also words in his mouth. Oh, I haven't seen it for a few years. How come the skin of my face is still so firm and smooth, the jawline is so distinct, my facial features are so delicate, how can I feel so handsome all of a sudden? At this time, Lin Yu's heart, after so many years. Sure enough, it's still the same personality. Good sister without a sense of boundaries. When going out, boys still need to learn to protect themselves. Otherwise, after falling into this situation, it will be a little difficult to even breathe. Although it is very textured, it is very soft and comfortable. However, this is actually a trap called Gentle Township, which is extremely lethal to boys, and boys are easy to lose their combat effectiveness after being hit, and their power is comparable to top illusions, and even threatens shadow-level characters. And the level of the top Gentle Township, comparable to the irresistible Super S-level illusion, maybe the young ninja god, the third generation of Hokage, will also be hit. Therefore, vigorous male ninjas must be careful, especially in the process of fighting and carrying out missions, they must not step into this trap, and must always be vigilant. However, at the moment, Hungdu is not sinister to Lin Yu, so there is no need to be too vigilant, and it is a temporary special trial. This kind of trial was still quite useful for Lin Yu, so he didn't resist too much. Lin Yu is no longer the taciturn and unsympathetic Feng Yuan Lin Yu. Even if he fused Lin Yu's memories after crossing over, he also had his own personality. Now Lin Yu is still used to keeping silent, but at least he is willing to contact people, and he is willing to accept disciples, and he has a good time communicating with disciples. Chapter 36. After a long farewell reunion, after a cordial exchange, Hongdu asked Lin Yu's purpose for coming here. How did you think that you came here? Shouldn't you have heard that my sister came to visit me here? Hongdu patted Lin Yu's shoulder with satisfaction, which is what she thought. Generally, at this time, the instructors are waiting in the waiting area. And Shangnan in the examination room can't enter, and he can't know the situation. Unless in exceptional circumstances, enter the test center with an order. So she couldn't think of a reason for Lin Yu to come here. The reason? Lin Yu actually had it. He knew that the big snake pill had already mixed in here at this stage of the exam, so he rushed to give the big snake pill a pass, or even 2 moves. Unexpectedly, it was still a little late, and the candidates had just entered through the various entrances of the Forest of Death. Then there is no need for Lin Yu to say it now. I haven't seen you for a long time. Lin Yu simply pulled up with Hongdu. Before waiting for the next situation to appear, the news that the big snake pill has mixed in will cause unnecessary trouble. Not long after, when the Red Beans were chatting happily, a middle ninja hurriedly landed in front of Red Bean. Lord Hongdu, something is wrong, 3 corpses have been found, and the dead are strange. Hey! Looking! At the sweaty appearance of this Nakato, Hongdu's expression turned serious. Lin Yu on the side knew that the 3 corpses were probably made of the big snake pill. Then Hongdu followed the Zongnan to the scene of the crime, and Lin Yu followed. Crime scene. Gang Zitai and Red Bean introduced the preliminary investigation of the 3 bodies. The identity information of the 3 deceased has been confirmed, and they are Kusahide ninjas who came to participate in the Naka ninja exam. From the perspective of trauma, it was preliminarily judged to be a fatal injury to the chest, and the heart was penetrated by a sharp weapon. In addition, the deceased's face was flat, and his facial features seemed to have been dissolved, which could not be deduced the purpose of the murderer's behavior, and there were no traces of turning in the deceased's clothing. After listening to Gang Zitai's brief introduction, Red Bean also carefully observed the strange place of the corpse. When he saw the strange situation on the corpse's face, Hongdu's heart was like a lightning strike. This feeling, obviously the sun is direct now, the temperature is warm. But it is like a dark wind blowing, making people tremble. Tetsu and other ninjas didn't know, but she knew all too well why. This method is only the favorite use of the big snake pill. The vigilance in his heart immediately mentioned the top, and Red Bean asked the assistant of Zongnan to take the appearance information of the 3. This look, it turns out that there has been a problem for a long time. The crisis level in Hongdu's heart has been raised to the highest. You guys immediately go to inform Naruto-sama of the situation here, and request reinforcements from the Dark Ministry. You must be quick. Lin Yu, you wait here. If I don't come back in the evening, you immediately go to the middle tower to protect the children. With that, he turned around. The straight and tall figure was like a lone brave man in front of the dark forest. Slowly, Sister Hongdu, I'll go together. Lin Yu. You are the strongest here, but now I will command here. Lin Yu shook his head and did not agree with Hongdu's statement. No, Sister Hongdu, I am not under your command. My subordinates are still inside, I have my course of action, and it just so happens that I also have a reason to confirm the off-field factor. The situation was urgent, and Hongdu couldn't help it, so he broke into the Forest of Death with a sigh and began to look for the traces of the big snake pill. Lin Yu naturally followed her. I don't know how the situation is going inside, and my apprentice doesn't have to worry much. It's hard to survive. The weak either after seeing the cruelty, choose to give up and count the world, or fight to avoid the strong enemy while looking for the weaker or dumberer. Inside the Forest of Death, the fierce battle has been going on for a while, and many teams have already exchanged hands. Ninjas make a living completing quests, so the battle for scrolls must be the first place in action. By cheating, by stealing, by robbing. No matter how you don't talk about martial virtue. In order to complete the mission, the ninjas will do everything they can. And in all the conflicts of contention, the biggest victim is often the newcomer. This group of newcomers like Konoha is naturally the primary target of the veterans of the major ninja villages. Newcomers have many disadvantages, many conditioned reflexes have not yet been established, little social experience, weak psychological endurance, easy to cheat and scare. Naturally, the number of newcomers eliminated is much higher than that of veterans. Inside the jungle, Lin Yu's apprentices had not yet encountered conflict. After entering the examination room, Xin volunteered to take on more, looking for stockpile food, which he had more experience before, and he packed it. Xin was doing some groundwork, while not forgetting to tell Hinata and Tenten his views on survival. Lord Lin Yu said before that if you can't determine the strength of yourself and your opponent, then you must avoid unnecessary fights and ensure that the mission will not escape your control. In addition, it is also very important for ninjas to cooperate with each other, and if you can avoid trouble by borrowing the hands of others, you should try to stay ready to fight, and take the initiative to fight or escape. When it comes to cooperation, there is only a suitable time for cooperation, and there is no such person as the best person to cooperate with the village. The letter had been with Lin Yu for a long time, and Lin Yu had taken good care of him before, and sometimes some words such as feelings would be passed on to him casually. After a long time, the letter also felt a little Lin Yu when he spoke. Along the way, he almost poured all of Lin Yu's feelings in the past few years to Hinata and Tian Tian. Tian Tian already had some scalp numbness, and there was only one thought in his heart, "Please master, don't read it." As for Anago, her mind was not online at all. Hinata listened very carefully and often responded to the words of the letter. "Yes, I have heard the teacher say in the past 2 days that this kind of life and death test is an opportunity for many ninja villages to have reasonable reasons to weaken their strength, and it is also the most suitable place for some small villages to resolve disputes. Participating in the Zongnin selection to become a Zongnin is not the only purpose, and even some of the old candidates have received private commissions to get rid of someone. The people who come here are signed life and death certificates, so after casualties, this place will not escalate into a war between villages, but can actually settle personal grievances. According to the current time and speed, there should have been encounters, and there must have been weak newcomers eliminated or even killed. So at the beginning, the weak ones are in danger, and they are destined to be prey the moment they step into the examination room, and they will be targeted and hunted by fierce beasts. Chapter 37. It is true that as Xin believed, some people died, but only a part of them were killed, and the danger of the forest of death itself should not be underestimated. This forest was named Death because of its cruel environment. Since it is a cruel environment deliberately created by Konoha's ninjas, the danger contains many insidious elements. There are many poisonous insect beasts with Konoha characteristics, which have been carefully arranged by many Naka shinobi. In order to strengthen the difficulty of survival, the selection of some poisons and poisonous insects is also selected with varieties similar in appearance and even smell to non-toxic reserve food. Once someone sees it, if they don't identify it, they will accidentally be caught in the process of finding food points. The light is detrimental to combat effectiveness, and the heavy is coma and death. Very pitted, I don't know if these Konoha's Naka shinobi are intentional, although it is a trial, but the home field advantage is also properly arranged. Why do many remote hidden village ninjas keep coming to take the Zongnin exam? Therefore, it is often not enough to participate in one session, and the result is to come back in the next one. As a result, there are many small village examinees who have participated in 5 or 6 sessions, and once they can pass the exam, they can basically be regarded as outstanding in the entire ninja world. Those ninjas who can't pass are not strong, and they are very suitable as a competitive object for stable training, which is also a good thing for a powerful ninja village like Konoha, and they are very welcome. the more the merrier. When Shin was preparing to reserve food, it was Onago who was in charge of opening the way. Because this was ordered by Lin Yu, the purpose of which was to make some trouble for Hinata. Tsunaguo combines most of the abilities of the wind magic bell, let go of his hands and feet to open the way, and the sound and light effect produced by it is very good. Originally, the distance between the squads was relatively long at first, and the possibility of encountering a battle in the search for food was relatively low. After such an operation by Tsunaguo, the reserve food was quickly collected, but the time was almost up, and his position was almost exposed. Soon, the storm of battle swept towards Hinata and the others. On the bright side, 3 teams of ninjas from each village have found the surroundings of Hinata's fort. Secretly, I don't know how many teams are tracking their figures. These teams on the bright side are obvious, they are a group of people who are self-respecting, and they have high seniority, and they feel that they have a few pounds and tails. Swish! They. Familiar multi-bitterness did not begin. It is both a declaration of war and a sabotage of the position of Hinata and others. The team of ninjas who took the lead was from the village of Takigaku. The ninja who had just thrown the kunao was standing on a branch. Although it is very strong, it is very unscientific to lift the weight lightly, and the branches are not bent under pressure. The newcomer really doesn't know whether he is dead or alive, and he walks out swaggering, afraid that no one will educate you. This condescending look and tone, as if Hinata and the others were already in the bag, fish on the cutting board, at the mercy of others. I can't see this attitude of the other party every day. Then I'm going to get a lesson. Her hand immediately reached into her ninja bag, intending to compete with the other party. Don't move. As soon as Tianation's hand entered the pocket, another Taki shinobu from the other party instantly appeared next to Tian, holding Kuwu and pointing at Tianation's neck. At the same time, behind Hinata, Onago, and Nobu, there is also a Taki shinobu with a long knife ready to attack. Little friends of Konoha, where is the scroll? Hand it over obediently, so many people here look at us and we don't want to do things to the end. Done. Laughed. What qualifications do these Taki shinobi think they have to stand here up close? What scrolls do you have on you? Dare to ask us? It seems that you still listen calmly, you are still a little lucky, hehe. Looking at the undeniable appearance of the letter, the Taki shinobi thought that they had guessed the careful thinking of the letter. Whether you are the book of the earth I want or not, hand it over to me or die. Yes, so be it. Shin turned and flew directly towards the Taki shinobu in the tree. The 2 Taki shinobi on the ground were furious, dare to underestimate us. Just about to use the weapon in his hand to attack Hinata and the others who were still in place, they found that there was a tingling sensation coming from their bodies, and they couldn't move, and it was impossible to even say another word. And they also saw that Hinata and the others did not put them in their eyes at all, but instead looked at the surrounding trees. This feeling of being ignored and unable to do anything about it made the 2 Taki shinobu feel ashamed. Even the ability to open his mouth to scold the other party was also restrained. It's really hateful, but as soon as they finished their cruel words, they were punished and banned, and they didn't even know how to get hit. The Taki on the tree didn't know what was going on. Hey, you two, what's the fuss? Why can your teammates be indifferent, let the other party rush at him, and not respond to him? Abominable, ninpo flower leaf blade. They shuriken spread out like a heavenly lady scattering flowers, with a strong rotating force field under the blessing of the wind attribute chakra. Like a storm tornado, it rotates and cuts with the surrounding branches and leaves. The powerful wind pressure instantly sealed the passage between Taki shinobu and shinobu on the tree. The strong wind rushed to his face, and the tearing feeling was close to Xin's face, and even his facial features were a little blown out of shape. The starting power is quite powerful. Letter commented in his heart. But it's a pity that it was he who was encountered. Shin did not choose to use large-scale ninjutsu to fight equally. For him, it was not necessary. The strength of the other party is not so strong in the opinion of the letter, so it is the most appropriate means to win with one blow at a small cost as much as possible, and saving strength. There are also wolves around. A pile of fire shurikens also emanated from his hand, and under the burning tangible fire lurked a real iron shuriken. The iron shuriken had silk threads wrapped around it, and the silk threads were held in Shin's hands. The fire shuriken rushes into the huge tornado created by the opponent and collides with the opponent's shuriken in the tornado. The impact turned into a bursting and burning Martian sun, sending the shuriken impact in the wind flying everywhere, and some of it was even blown out of the tornado and fell into the clearing. However, the tornado itself did not receive any effects, and the remaining shurikens still followed the trajectory of the wind. The opponent's ninjutsu is coming towards the letter unabated. Ha 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 ha. Tacky. Shinobu on the branch laughed maniacally when he saw this scene. Didn't you see that Lao Tzu's ninjutsu is so awesome? Don't take out your garbage ninjutsu to shame. He never thought that Shinjutsu would actually release such garbage ninjutsu. Don't you know how many pounds and tails your ninjutsu has? Just use this to hedge with me, don't laugh at the dead people, ha 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 ha. The rampant laughter stopped abruptly. Chapter 38. The wanton laughter of Taki on the tree came to an abrupt end. In place, it was his incredulous face. The large-scale wind escape between this shinobu and Shin gradually lost control. The tornado formed by Chakra's transformation before is now like a sourceless wind, dissipating into the invisible in a few breaths. The picture gradually became clearer. The letter fell on the trunk on one side. And Taki Shinobu on the opposite side. At this moment, his hands were tightly clasped around his neck. There was a fresh, narrow wound on his neck, and the large artery inside seemed to be injured, and the blood flowed profusely. Even though he had 1,000 questions in his mind, he couldn't ask the letter any more questions, and he didn't even dare to make a sound through his throat. I know what you want to ask, I'll tell you mercifully before I die. The fire shuriken has two functions. The first function is to cover my shadow shuriken. My shadow shuriken is accelerated by the angular velocity of my silk thread control and secretly following your tornado trajectory. Then came the second function of the fire shuriken. The flame burned to control the cage shuriken. Silk thread almost broke, and after the shadow shuriken was in the right position, I dispersed the chakra on the silk thread and pulled the silk thread off. So this most crucial iron shuriken shot towards your neck under the cover of many fire shurikens. Humph! Your tornado has accumulated a lot of kinetic energy for this shuriken, the instant release of the silk thread breaking, and the power of the fire explosion, so it has the linear speed of instant acceleration to reach the peak. All this seemed to be a little fluttering and effortless in the mouth of the letter. After listening to Xingxin's explanation, the other party's eyes widened the most, and he couldn't believe that Xin could actually react so quickly in an instant. I was actually taken in a second. Is this the terrible Konoha freshman of this year? I regret finding him too anxious to watch from the sidelines. You shouldn't have come to take this exam. All kinds of thoughts filled his brain, but they basically boiled down to two words: regret. Unfortunately, time could not be turned back, and his ninja career came to an end. It's time to rush to reincarnation. The king of Hades is already waiting for him below. After quickly losing his vitality, the Taki Shinobu lost his balance on both feet and fell straight down from the tall branches. In fact, he could have lasted for a while, but he had no hope of living. I know you can't dodge. No, you shouldn't have reacted at all. A shuriken at this speed is more difficult to guard against than a sneak attack. Compared to Shinobu, this Taki Shinobu is too weak and arrogant. Shin just borrowed his strength, and didn't even pay much to consume chakra. Okay, I'll see who else comes again. Let's deal with the remaining two Taki Shinobu first. Before jumping off the branch, Shin glanced at the large tree behind him. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the trunk of that tree, creating golden rays of light. In this light, a branch on the trunk became less natural the more it looked. In the blink of an eye, the light distorted, and the branch was gone. At the same time, 100 meters away, a figure and 2 kusanagi converged in one place, and then rushed to other places. The strange branch that disappeared behind the letter just now was pretended by this figure. This figure was also a kusanagi, and his face was full of horror. He told his companion, "You see, it's terrible, that Taki Shinobu. I have the confidence to sneak up and seriously injure him, but I dare not guarantee to kill him. He actually killed him head-on and easily, I didn't see it clearly. Fortunately, he didn't attack me for the first time after he found out, that strong sense of crisis, and for a moment I thought I was going to die." His companions didn't doubt his feelings, and after years of working together they believed it wasn't because they were timid. The more he thought about it, the more he was afraid, so he relied on chatter to ease his panic. "I haven't heard of it before, there are such new students in Konoha ninjas, doesn't it mean that the only ones who are worth paying attention to are Hinata Ninji, Lee Locke and Uchiha Suzuki?" Over here, Shin had returned to the group and stood in front of the remaining 2 shinobu. Tian praised the letter on the side, "Your move is really clever, and the other side is like a fool." Shin nodded and accepted Tenten's compliment, then looked at the 2 Taki shinobu. It's not just the fool he just faced. It turns out that these 3 Taki shinobi are stupid, things are gathered in groups, and people are divided into groups. How dare he appear in front of Hinata and the others who have complete combat power like this? Hinata saw the letter return, and also minus a point of guard. Soft fist. They 2 fists danced quickly, and directly solved these 2 stupid Taki shinobu. Hinata then lifted her foot and took out from under her foot the U-shutter that Lin Yu had given them earlier. The reason why those 2 Taki shinobi couldn't move after getting close to Hinata and the others was because of Yuki's hard work. There is a powerful thunder chakra sealed by Lin Yu in the middle of the night, and it is also when the battery is full. When the 2 Taki shinobi stepped into the silk thread tandem that Hinata had placed, Hinata gathered chakra on the soles of his feet, immediately triggering a shivering of the night. A large amount of chakra static electricity sneaks into the silk thread, capturing Taki shinobu stepping on the silk thread. Fortunately, Taki shinobu is not too small grass fish, otherwise he would have been directly electrocuted to turn his white belly. The need for Hinata-sama to cook it himself proved that they were at least better than fish. Hinata put away the trembling of the night. Hinata, who has done all this, is like an old fisherman who easily collects his net after casting it. This scene also fell on the surrounding crowd of watchers. The surrounding jungle was cracked, and unusual movements occurred in several places. The ninjas in the shadows were whispering. "I didn't even understand it, and it was amazing. It should be a trap-type ninjutsu, and you can't engage in melee combat with these newcomers until you figure it out. Don't you see that man so skilled when he kills his opponent?" Soon, however, the movement subsided. Hinata and the others could feel that the aura around them was obviously missing several breaths. It seemed that they felt that Hinata was difficult to deal with, plus they did not observe useful information, and it was useless to stay here. Hinata could also guess that the ninjas who left should already be on their way to find new targets. And when these people left, they were also scolding in their mouths, waste like Taki shinobi. It was seconds to meet a few newcomers, and he, ha ha ha, the dead really deserved it, and no means were detected. Their companions also mocked together, "Don't say that, at least these few Taki shinobi waste have poked out a little, and ninjas of general strength still don't touch these newcomers." Chapter 39. Although the surrounding aura had disappeared several times, Hinata and the others could still feel some abnormalities. This suggests that there are still people lurking nearby. But it seems that these people do not plan to come out in a short time. And the plan of these people is likely to identify Hinata and the others, and then follow near the end. Borrow the hands of Hinata's 4 to open the way, and if Hinata's strength is strong enough, they will wait for the opportunity to pick up the leak. And if the strength of Hinata and the others is not as strong as they expected, then these people may be waiting for the sandpiper muscles to compete and the fisherman to gain. Even when the strength assessment is completed, he will directly snatch the scrolls of Hinata and the others. I hate these stalkers every day. If you keep watching, you can't rest properly, it's so annoying. She threw Kuwu towards the breath, and although it was very accurate, the person in the shadows blocked it with a substitute technique in time. If you sense the breath, you can find that these secret people have shifted their location. These maggots with bones are also quite annoying, not far away. If you hit, you run, if you don't hit, you follow. That's right, these people's body skills and ninjutsu to hide their bodies are still good, so they have the courage to follow others wantonly. They. Letter said, already thinking in his heart how to set traps for these stalkers. The look of the letter was given to Hinata and Tenten, and they also had some understanding. These days of getting along, their understanding and cooperation with each other's tactics and ninjutsu have reached a relatively mature point. Except, of course, Hano on the side. Onigo was already able to communicate simply, but he couldn't articulate his thoughts clearly in complex language. So the Hinata trio didn't know her that well. In fact, Onigo's perception is the kayest among the several. She used the wind breath ability of the wind magic bell to use the wind attribute chakra, which was so weak that it was difficult to detect, to scatter into the air for large-scale control. A small but not stagnant breeze constantly exchanged information with her. The location of the hidden people in the surroundings was clear in her perception, which was exactly what she learned from the communication with the wind. Because I see a mouse, I pay more attention to the actions of the mouse. The prying eyes of these hidden people made Onigo very uncomfortable. Hinata and the others don't know what she thinks now, and she can't understand what Hinata and the others mean for the time being. So, Onigo acted. Suinaguo's body instantly condensed a huge amount of chakra visible to the naked eye. A large number of wind attribute chakra flowed on her body, and before she could use ninjutsu, a tornado that was even larger and more powerful than what Nataka Shinobi had achieved through ninjutsu just now had naturally formed around her. Onigo, what are you doing? Shin was a little startled by Onigo's sudden force. The amount of this chakra, he squeezed himself 3 times and could not come out so much. Moreover, the level of control of this chakra. Suinago opened her small mouth, and her condensed wind attribute chakra was highly compressed in front of her small mouth. The wind pressure increased violently, causing white light to flash in the air riot. The breath of wind chimes easily locked the location of those who were lurking, and this wind escape force was ready to strike. Wind demon roared. The clouds above the forest were all affected in an instant, and they were separated and moved faster to both sides. A massive amount of wind pressure is clustered, and the momentum is as huge as a cannon. And the process of destroying the perimeter, the wind cannon continues like a laser. Like the blade of doom, it swept through every location of the hidden people nearby. Ah! It's like a couple of clumsy beetles. Before he could flutter his wings and fly, he was swept into the dustpan by Onigo with a furious wind broom. When sweeping, the beetle was also dismantled clean, and it was crushed into dregs directly on the ground by an iron broom. Shoo! Where? Finish! Onigo stretched, the feeling of being spied on finally disappeared, and she could finally express her good mood with her unskilled words. If you don't make a move, why do you have to follow her? Onigo let out a breath, but Hinata and the others on the side gasped. They really didn't expect that Onigo would look quiet. As soon as it shot, it was Wang fried. Looking at the devastated 100-meter empty area, Shinwei Tenten's jaw dropped in shock, and Hinata was so shocked that he tightened his little hands in his sleeves. Walking up to Onigo every day and patting Onigo's shoulder a little sourly. That's awesome, Onigo. But remember to remind us before the next shot, otherwise my little heart is a little unbearable. The letter on the side did not make a sound, looked down at his hands, and sighed inwardly. there was one more target to catch up with in this team. He had to work harder, otherwise he would have to queue up as Lord Lin Yu's right-hand man in the future. Sui Neguo's hand just now affected not only the 100-meter range, this is the area directly damaged. The movement generated by the destruction can have a large range of effects. There is already a small half of the forest area where the powerful wind force can be felt. The ninjas who left first, before they went far, were shocked and terrified, not knowing what happened, but they could roughly deduce that it was a force that they could not catch. Most of the players in the vicinity chose to stay further away after feeling this power. Only one group of people is excluded, and looking at the forward guards on the heads of the 3 people in this team, they belong to Kusanagi. And looking at the faces of these 3 people, it is exactly the same as the appearance photos of the 3 faceless corpses that Red Bean saw outside the field. This group of people is led by the horse of the man in the middle. It suddenly showed that the person in the middle was the big snake pill. What an accident! I didn't expect that there were still candidates in this forest who could use such ninjutsu. Did anyone else mix in? Orochimaru's eerie voice sounded, asking the subordinates on both sides. There is no information about similar situations, perhaps it is Sand Hidden Luo, who is said to cause great damage when he runs away. Hee. The big snake pill still smiled grimly, you don't seem to be very smart, there is only one wind just now, there is no opponent, how can I Luo run away? You guys go play nearby, I'll do it myself. If it weren't for the fact that the Oto Ninja village hadn't developed, there would really be no one available except for those few, and the big snake pill wouldn't have brought these 2 over. Now, in order not to be affected and to keep it secret, the big snake pill decided to act separately. The assistant must be smart, then it can be called an assistant, otherwise it is easy to help around if the brain is not good. Like the 2 around him, he may usually call him assistants, but there are too many such assistants, and this time he brought them over as disposable chess pieces, not so important. There are only a few true assistants in his heart, either strict believers or clever ones. Chapter 40. The primary goal of Orochimaru's trip was Suzuki, and capturing the scrolls and passing the exam were easy for him to complete. As soon as he stepped into this forest, he went straight for Suzuki. But now, there were some unexpected factors nearby, and he wasn't sure what it was, and it wouldn't be good if it affected Suzuki. For that, he didn't mind taking a look first. Hinata's side, after defeating the uninvited Taki Shinobu, successfully obtained the corresponding scroll. Since the Book of Heaven and Earth has already been collected, there is no need to spend more time in the Forest of Death. The rest of their strength will be used to rush to the end and the ambush they may encounter. After determining the goal, several people decided to set off. It's just that Onago didn't mean to follow the Hinata trio. Hinata asked, "Sister Onago, did you find something?" Tenten followed Onago's line of sight and threw out a shuriken in his hand. With a bang, a snake was nailed to the trunk there. There are no other unwanted movements, such as other small animals escaping around the snake or something. It was as if Onago was overly nervous. Tian just had some doubts, and when he was about to make a sound, there was something strange behind him. Several of them were already shrouded in a huge shadow. Among the giant trees that were almost towering behind him, there was a giant python larger and thicker than a log cabin coiled on the giant tree in the bush. Strangely, this giant python is obviously huge, but it does not break a single small branch between movements. Lift weights lightly, silently. The giant python moved to the top of Hinata and the others' heads in an instant, and the shadows covered the sky and the sun were full of oppression. And the snake letter that swallowed back and forth fell less than 3 meters above the heads of Hinata and the others. Is it fun to pretend to be a ghost? Seeing that the 3 Hinata did not move, Tian also sank his heart, and after carefully feeling it, he found that the strange feeling still came from the place where he threw his shuriken. Hey! They! Iconic icy laughter echoed through the trees, and the little snake that had just been nailed to the trunk by the shuriken began to rot and melt, turning into a putrid lump of mud and dropping the shuriken to the ground with it. 1 meter to the left of the original location of the small snake, still on the trunk of the tree, the large snake pill grew out of the trunk at a speed visible to the naked eye like a wild fungus. The cracked corners of the mouth and the long tongue that sticks out from time to lick. It's hard to imagine how a person's face can perfectly integrate the predatory characteristics of a snake. It's really amazing to find that this Zongnin exam has such a gain. Hinata, Tenten, and even Yu Shin's situation, he didn't have the slightest surprise, he knew them very well. After all, over the years, he has planted too many spies in Konoha, and he has been involved in both large and small intelligence. Only Sui Neguo, he didn't have any information related to it for the time being, he only knew that it was brought by Kaed Yu and Lin Yu. Now that he had confirmed with his own eyes, Onago's life state made him very concerned. That girl, are you special? Let me confirm it. What are you talking to yourself? What are you? Tian felt that this person's expression looked very disgusting. The naked eyes staring at Onago made her mistakenly think that she was some kind of idiot. If it weren't for the cautious questioning of identity, she really wanted to go up and give him 2 big pockets. Hinata couldn't help but speak, if there is no malice, please leave quickly. She had opened her eyes at this moment, and keenly found that the dangerous aura on the other side was full of murderous aura, which made her feel very bad. This kind of breath is diametrically opposed to the teacher's, but it is the same as the teacher, and it is temporarily inaccessible. Try to avoid fighting if you can. The letter in front of him did not speak, he knew that it was impossible to avoid fighting, and the appearance of the other party was likely to be a sign of breaking the rules. If it weren't for the extra trial from the examiner's side, then the other end of the destiny may be that they are finally annihilated. Shin did not have delusions, and directly turned back to Onago and said, Onago, maybe you and we are not familiar enough in language communication, then let's make familiar communication in the cooperation of battle. Although Onago doesn't understand that well, Hinata can understand Shin's words. Letter. And immediately activated the highest level battle plan they had drawn up earlier. Several people immediately put up a basic defensive formation and prepared for battle to deal with the big snake pill. In the eyes of the big snake pill, Hinata and the others took a few breaths, and they went from being shocked to determining their combat alert posture. The appreciation in his eyes flickered. Konoha has never lacked amazing juniors, and this is true of every generation of ninjas. Therefore, the land of Konoha, from ancient times to the present, has been constantly warned, but it has never really perished. The current Maple Origin Lin Yu is one of them, and his disciples can also see some excellent qualities formed by the day after tomorrow. It's a pity that he didn't come to Sai when he returned to this land. He is here to execute his ideas. Slowly peeling himself off from the trunk, Orochimaru walked towards Onago step by step. The clogs on the feet crushed the earth and rocks on the ground, crunching. But the time and magnitude of each step seemed to follow a certain law, but because of this law, the overall gait of the big snake pill seemed very strange, and he softened and adjusted some parts of his body at any time to adapt to this unbalanced twisted feeling. The cold sneer that fluctuated without emotion on his face released a murderous aura as his eyes teared. The surrounding ambient light also began to carry a trace of blood. Very good. This is the result of Orochimaru's own research. Based on the illusion, Narukami no Jutsu, psychological improvements have been carried out, and the threshold for use is lower, more convenient, and more scientific. Generally, when facing the next ninja, you don't need to consume a lot of chakra, you only need a trace of chakra's guidance, and then through your own spiritual oppression, you can guide the other party into the weird illusion with ordinary life actions. The effect is gratifying. The stronger the caster's sense of mental oppression, the faster the opponent's fear will be amplified. And there is even the possibility of realizing the realization of the embodied fear golem. Seeing Hinata and the others motionless, Orochimaru walked straight towards them. No caution was shown. The great snake pill would not doubt the effect of the technique, even if it failed, he could take them at will according to his strength. But if there is a little accident, it is in line with his wishes. In his opinion, the emergence of that situation was a surprise. That means that the material he fancy is better, and his casting can also have more room for improvement. Chapter 41. The big snake pill hooked the corners of his mouth and had already walked in front of Onago. A hand passed through Hinata's side and grabbed Onago's forehead. Oh! Orochimaru noticed that his hand had actually passed through Onago's forehead. With a crisp rhythmic fluctuation, Tsunaguo was like a dandelion blown away, turning into a little bit of light and dispersing into the air. Then, Hinata, Tenten, and Shin dissipated in the same way. The giant python in the woods seemed to sense the confusion of the big snake pill, and its flexible body immediately hardened and rioted, disrupting this world, but where was there any trace of Tian Tian and others? The operation of the giant python has no merit. It doesn't hurt. Giant python lowered its head, and the big snake pill burrowed into the giant python's mouth. Even if he didn't think of the particularity of this gang of subordinates, he still had the means, and to his strength, some preparations were at hand. Easily capturing the root that Onago and the others left, Orochimaru commanded the python in its belly. In just half a minute, the big snake pill chased after Tsunaguo and the others. However, it seemed that the appearance of Tsunaguo and several people was obviously waiting for his arrival. If it was before, the big snake pill might say, "Already know that you can't escape, stay and wait for death." But now, the big snake pill knows that these lower patients is not so stupid. These few subordinates have already brought him a lot of surprises. You must know that there are not many that can arouse his interest. In the past, there were many people who wanted to follow the big snake pill, but his eyes were above the top, and most of them were rejected by him. So now these few little cleverness that he is interested in must have arranged some self-confident means. I didn't expect you to be so young and so proficient in illusion, it's really not cute. In the illusion just now, the chakra with the wind attribute is still your breath, but it really makes people look forward to your next means. From the illusion just now, Orochimaru sensed that the spellcaster was Tsunaguo. No one on Hinata's side denies it. Indeed, just now Onago sent them a message for her to solve. Although a low-level illusion was thrown at the meeting, it also depends on who the spellcaster is. That is a big snake pill. Under precise control, this illusion will be immediately cracked even if it is broken. Although Hinata rolled her eyes and had a certain ability to see through the void, it took some effort to crack her. And cracking, Hanaguo happens to have this ability. One of the abilities of the wind magic bell is the magic bell rhythm, which creates air fluctuations that emit unique sound waves. As for the complexity of the rhythm and the strength of the sound waves, it depends on Onago's creativity and the limits of his ability. Although the ability is not equivalent, it just has the effect of restraint. The illusion effect created by the big snake pill was completely disrupted by Onago with the magic bell rhythm. It seems to be affected, but in fact, it also uses the rhythm as a barrier to create an illusion, so that the caster is immersed in his own casting process and cannot be distracted and explored. This is equivalent to the big snake pill meeting casually pressed a small skill, and Tsunaguo felt threatened and directly amplified the move. After putting the big move, he also flashed directly into the grass and ran. Directly let the opponent be confused, and there will naturally be no casualties if there is no way to start. Let the horse come. Hinata had already opened her eyes to invite the battle, and the increase in strength in the past few days had already made her inner inferiority suppressed in her heart. Although it was only less than half a minute, several of them had already chosen a location and made sufficient preparations. They did a lot of things, including building the triple thunder array. And although this was the first time they had used this formation, they were convinced of the power of this formation. When Lin Yu taught them, he only showed the tip of the iceberg, but he shaved a small mountain head into a bald head. The 3 people and 3 teams trembled and could wantonly exert the power of the triad thunder array in it. They are very confident. What's more, This time there is Sui Neguo, a figure who can be regarded as Lin Yu's left hand to some extent. Little by little, the sky darkened. At this time, several huge dark clouds shrouded them. In the dim environment, Orochimaru's face also looked even more gloomy. "Ready, then I'll come in." He saw 3 eagle beasts above the sky, and on them sat the doppelganger of Onago, and with the cooperation of the wind, he summoned the dark clouds with the wind. It seems that the power should be quite amazing. But he couldn't manage so much, and after quickly dealing with this side, he would have to go find Sasuke. Orochimaru's figure began to elongate sharply, and it looked tougher than the gluten ball of ramen. The so-called water snake waist is just that. The upper body sent by his snake waist quickly approached Onago, and a large number of long snakes flew out from the sleeve of his left hand. Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. Snakes scattered in the air, wrapping them up from all directions towards Onago. In the face of the Great Snake Pill's attack, Shin uses the Phoenix Immortal Fire to attack the snake body. Tian also used the Double Ascending Dragon, sealing the number of snake hands attack paths while attacking with ninja tools, increasing the chance of Phoenix Fire's hit. Hinata also uses the Bagua Empty Palm to constantly interrupt and interfere with the invasion of the Great Snake Pill Snake Hand. It is a pity that the snake hand of the Big Snake Pill is of high quality, and although it has been attacked by a large number of Hinata and others, the snake hand is only restricted in movement and is not damaged. Until Onago's wind escape vacuum wave appeared, under the cover of fire, Orochimaru put away his snake hand. Several snakes avoided it, and the retraction route was directly cut off by Sunikyo's vacuum wave. This also made the Big Snake Pill understand. Onago's strength is even far beyond the average middle ninja, and the attack methods are absolutely sharp in the upper ninja. Orochimaru changed his strategy, and the giant python behind him began to split into a large number of small pythons. Although it is said small, it is relative to the original body of the giant python, and the small snake itself is still half the waist thickness of an ordinary person. This is an alternative 10,000 serpent array. At the same time, a large number of various snakes suddenly appeared in the surroundings, which were native jungle snakes that were controlled by the Great Snake Pill with secret methods. And the Big Snake Pill itself also transformed into an ordinary python. Now it really makes people confused. Where is the real body of the Big Snake Pill? It really makes people feel that the snake is not distinguished. Hinata and the others' eyes immediately complicated the surrounding scenes. The Big Snake Pill ended his temptation trick and is now lurking among thousands of snake species. Tens of thousands of targets at once. There are all poisonous snakes and pythons, and once entangled, it is not a small trouble to get rid of them with the size of these snakes. This is where the Big Snake Pill feels scary and difficult. Although he is a person, he is more like a cold-blooded snake. Entangle and suffocate the opponent little by little, let the opponent die of being played in despair, and finally devour and fill himself. You can't use ordinary means anymore. Are you ready? It seems that their real means, the Triad Thunder Array, will finally come in handy. Chapter 42. A large number of poisonous snakes and pythons snake and travel quickly. Looking everywhere, there are countless soft scales swaying slightly, like countless black pens gently slicing through the arc, but leaving no trace. These scales shimmer on every inch of skin. It gives people the feeling that they are surrounded everywhere and that they have nowhere to escape. It was clear that the Big Snake Pill had merged into the snake pile, but it was always surrounded by his not very nice laughter. Stars? Hinata quickly sealed in her hand, white eyes, Kai. She needed to assist her own power guidance through the seal. This is not a step backwards, but an unprecedented change in the whites of her eyes these days. She needs more strength, more control, and can open her eyes again above the white eyes. In other words, her white eye has a second stage visual astrology. Hinata is now going to use this second stage for the first time. As soon as the astral vision opened, Hinata fell into a mysterious situation. The white eye is not like an eye, it has a perfect spherical panoramic view, more similar to a detector, and even the inertial movement of the eye facing is omitted. Not only under the feet, but also in the entire time and space, a three-dimensional starry sky chessboard was formed. There is no network of checkerboard distribution, but a mysterious heavenly machine line. Born out of gossip, breaking the game and returning to the Yuan, standing in the universe, watching the world's destiny line and sentient chess pieces. The fortunes of the stars are not fixed, the numerology of fate changes from time to time, and the mysteries are endless. In this position, constant variables are not absolute, there is no deadlock. As long as the player's computing power is sufficient, he can change the offensive and defensive path at any time from the endless rational numbers. At this moment, in the communication with Tian, Xin, and others, Hinata did not need to deliberately look. Their every move immediately moved Hinata's astrological vision. So Hinata is here, the absolute command core. In the heart of Tian and Xin, I only feel that my soul is like being saddled by someone. There was no need to ask, just by this feeling of having a spiritual rhino with Hinata, they understood that the saddle in the underworld was put on them by Hinata. Hinata's heart moved, but he changed his mouth shape, and Tian Kazunobu's mind immediately had several more pictures, and the movements in his hand naturally followed. This feeling also affected Onago and the eagle beast above everyone and the Onago doppelganger. The positions of everyone began to shift, not in line with the tranquility of the trigram, but secretly coincided with the movement of the stars and thunder. Among the clouds in the sky, there were bursts of electric light, and the air between the jungles below had begun to fill with a trace of thunder and lightning power. The three pairs of Xiwu in the hands of the three began to groan softly, trembling towards a certain rhythm. Drink! A voice that did not belong to Hinata exploded in Hinata's mouth. Like a god in charge of thunder and lightning, Hinata's seemingly delicate body was now attached to a mighty force. And the most obvious is her white eyes. The white eyes have undergone sharp changes, and the meridians around them were swollen before. But now they are no longer expanding, replaced by a beautiful and mysterious purple lightning pattern. Where the all-round line of sight is sensed, there is coercion. It's not enough. Hinata's use of the star bagwazang this time was a whim. Knowing that the consumption is huge, this time I tried to use some difficult-to-control understandings as much as possible. I'm sorry, teacher. Sunset trembling is not in the hands of his own people, and he can't keep it. At the beginning, Lin Yu was designed according to the durability of the common equipment of Shangnan, and abided by the regulations for the safe use of electrical appliances, and Ren Hinata and others could not be damaged no matter how they built it. Unexpectedly, it is unsafe to use in actual combat. With the secret power of the stars, the electricity storage structure in the middle of the night trembling was destroyed, and all the power contained in it was extracted at once. The triple thunder array is launched. Zisha Kuwu is no longer the carrier of the thunder array, leaving only the role of the communication node. There are many communication nodes arranged in advance, but Zishun is undoubtedly the most important. The 6 Kuwu hooked the power of the stars in the air, changing their flight trajectory at an abnormal speed. It's either lightning fast or stopping. Everything was in Hinata's thoughts. After seeing tens of millions of snakes enter the range, the violent thunder and lightning chaos officially descended. Under the tyranny, the sea of trees turned into a sea of thunder. The combination of 2 pairs of thunder light pillars, 2 pairs of scorching photoelectric sonic booms, the 3 together set off a huge wave of thunder sea. The power is amazing, I am afraid that only the big snake pill among the snakes can know it. Power. I finally saw the power of the white eyes. Big snake pill's eyes in the transformation were shocked, and he could no longer describe the emotion in his heart. It had been too long for him to remember when he felt this way. What he thought was strange was Onago, but now Hinata is the only thing that matters in his eyes. If it is said that Uchiha's chakra eyes make him thirst for more in the constant harvest of surprises. Then Hinata's application of white eyes at the moment made him seem to directly see the path he was chasing. Divinity. Orochimaru saw the divinity in Hinata's eyes. Regarding divinity, he had only one thought in his mind, whether becoming a god would be able to grasp the truth of the world and get rid of the fragility of human life. Because he had already reached the coercive range of Hinata's white eyes. Although the coercion had not yet turned into a substantial attack, Orochimaru already felt that his actions were restrained. Yes, it must be, only God can have a natural suppression of people. Hehe, I didn't expect that what I had been pursuing for a long time might be hidden in the white eyes that I didn't pay attention to. Since you let me run into it here, there's no reason to let it go. Orochimaru has been staying in Konoha, but he has no interest in studying the white eye, because the effect displayed by the current owner is far from the point of making his eyes red. In less than a breath, tens of millions of snakes have been completely carbonized and turned into ashes. The most densely mined areas do not even see the serpent's ash. The big snake pill did not die inside. The moment he saw Hinata release of divinity, he knew that the means he was currently using were a little pediatric, and immediately abandoned the body. He also has a spare avatar, but it's a little far away. 2 kilometers away from Hinata and the others, a Konoha ninja began to vomit, and a large purple-white bubblegum-like object gushed out and gradually grew larger. After the size of a human head, the face of the big snake pill was pinched by an invisible hand. Then he brought out the torso and limbs. The Konoha ninja was apparently a spy planted by Orochimaru, and the wet Orochimaru was spat out of his mouth. Lord Orochimaru. The Konoha spy finished his throat and greeted Orochimaru weakly. Orochimaru ignored him. His heart was full of Hinata's burst of power. But when the big snake pill was about to return to the battlefield in a hurry, he sensed something. Remembering it, this feeling came from the spell mark planted earlier, from Mitarashi red beans. Was it discovered? What a coincidence! Chapter 43. The current situation is not good for the big snake pill. Just because, time is too tight. If the time could be more than 2.5 minutes, he was confident that he would immediately rush to Hinata and achieve his goal after the fire was fully fired. 2.5 minutes plus the time for the red beans to arrive was enough. After getting Hinata, it doesn't matter what makes Hano go peculiar. Even Sasuke Uchiha can let it go first. Looking for Sasuke at this stage, you still need to wait. In order to write the chakra eye and bloodline is good, but he has studied a lot before, and he knows very well, but he has not yet had the idea of occupying before. Sasuke can arrange it whenever he or she can use it as a spare container, and there will be opportunities in the exam stage later. But now Hinata's white eyes have appeared in areas of knowledge that he has never seen before, and may even touch blind spots. This has to be well studied. But now, the big snake pill's heart faintly regretted. I originally wanted to take people away directly after the 10,000 snake Luo array took them, underestimated them. After Hinata's star elephant Bagua Palm fused with the triad thunder array, this power was not something that a mortal fetus in the flesh could resist. Choosing confrontation is naturally not difficult for the big snake pill. But the problem was that he did not sense the spell mark of the red bean at that time, and he thought that there was enough time. Hinata's trick can obviously only be used once, and if it runs out, it may be slaughtered. So there's no problem avoiding it, just look back and pick up the bargain easily. It can only be said that people are not as good as heavenly calculations. Not afraid of red beans coming to fight, but afraid that after more accidents, Hinata has the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield and be protected after being paid more attention. Orochimaru pondered in his heart, looking back at the Konoha spy who he had ignored. What did you gain here? Back to Lord Orochimaru, I was about to report, I am following the trail of Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha is here. Yes. Hehe, Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, isn't the timing so bad? Return to the original goal en route. Mitarashi Red Bean and Lin Yu were flying in the jungle, one after the other. Along the way, Hongdu's face was very anxious, and one hand couldn't stop stroking the spell mark on the back of his neck. Paradoxically, she didn't say a word to Lin Yu. Although she was speechless, Lin Yu could feel her worry behind her. The position of the big snake pill changed twice. At the beginning, it was at Suinaguo, and with Suinaguo's connection, Lin Yu knew very well the location there, and even some battlefield conditions. Lin Yu learned the whole process of the battle through Suinaguo. He was very satisfied that he had not received any bad news, and did not need to be reversed to channeling the past in a hurry to fight the big snake pill. But Red Beans feel differently. Just now, the movement of several Hinata people fighting together was huge, and the movement was not weaker than the roar of the Hano fruit wind demon, and the destructive power exuded was even more victorious. Hongdu didn't believe at all that this movement could be made by a few shinobi. She just speculated with the greatest disgust, which was made by the big snake pill who did all the bad things. And this movement made her feel powerless. In fact, I was already on my way with the determination to die. I'm afraid it will affect Lin Yu. She had only heard of Lin Yu's rumors, and had never seen Lin Yu's strength. In terms of strength, of course, he believes more in his former teacher and one of the more famous Konoha 3 shinobi. The spell mark on the neck of the red bean felt even hotter, indicating that the position was very close. But the position of the big snake pill changed suddenly. Red Bean could only feel that the position was farther away, and the feeling of the original spell mark was weaker. It takes 2 or 3 minutes more to reverse direction. This time in a hurry, the feeling of the spell mark is very stable. Until you reach a giant tree. The big snake pill was already waiting here. When the master and apprentice who had been away for a long time met, the resentment in Hongdu's heart suddenly broke out completely. On the way here, she was ready to awaken. Great Snake Pill, you are an S-class dangerous wanted criminal, but as your former subordinate's mission, I will leave you here even if I risk my life. And when he struck, Hongdu blocked Lin Yu. Lin Yu, this is my fate, I will personally solve it, but if I can't do it, you will immediately go back to Naruto-sama, understand? Lin Yu knew that this shot space must be reserved for Red Bean. I understand. The Red Bean who received the reply completely sank his mind and completely focused on the big snake pill in front of him. No matter how many years have passed, the strength of the great snake pill has become. She had already thought of a set of taboo combos. Just for this day, she had imagined it countless times. In the face of an enemy like the great snake pill, she must do it in one go, take out all her skills, and compress it in this set of combos. Unable to endure this fateful tension, Red Bean struck. Lin Yu quietly watched the means of Red Beans on the side. One move and one style, they are all the shadows of the big snake pill, they can't escape the frame, and it's impossible to win. The big snake pill was actually similar to Lin Yu's thoughts. Hongdu has been studying with him for a long time, completely brought out by him, even if many years have passed, in his eyes, she is still the subordinate who needs to strengthen her learning. If nothing else, he could make Red Bean immobilize just by casting a spell seal. I didn't even solve the spell mark clearly, so I came to him, it was really not an excellent subordinate, and the practice was far from enough. The big snake pill barely moved, and the Red Bean collapsed on the ground. What are you going to do, to assassinate Naruto-sama? The big snake pill walked up to Hongdu. There are still many preparations to complete this purpose, for example, I gave you the same spell to an excellent child just now. Before the arrival of the Red Bean, Orochimaru shortened Sasuke's mental torture and mind in order to speed up the progress, and directly planted a spell seal. Then he did not shy away from Lin Yu, and Orochimaru doubled the mental torture that he had not done to Sasuke. A burst of mental verbal toying with Red Beans. Lin Yu on the side sighed a little, feeling that the big snake pill was a mind control master. After torturing the immobile Red Bean for a while, the big snake pill was about to leave. Don't try to abort this exam, or the end of Konoha will come. Although he said this to Hongdu, his eyes looked at Lin Yu. For Konoha's Kaedhara Hayashima, Orochimaru had heard about it a long time ago, and he had also collected some intelligence, and although he had not dealt with him, he also regarded him as a grade like Kakashi. But Lin Yu is no longer Feng Yuan Lin Yu, and the information collected by the Big Snake Pill does not include what happened after Lin Yu crossed over. Is your fun important? So what if my pleasure is to stop someone else's fun? Warn me as soon as we meet? Lin Yu belly slandered. It seems that you are very confident. The Big Snake Pill's pair of snake pupils stared at Lin Yu, and he could hear Lin Yu's disrespect for him, not jealousy. He didn't really want to make a difference, after all, Sasuke's spell was already done. However, Lin Yu is one of the potential stocks of Konoha's future successors, and it is not okay to let such a hard stubble of the head and brain. If you don't know how to do it, then teach a shallow lesson. Chapter 44. As a deep jungle, the trees grow extremely tall, and the dense branches and leaves block the sunlight and directly intercept most of the energy. Occasionally, dappled light and shadow are sprinkled, bringing a little visible sight to this dim forest. Lin Yu and the Big Snake Pill looked at each other in the air. The air was not only filled with the smell of earth and moisture, but also the murderous aura that overflowed from the meeting of the eyes of the two. Before there was an occasional chirping of birds in the forest, after the sense of slaughter pervaded, the birdsong frog call completely disappeared. Orochimaru's eyes contracted and erected like snake pupils. Konoha's current upper shinobi seem to have adapted to a peaceful situation, and they have only forgotten the fear of death in the past few years. The corner of his grinning mouth revealed a thin slit, and his flat tongue smoothly drilled out to lick his cheek. I really turned myself into a snake alive. Such a disgusting snake habit appears on a person's face, and it is difficult not to attract attention. Lin Yu, don't stare at his snake details. Hongdu couldn't help but remind that as a former student of the Great Snake Pill, she couldn't be clearer that the more she felt the breath of the Great Snake Pill, the easier it was to be brought into an illusion. This illusion was as if the Great Snake Pill had formed a unique realm. The person who sees it will gradually feel an urgent threat of becoming prey, and the fear in the heart will gradually amplify, and after a certain extent, it will have a spiritual link with the Big Snake Pill. The Great Snake Pill can then easily cast illusions and do whatever he wants on his fearful opponent. Of course, Lin Yu understood this horror of the Great Snake Pill, and if it was a comparison of comprehensive strength, Lin Yu thought that he was not worthy. But playing this disgusting bionics, Lin Yu has no interest in comparing. If he really wants to compare, he will directly bow down. However, just watching the opponent do it, Lin Yu was still a little interested in seeing how far the Big Snake Pill could achieve. I know, Sister Hongdu, just be patient, I'll come to see your body later. Red Bean couldn't move because of the spell mark of the Big Snake Pill, and Lin Yu planned to help her see it after solving the fight. But after Hongdu listened to Lin Yu's words, she was a little aware of the wrong point. She didn't know much, but now she actually blushed, did not continue to shout, and began to stroke her face. She didn't think about solving the spell mark at all, because the usual spell mark was also helped suppressed by the Hokage. She only thought that Lin Yu had also been single for a long time and began to think about something meaningful. Otherwise, why did you come to see her specifically in this Zhongnan exam? Lin Yu didn't know some of Hongdu's thoughts, but he just thought that he could rest assured to focus on the Big Snake Pill in front of him. Lin Yu let his eyes observe the Big Snake Pill. Carefully realized. The Big Snake Pill in front of him did not move, but the outline of his figure became clearer and clearer, and the visual distance seemed to be closer. The evil expression on the face, the licking action is played in a loop like a GIF, and the resolution is getting higher and higher. The sweaty hairs all over the body began to stand up uncontrollably. And the back began to feel cold unconsciously. Lin Yu did not feel fear mentally, but his body's instinctive reaction was stimulated and turned on himself, putting himself in the position of a predator. It's a nasty feeling. It felt very uncomfortable, but Lin Yu was not bored. He is still observing this mental oppression, this ability to manipulate people's hearts, unlike charisma, is also very scarce among some people in power. The scene in front of him, except for the big snake pill in the center of his sight, everything in the background is blurred. Tree trunks at your feet, dead branches scattered on the ground, crawling worms. All tangible things are growing scales, transforming towards the snake body, growing snake heads, snake eyes, snake teeth. Lin Yu felt as if he had also turned into a snake, and the blood in his body was getting cold. The hands and feet seemed to be bound, and it was like losing the feeling of nerve connection, as if he should fall to the ground and twist his body. The snakes that took shape in front of him, even the small insects that took shape, were magnified in Lin Yu's eyes, and they were like the same kind of snakes among the most cruel snakes. At this moment, they stared at Lin Yu coldly, treating Lin Yu as food, and they were about to stage a snake-swallowing snake drama. Disgusting, very disgusting. The signs of uneasiness in the heart suddenly grew, and the premonition was very bad, and in the next second, there would be more terrible things in the scene. That's it. Lin Yu gave up the closure of his own exercises and allowed the internal exercises to operate on their own. In an instant, all the wonderful feelings disappeared, and the body was completely returned to Lin Yu's own spiritual control. Oh! The big snake pill was a little surprised. His illusion infiltration just now went very smoothly, and he thought that Lin Yu was a straw bale garbage with gold and jade. Seeing Lin Yu get rid of it easily, the big snake pill smiled. You probably won't just give up, too. Orochimaru raised his right hand, and the cuffs were windless automatically. Chakra began to condense around his body, and under the dim light, purple steam was produced. Urged by the one-handed magic seal, the shadow under his feet expanded forward into a shadow quagmire. In the middle of the mire, a black fluid human head slowly rose. Subsequently, a replica of the great snake pill shadow crawled out. Isn't this the Nara clan's shadow-like technique? This was also improved by your theft, and even the Lord of Shadow Stream came out. Lin. You saw the origin of this ninjutsu, and the ancestral secret art of the Nara family did not expect that the big snake pill actually learned it. Lord of the Shadow Stream? Nice name, let me call it that. They. Great Snake Pill agreed with Lin Yu's statement that after the Shadow Truth technique had been improved by him, it should no longer be called by its original name. Lin Yu was non-committal about this. Then let me see it. If it's awesome, I won't charge you a naming fee. They. Big Snake maintained the mark in his hand and responded with practical actions. Shadow Flow has taken the initiative. Under the distortion of the body, 2 Shadow Flow Masters suddenly flowed out. The undercurrents of the main tables of the 3 shadow streams were surging, and it was no longer possible to see the appearance. This is a manifestation of shadow blurring. The movement of undercurrents, not dragged by air and gravity. It moves faster than the body of the large snake pill. In a flash, above, left and right, the Lord of Shadow Streams attacked in 3 ways. Fire Escape How Dragon Fire Art. Lin Yu spat out 3 fire dragons from his mouth and faced the 3 Shadow Stream Lords. Under Lin Yu's high-quality chakra composition, the Yanyan fire dragon seemed to be a real lifelike, and had its own consciousness. A huge amount of real fire burst out. Everyone present could feel the burning breath that rushed to their faces. The sweat on the skin evaporated immediately, and it was affected by baking more than 10 meters away. The fire dragon raised its head and twisted its claws, running over all the way. Everywhere they passed, all the trees were instantly evaporated, withered, and burned in a breath. The 3 fire dragons accurately pounced in front of the 3 Shadow Stream Lords, and the 2 sides began the battle. Chapter 45. The Lord of the Shadow Flow transitions back and forth between the blur and the entity. Not only did it help the big snake pill block the straight impact of the fire dragon, but also scattered the fire dragon into uncontrolled energy and dissipated in the air. Lin Yu. Seeing this scene, Hengde felt deep despair in his heart. She was familiar with the ability of the Great Snake Pill, and she couldn't resist much in the face of the Great Snake Pill. It was purely the ninja's mission and the fate of the master and apprentice that prompted her to come here. She originally thought that Lin Yu's fire escape would be unique, but now it still seemed to be no match for the strange means of the big snake pill. I shouldn't have brought you here. Lin Yu heard Hengdu's words of self-blame. Orochimaru heard it too. But Orochimaru didn't know that Hengdu didn't really know Lin Yu. I only thought that Hengdu, as Lin Yu's fellow villager, knew the roots, but now he regretted it if he saw it badly. It seems that I really overestimate you, and you are only better than my lovely subordinates. Of course, this does not mean that you cannot be sensible. The Lord of the Shadow Stream quietly gathered in front of Lin Yu, as if Lin Yu's How Dragon Fire did not cause any trouble to the Great Snake Pill's technique. Then you are wrong. I am not only a mature Konoha ninja, but I also plan to let Sister Azuki see the results of our practice after separation. Just as they words fell, and Lin Yu's eyes became playful. The right hand, which was originally behind his back, was exposed. The original skin of the right hand has actually turned into dazzling glass at this moment. White bones can be faintly seen in the translucent glass. At the same time that Lin Yu revealed his right hand, this heaven and earth began to change drastically. The giant tree that originally covered the sky was ripped apart by a mysterious force and split to both sides, revealing a large expanse of starry sky. Yes, a starry sky appeared. Originally, the sun could be seen during the day, but now the sun's rays converged in this area. A little starry breath was shining, reflecting the changing colors of Lin Yu's right hand. The colorful glazed right hand seems to be imprinted with a star map in the sky, with wonderful microscopic connotations intertwined within it. Lin Yu hooked a finger, and the seemingly simple action seemed to empty Lin Yu's chakra. The microstar in the glazed finger immediately changed its position, echoing the right body in the sky. The divinity of destruction began to come from the starry sky, oppressing the forest. Lin Yu, what is this? Red Bean's brain is blank. This is ninjutsu? Or illusion? She couldn't imagine any other answer, she only knew that it was a move she didn't deserve to bear. Okay, Sister Hengdu, this is the first time I've shown it to others. First show. This Red Bean can not only understand, but also make a lot of unnecessary interpretations. The sense of oppression that Red Bean feels is actually not strong. Because Lin Yu had already concentrated all his strength in one area. The Great Snake Pill was the center of this oppressive area, and the sense of oppression he was subjected to had reached an indescribable level. He felt this oppression, his face was incredulous, but more of a surprise that bordered on madness. Lin Yu, I have seen your subordinates. I originally thought that it was just a miracle power after she developed the white eye, but now I know that it is also from your hand. You really interest me. How interested? Will you take me apart and study it? He, we will communicate again when we have time, and this body will be given to you. Lin Yu snorted coldly and said that it was ascend, but does this look like it can be called ascend? Under the surging coercion, this body of the Great Snake Pill was simply at the mercy of others, and even the Lord of the Shadow Stream just now had lost his control and solved the technique on his own. Looking horizontally and vertically, it looks like it is waiting to die. Lin Yu wanted to see what other means the Big Snake Pill had, but unfortunately the Big Snake Pill should not show it now. The means of the Great Snake Pill are estimated to stay in the attack on Konoha. After all, the biggest goal of his trip, Sasuke, has already reaped the first step, and it is not necessary for him, and even a great loss. A finger in the starry sky has been formed, like the energy released after the destruction of countless asteroids, attracting and blending with each other. Before Lin Yu could really press this finger, the Big Snake Pill used actions to explain his declaration of abandonment. His body directly began to melt, turning into mud in the extremely fast decay. After losing his target, Lin Yu did not vent the power of this move. If this is to be pressed, Lin Yu dares to guarantee that this place of trial that Muye has worked so hard to build will fall apart, and at least half of the land will turn into powder, and even become a giant pit 100 feet deep. This is not necessary. It's a pity that it's a pity, it's hard to have a valid reason, a reasonable strong person, to help experiment with the power of the enemy. What a lack of understanding. Big snake pill. Lin Yu felt that not seeing the effect of this move was really a loss of the great snake pill. This move was the skill that Lin Yu had just learned, the meteorite creation palm. Since he was still thinking about the usefulness of one-tailed to three-tailed doppelgangers, he did not first do a simple fusion for his own use. Otherwise, the meteorite creation palm just now would not only come out with one finger, but a whole palm. If it was locked by a whole palm, Lin Yu speculated that the life-saving means of the great snake pill might be ineffective. It will be pressed directly to the soul and will be silent. Speaking of which, the big snake pill only saw a superficial power, and he had not yet imagined the other effects of this trick that could not be ignored. It's true, if you keep it and suffer a big loss in the future, it's better to give up your fantasy now, and honestly be killed by me. There are few people here, is it bad for the big snake pill to fight him? By all means, even if he loses and loses not many people, the red beans present may go to sweep his grave or something after reciting an old relationship. And, conversely, can the shame of being beaten away in front of the former subordinates be tolerated? Especially earlier, he ignored Lin Yu and tortured Hengde mentally in front of him. Doesn't this slap in the face? Forget it, Lin Yu thought, the next time you see the big snake pill, simply give him a full version. The vision of the starry sky has disappeared, and the sunlight is shining straight in, without any obscuration. Only the twisted appearance of the giant trees on both sides that were forcibly torn still told the terrifying power just now. Lin Yu walked towards the red bean. I didn't know what Hengde was thinking, so she watched Lin Yu walk in front of her so stunned. Sister Hengde, isn't it cold on the ground? Why are you still sitting? Feed. Lin Yu looked at the appearance of the red bean and thought to himself. It's broken, you won't have controlled the coercion well just now and ruined Sister Hengde's brain, right? Lin Yu also sat cross-legged next to Hengde, did not speak, and put one hand on Hengde's forehead and began to examine. After a long time, I didn't find any brain abnormalities. Chapter 46. Lin Yu. Red Bean spoke up, and Lin Yu was a little surprised. This brain turns out to be fine. Sister Hengde, why don't you talk all the time? Get up quickly, the environment here is wet and heavy, it's not good to stay for a long time. No, I just don't think it's real. I have the impression that the big snake pill should not have left just like that. Lin Yu understood. It turned out that Hengde thought he understood the big snake pill, but found that he didn't understand, so he couldn't figure it out. This is a good explanation, think about the warning before the big snake pill, he said, don't terminate this exam. After Hengde was nodded by Lin Yu, his eyes suddenly lit up. Are you saying that the great snake pill's next Zhongnan exam will always be lurking, and will not recede? Of course, the big snake pill is not vegetarian. What do you think of my move just now? Looking at the harsh scene around him and feeling the residual breath, Hengde's thoughts seemed to be instantly pulled into the aura of Lin Yu's meteorite creation palm. The feeling of her own smallness made her body pores and nasal passages begin to swallow some desolate and decaying breath. Snap! Lin Yu slapped the back of Hengde's neck. There was no use of energy such as chakra, just an ordinary palm that brought Red Bean's thoughts back to reality. After Hengde woke up, his heart throbbed and took a deep look at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I have never seen the system of your technique, and I can't even judge its chakra nature, which even makes me suspect that this is the means of the legendary 6 Dao immortals. Although I don't want to say this, you are likely to become one of the targets of the great snake pill in the future, and what you have in hand is very much in line with his imagination of forbidden powers. He wants, he can just try to take it, there is no one else here, the best chance isn't it? It's also. But he understands that the strength is not enough, and if he runs out of his means of pressing the bottom of the box, he will lose his plans for Konoha, as well as more deployments such as Sasuke's chess pieces. Hongdu had already overestimated Lin Yu's strength as much as possible. However, in her eyes, Orochimaru was invincible and an extremely dangerous person who could endanger the safety of Hokage's life. She naturally didn't believe some of Lin Yu's views. Lin Yu, you don't understand. The big snake pill must have more considerations, his way of acting cannot be regarded as a human-like creature at all. Lin Yu knew that it was not easy to reverse the view of red beans for a while. Once the fear created by a large number of large snake pills is ingested, the psychological shadow will be difficult to eliminate for a lifetime. What's more, the red bean still has a spell mark that the fire shadow can't solve. The imprint of control that cannot be erased, this fate of being at the mercy of man for a lifetime. Lin Yu watched the red bean chatter against the big snake pill, and sure enough, he was stroking the spell mark on his neck with his hand as he spoke. He knew what to do. Sister Hongdu, let me know your body. Hey! Hongdu suddenly stopped speaking. She was shocked by Lin Yu's request, and her face became a little shy. She has liked Lin Yu since she was a child. And now that Lin Yu has grown into a handsome and high-quality teenager who is still full of vitality and a bit of maturity, she has a better impression. She liked it more. But between the words, he still wanted to refuse and welcome the feeling. Lin Yu, I didn't expect that your kid has really grown up, and he is curious about his sister's body, but you can't talk so directly. But my sister keeps herself very well, and I don't know much about this. If you have watched Intimate Paradise, I suggest that you can refer to the XX bridge of episode X. It doesn't matter if you don't do it well, it's very remote here, there is no one else, you can try it a few times if you don't do it right. She didn't think about the spell mark at all. He would never imagine a scene like Lin Yu solving the spell seal. Lin Yu was a little confused, but soon found that he didn't speak very well. In this quiet and hidden space, in the case of a lonely man and a widow, the air in the middle is not so simple, let alone unclear speech. The red beans have leaned in. Other times he doesn't mind so much. But now the time is not right, she is in the middle of the ninja exam, she is an examiner. He could tell from long ago that in a few moments they would reach the end. This shows that this group of winners competed faster than expected. There are only so many scrolls, and when the number of finishes is reached, the exam will be aborted, and it will not take a few days at all. No, there can be no further misunderstandings. Although the red bean took the initiative out of a misunderstanding out of his absurd demand to satisfy himself. So what to do? What's better to say? Ding! System task update. Mission content, gain control of the red bean spell seal, which can be regarded as a disciple. After success, you will be rewarded, Tang Snake Relic. What? Lin Yu was very surprised by the system's prompt, and even arranged the way to solve the red bean spell seal for me. However, after seeing the reward behind, Lin Yu felt that everything the system said was correct. Lin Yu knew before crossing that the Tang snake was a mythical beast in folklore, and although its status and strength were divergent and inconclusive, they were all terrifying signs. This also triggered Lin Yu's thinking, the cold amber found at the pier before, and the Tang snake rewarded by the system, these things show that this world has a more complex power system than the Chakra era during the Eternal Period, far more complex and mysterious than the world Lin Yu sees now. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that it was not simple, and the more I thought about Lin Yu's mind, the more active it became. This must be done immediately. After shaking his hand a few times, Lin Yu subconsciously hooked Hongdu's neck and pulled her over. Hongdu didn't expect Lin Yu's rough behavior, but he changed his grinning image and snuggled into Lin Yu's arms very cooperatively. Isn't it as it was in Intimate Paradise? It's not impossible, I'm looking forward to it even more. Sister Hongdu, you relax, I want to see your spell mark clearly. Spell seal? Does this still have anything to do with the spell seal? The red beans seemed to have been poured with cold water, and instantly recovered from their self-ambiguity. What do you say, I mean to help you solve the spell mark and let you get rid of the influence of the big snake pill. Rub on the ground. Red Bean straightened up, and his face became unhappy. The clouds are uncertain, but there is no reason to start the fire. After thinking about it, it seems that she really means something wrong. Then she returned to thinking about the spell seal. Spell seal? You want to help me solve the spell seal? Lin Yu, it's not that I underestimate you, this is something that even Naruto-sama can't get rid of. Lin Yu could understand the disbelief of the Red Bean, and his mind turned, and he quickly thought of the statement. After I fought with the Great Snake Pill just now, I investigated some of the means of the Great Snake Pill, and I saw that there are similar traces of means on your spell seal, and I think I have some ideas that I can try. Chapter 47. Although what I think is not a conventional means, don't worry, failure will not destroy the spell mark itself, causing the deterioration of the spell seal. Lin Yu's simple explanation made Hengdu understand that he was not talking nonsense, but knew something about the spell seal. I know you won't mess around, but the spell mark is a very small thing. I had a terrible change when I was violent, and I was worried that I would accidentally hurt you. It's okay, just watch me operate. Unnecessary explanations are meaningless and only add to the annoyance. Just do it, and the result of action is the most intuitive feedback. One hand touched the Red Bean's spell mark, and the temperature of her palm made her shake a little. Sure enough, once the idea is not pure, there are countless times. It was only for a moment, and after calming down, the Red Bean let the spell mark appear. The heavenly spell seal contains a certain amount of immortal power, and it has little effect with conventional sealing techniques. But this is difficult for Lin Yu. Don't forget, he obtained and is compatible with an immortal level physique from the system, the Azura cell body. Although it is used less, as long as Lin Yu wants to use it, it is not difficult to get started. This method is something that the current 3 generations of Hokage have never mastered. Lin Yu easily guided the natural energy, supplemented by the control of his own spiritual energy, and after reaching a certain proportion, Lin Yu did not add his own body energy for the time being. Because the Red Bean's own body energy is very surging after the spell seal appears, once Lin Yu's body energy enters, the rejection reaction will be very terrifying and out of control in advance. In order to prevent the big snake pill from making trouble after hiding in the spell seal, Lin Yu simply fused the Red Bean's own body energy. It is equivalent to indirectly helping Red Beans to make fairy chakra. Although it is said that it is the external force generated by Lin Yu, there is also the internal force of the Red Bean itself, and this special combination of immortal power does not stimulate the spell seal. When the power of the immortals was formed, the Red Bean groaned comfortably, and under the pure breath of the force of nature, it was like returning to the arms of its mother. Then she fell into a wonderful state of enlightenment. Lin Yu carefully groped for the Red Bean's spell mark and found that over the years, the spell seal technique of the big snake pill had been firmly rooted in the Red Bean's body. If it is removed rashly, let alone whether there is any danger to life, at least the cultivation of Red Beans for many years is in vain. To a certain extent, the mantra seal belongs to the cultivation foundation of Red Beans. No wonder the system does not mean to let him remove, but to replace. After the replacement, there is time and a way to dissolve the spell seal little by little without affecting the cultivation of the Red Bean itself. Sister Hengdu, although it's a little strange, but this way of dealing with it is also a last resort. It's better than now, you bear with it. I don't know if the Red Beans heard it, but there was no reaction anyway. Lin Yu took it as a default. Mobilizing the power of the immortals in Red Bean's body, he began to activate the spell mark more gently. Then Lin Yu imitated the snake's mouth, biting on the other side of the neck of the Red Bean, and created an exact same looking spell mark in the opposite place of the spell seal. Red Bean's new spell mark is a trap, created with Lin Yu's pure immortal power, to replace the original spell mark without loss. Unconsciously, Red Bean had already completed the spell seal transfer under Lin Yu's operation. The spell trap was filled with the residual power of the Great Snake Pill. After 2 or 3 days, the spell trap will dissolve and dissipate, and the residual power of the large snake pill within it will dissipate together. At that time, the dissipated power will become the nutrients of the red bean, strengthening the body and strength of the red bean. As for the original spell seal, it had already been replaced with Lin Yu's immortal power and flowed freely in the body of the red bean. After doing all this, it didn't take Lin Yu much time. It was red bean, she seemed to have a lot of big dreams in her enlightenment, as if several days had passed. After waking up, I couldn't help but stretch. Hey! She was amazed to find that her body was boiling with strength and vitality, which in Kai's words was youthful and hot-blooded. Pleasantly surprised, she noticed Lin Yu beside her, and immediately thought of her spell mark. But when she felt it, bastard, how did the spell mark become too? Shocked and a hint of despair, Hengdu's eyes carried a trace of murderous aura, and slowly panned until he looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yejun, you seem to have just said not to worry, it will not cause the deterioration reaction of the spell seal. Hengdu's voice became very gentle unlike her, and when she saw Lin Yu who had nothing to do, her eyelids began to jump. It turns out that this is your help, and I was still worried that I would hurt you. Seeing that the red bean chakra began to condense, Lin Yu knew that she was deceived by the appearance of two spell seals. Ah, no, you listen to my quibbles, no, you listen to my explanation first. Lin Yu directly held the hand where the red bean condensed the chakra with both hands, dispelling the chakra inside. Then began to explain carefully. The spell mark means a lot to red beans, but it's not something that can stand up to jokes. After explaining it clearly, the red bean is still unbelievable. After thinking for a long time, he finally asked, really? That's true. Lin Yu's tone was completely affirmative. Then my spell mark is replaced with your power, doesn't it mean that my sister's future fate will be controlled by you? Well, this one too. Absolutely true. My cultivation has been affected by you, so are you responsible for your sister? Certain, if there is any problem that needs to be solved, it can be wrapped up in me. Lifetime after sales. Yes. Suddenly, Red Bean curled his forearm and hung his elbow on Lin Yu's shoulder. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Yu, and his other hand hammered Lin Yu's chest. Good you Lin Yu, I thought I misunderstood, and as a result, even the spell mark became yours. Go ahead. What do you want to do with your sister like this? Hey! Wronged, really wronged. Isn't there no better way? Lin Yu wanted to say and stop, it was like typing a lot of words in his mouth, but he thought about it and deleted it. I don't know what to answer, anyway, judging by the urine nature of the system task. I have already hung my own brand for the future life of red beans. Of course, Hengdu knew that what Lin Yu said was true. But who let her want to get close and joke as soon as she met Lin Yu? Seeing Lin Yu's serious expression, she didn't continue to press. Forget it, let's believe you, I'll go and report the situation of the big snake pill to Naruto-sama first, see what Naruto-sama thinks and means, and then I will check the situation of these candidates and arrange this round of the Naka Shinobi exam. As for you, you can't go. You have to compensate me, when I come back I want to see a lot of glutinous rice balls on your hands, and red bean soup, understand? Lin Yu can be regarded as taking the nature of red beans. Okay, good, you go, I'll hurry up and prepare. Chapter 48. The round of the Naka Ninja exam Forest of Death has come to an end. As Lin Yu thought, there were many excellent candidates, and they eliminated those weak chickens at once and collected the scrolls. Deduct those books of heaven and earth that open the scrolls without permission and cause them to be invalidated. The intact heaven and earth art has been fully recovered. Lin Yu did not receive a special alert order. This shows that after the report of Red Bean, the third generation of Hokage still did not respond, and the Naka Shinobi exam process was as usual. This old man is really looking forward to settling the master-apprentice grudge with the big snake pill. Lin Yu has some speculations about the 3 generations, a Hokage who has lived for so long, it should be impossible to patronize and solve private affairs. Maybe there's a lot of doorway out there. 3 generations knew, so let the incident happen. It is impossible to see too small a dispute, and after many years of deciding big and small, there is only a little relief left. There are too few characters in Konoha who can take on the role of a great man and can turn the tide now. Although there are still some hidden strengths, some of them are consumables, and they are gone when they are used. At present, allowing the Big Snake Pills plan, without revealing his strength, will only cause heavy casualties among the villagers. One wrong step, the next step is civil strife and endless external troubles. These results are all possible to see. It is impossible for Sarutobi to be unclear, unless he has some ideas and arrangements of his own, and it is not even convenient for the main shinobi in the village to know. Candidates who passed the exam were taken to a new location by the assistance of the Chunin examiner. This is a spacious indoor training ground in Konoha. Abe Fei Riko appeared in front of the examinee, and a group of upper shinobi stood behind him. On this occasion, the candidates are very conscious of lining up. This is not an occasion that can be presumptuous, even those who are hot-tempered in the testing hall like they have a problem in their heads, they dare not make a mistake at this moment. Shinobi should have the consciousness of a ninja, especially in front of those in power. Of course, what Sarutobi said in front of the examinees was not nonsense, but about the real purpose of this Zongnin exam. The princes and ninja leaders of each country will thus define the strength of each country, and the commission introduced by the villages will also be affected. Some things can only be understood when the strength goes up. It's like an event that rises to a high level, and only after becoming a middle ninja does you have an entry ticket. To see a different scenery is also a reason to force people to forge ahead. When Ape Fei finished speaking, those impatient little guys dared to start urging to introduce the information of the next round of exams. Ahem. Cough. Cough. 10 words and 3 coughs of the ultimate tracheitis ninja, moonlight wind cough fierce cough appeared. Regarding this person, Lin Yu felt that he had a very good personality, but unfortunately he coughed for half a day when he spoke, and he had a headache when he listened, so he usually didn't communicate much. Also because of the moonlight wind, the former Maple Forest Yu was not very interested in Konoha flow swordsmanship. The moonlight blast is a cough that begins during the time when the 3-day moon dance is practiced. It once made Kaedhara Lin Yu wonder if practicing the dance of the 3 days and moon would often be easily choked by the wind and develop coughing problems. Moonlight Blaster briefly explained the next event, the qualifiers, in a cough. The number of people who passed the exam this time is a bit large, cough cough, need to qualify, cough cough, it is an individual battle, will limit the time, cough cough. Is there anyone below who wants to quit before the start of the qualifier round? Logically, no one will give up their painstaking exams. What's more, the last round of Death Forest was already a life and death selection, and it was signed with a life and death certificate, and there were indeed casualties. The same is true of Suzuki in the candidate's position. But his constant pressing of the spell seal, as well as Sakura's chatter of concern beside him, made the ninja on the stage pay attention. Hongdu is very worried that something will happen to Suzuki because she is a victim of Curse's personal experience. She immediately suggested Suzuki should be put out of the exam and then protected in isolation. Uchiha's people wouldn't be so obedient. Sasuke's shinobi Kakashi spoke up, and the seemingly nonchalant tone immediately made Azuki emotional. Azumo had a mental indictment of the harm of the spell seal, and Kakashi's words seemed to open the floodgates for her. What are you talking nonsense? Lin Yu put his hand on Hongdu's shoulder. Lin Yu. Unlike before, after Hongdu turned around and found that it was Lin Yu, the impulse stopped, and his eyes met Lin Yu. Have you forgotten? Lin Yu rubbed the skin where the red bean spell mark was. I'm here. Hongdu did not refute as before, on the contrary, she was now relieved. Since this time with Lin Yu to face the big snake pill, Hengdu's heart has a lot less scruples and anxiety. She didn't know what other means Lin Yu had, but if Lin Yu felt that there was no problem, then there must be no problem. Just watch the next qualifiers. Coincidentally, the first match was Suzuki vs Konoha Ninja Akagi Armor. Konoha's Kami Shinobu and Hokage, as well as Orochimaru, who played Neirin Shinobu and taught Kami Shinobu, all watched this duel with special seriousness. The true identity of the copper armor is Otonobu. He is an Oto ninja spy planted in Konoha by Orochimaru. The Oto Shinobu who took the exam were all carefully arranged by Orochimaru. It's a setup, not a selection. The Dark Sound Ninja village he formed has a far more powerful shinobi than this bronze armor. But the chess pieces must be in the right position for themselves, and Orochimaru, as a chess player, deeply knows where each move of the chess piece falls, just like some are discarded, go down to the appropriate step, and discard it after achieving the goal. Sasuke's Otobi opponent has the strength that Orochimaru fancy, chakra absorption technique. Taking advantage of Sasuke's restraints and uncertainty, the red copper armor did not talk about martial virtue, and directly opened up. The one-handed chakra absorption technique sucked Sasuke to the core, and Sasuke's body lay on the ground twitching non-stop, rolling his eyes. The hand of the red copper armor represents the meaning of the big snake pill. By sucking Sasuke's chakra dry, using Sasuke's spirit of not admitting defeat, he was confused by the power of the spell seal, and thus controlled by the spell seal. Orochimaru's move was played very smoothly. But Sasuke's side is really suffering from sin. Chakra was sucked dry, but he couldn't use the spell seal, and Kakashi's desperate advice to him echoed in his ears. The power of the spell seal must not be unlocked. To turn over, you can only. It is worthy of being a subordinate forbearance from Uchiha, imitating the opponent and not talking about martial virtue. A popping egg kick kicked the opponent into the air, and the opponent could not move after suffering pain. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke flew in one move and came behind his opponent. Unfortunately, Sasuke's vigorous movement at this time made the spell mark unstable. Not long after Sasuke's spell fused, he was already in a precarious state. There was no extra chakra in this duel with the bronze armor at all, and the spell was activated wantonly, and Sasuke's body was even on the verge of being devoured and erupted. Hengdu looked at this scene nervously, and immediately looked at Lin Yu for help. But Lin Yu shook his head. Wait a minute. He didn't care if Sasuke was still as powerful as he remembered after crossing. The opponent is this level of Oto, and if this kind of garbage can get out of control, then it can only be said damn it. If you lose control, you will lose control. It's just wasted. Moreover, after losing control, Sasuke, if only his life, he could still be saved. That's not to let bad things happen. Chapter 49. Fortunately, the final result was okay. Narisa's bond was still strong in the end, and with the help of the mysterious power of Naruto's thoughts, Sasuke suppressed the spell seal. The tattooed man who was about to overflow from the spell mark changed back to the appearance of a small fresh meat. While the opponent is still losing his balance in the air, he cannot stabilize his figure. Sasuke locked the man with a strong move and strangled the other party naked. After adjusting to a certain angle during the flight, Sasuke sneered and the opponent's situation began to be bad. Chest beating plus 3 consecutive blows of popping eggs, and the kinetic energy conversion of gravitational potential energy. The beautiful name goes, Lion Bullets. With a bang, there were more humanoid pits on the ground. The opponent's bronze armor was directly planted in this pit by Sasuke. Then he remained motionless. As for Sasuke, after landing, he used his last strength to adjust the angle and remove the residual force of the impact he poured under him through the slide. In order to suppress the spell seal, most of his physical strength was exhausted, and he really couldn't lift the weight at the end. Fortunately, the opponent's appearance looks like a break, otherwise he really can't score twice. The upper shinobi present had also seen the state of Sasuke's opponent. It was obvious that Sasuke was still conscious and a winner. This scene was obviously unexpected by the big snake pill. He moaned excitedly. Sasuke was the best container he had booked, already considered by him to be in his pocket. Private property, naturally, the greater the potential, the better. Every time Sasuke miraculously turned a danger and an excellent strength promotion, he would be very excited. What's more, this container is still so handsome, which meets the high standards of his yan control. The day when Orochimaru couldn't wait to occupy Sasuke's body came immediately. Center of the ring. Moonlight Blast, as the referee, immediately judged the state with the red bronze armor. After determining that he was unconscious, he immediately and loudly announced Sasuke's status as the winner. After hearing the referee's result, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. But winning such a embarrassment is naturally to attract the ridicule of Naruto Uzumaki, a good friend. Sasuke could naturally hear the caring meaning in Naruto's mockery, and after frowning, he smiled back in return. The time for the qualifiers was tight, and Sasuke needed to leave the arena immediately. But watching him slowly leave the arena, the medical team actively performed their duties, carrying away the bronze armor while carrying another stretcher over and carrying Sasuke away. The second is Otobia Sark Stirrup against Shino the Oil Girl. This time the means of both sides are obvious, and there are not too many surprises. When Sasuke was carried out of the arena, Kakashi followed suit, and at his orders, the medical ninja immediately gave Sasuke a simple treatment of the injury. He then took Sasuke with him. When Sasuke was taken away by Kakashi, the large snake pill in the audience also silently disappeared. Lin Yu noticed this scene, and he also disappeared. The upper ninja present were very keen, and 3 people disappeared at once, even if they were silent, but did not deliberately avoid people's ears, they would still be noticed by these upper ninjas. At least Kakashi disappeared obviously. Someone is already exchanging ears, and the disappearance of the 3 people in succession looks like something connected. The red bean beside her also noticed that she could guess what Lin Yu was going to do, but she didn't explain it out loud. After disappearing from the ring, Kakashi took Sasuke to a remote training room. This training room has some Dharma seals that isolate energy exchange from the outside world and protect it from external influences. When cultivating, external influences are most taboo. Kakashi also brought Sasuke here for this point. He needs to cast an evil magic seal on Sasuke to help Sasuke control the spell seal. After all, Sasuke is not in a good state now, and he may be hurt by the spell seal at any time. Without further ado, Kakashi directly concentrated on casting the sealing technique after the French seal was carved. But he didn't notice that a pair of eyes were staring at the master and apprentice closely at this time. These eyes resemble snake pupils, which are the big snake pills. According to common sense, Kakashi's current behavior seems to be hindering Orochimaru's plan, and with his own outstanding strength, Orochimaru should take advantage of Kakashi's unpreparedness to subdue or even kill Kakashi in an instant. But Orochimaru didn't do that. Instead, he appeared after Kakashi had completed all the steps of the sealing technique. You can actually use sealing. Orochimaru stepped out from behind the pillar. You've grown a lot, Kakashi. Hearing the familiar and unfamiliar icy voice behind him, Kakashi's expression tensed, as if he had been struck by lightning. A drop of cold sweat immediately slipped down his cheek, and he turned to look at the comer. Orochimaru. What are you doing here? Kakashi was very nervous. The name of the great snake pill legendary 3 shinobi was thunderous, and his strength was beyond doubt, and he was even more notorious for his cruel and inhuman means in his actions. If Orochimaru's purpose was to do it here, it was indeed possible that this place would become a graveyard for him and Sasuke. It's a pity, I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for the people behind you. Orochimaru had no interest in continuing to scare Kakashi, but made no secret of his purpose, to want Sasuke's Sharingan. Then he did not shy away from his idea that he needed more pieces to fulfill his ambitions. When he said this, Orochimaru's expression was very excited, and he was sometimes very happy to tell his thoughts. Especially in front of some powerful ninjas, it would be better if you could see fear or amazement or approval in their eyes. On the way to the truth, Orochimaru is willing to try to control everything. Saying that, Orochimaru slowly approached Sasuke. Every footstep sounded like a hammer in Kakashi's ears. "It's close. Dangerous. Don't come any closer, otherwise even if you are a 3 ninja, I will die with you." Straddling low, the thunder in his hand condensed under his crotch, like a wolf protecting cubs, ready to attack the invading person at any time. Fight like Kilkenny cats? Orochimaru was stunned for a moment by Kakashi's stress reaction, and then laughed wildly. He didn't put Kakashi in his eyes at all, and the so-called Rachel in this scene was just a flash for him. Kakashi is also growing fast, but at most it will cause him a little trouble. In order not to affect his next plan, Orochimaru did not intend to make a move against Kakashi. He stopped approaching. "You understand too. The seal book you made is useless. In order to achieve the end, no matter how evil, the heart of strength will be pursued. He's an avenger. One day, he'll come to me for strength." Ignoring Kakashi's answer, he turned around and continued. "You were going to kill me just now, try it, if you can do it." Orochimaru left his back to Kakashi. This sentence woke Kakashi up and scared him enough. The big snake pill is now facing away from him, but what will happen if he really gets on it? "If you fail, Sasuke behind you." He immediately gave himself an answer. "It's too stupid." The dashing Orochimaru walked towards the outside of the practice. It's not completely unrewarding to come here, and satirizing Kakashi to help him recognize reality and reduce the resistance of not measuring himself is also a gain. However, the big snake pill did not know at this time. Very coincidentally, there was also a person outside the practice room who was quietly waiting for all this to happen, and did not enter the room to make a move. The appearance of doing nothing was like waiting for him to take a big snake pill. Chapter 50. With unhurried footsteps, Orochimaru walked out of the training room. A flat smile was maintained on his gloomy face. But after walking out of the partition seal range of the practice room, the big snake pill stopped. The look on his face immediately became very smelly. For no other reason, the big snake pill found Lin Yu waiting at the door. Orochimaru and Kakashi's boring nonsense was finished but did not fight, which made Lin Yu a little disappointed. However, the smile still shifted to Lin Yu's face. "What a coincidence, Orochimaru, I can run into you when I come out shopping." "Humph. Coincidental?" Orochimaru's mood was very upset, and he didn't like this rising star very much. As for the reason for not liking, this junior's strength is a little hindered, and now it seems that he is still a little keen to take the initiative to find trouble for himself. Lin Yu's position was also a little unpleasant to him, half blocked on the opening where he left, and there was no intention of humility. It was still in the last trial exchange, and Lin Yu made him feel that he still had some strength. "Do you want to repeat Kakashi's words? Die with me?" The big snake pill's body did not move, but there was a hint of hot battle in his eyes, as if he saw something interesting and wanted to study it. "Don't worry." Lin Yu didn't care if the big snake pill really dared to make a move, but just moved his left foot. "See what this is?" The erect pupils instantly contracted, and the big snake pill saw the ground exposed after Lin Yu's left foot moved away. In an instant, Orochimaru put a hand on half of his cheek, and chakra began to flow in his hand, and his head was slightly lowered, probing his surroundings. It was the Bagua sealing technique at Lin Yu's feet. The big snake pill recognized it at a glance, and he also saw that there was a modified part of this technique, obviously mixed with other techniques that were not weaker than the Bagua seal. No wonder he tensed up. If this gossip seal was activated, then he didn't even dare to guarantee whether his initiative in saving his life would be affected. "Just now you said that Kakashi's evil sealing seal is useless, so how about this one of mine? I am still Kakashi better? Why don't you try it too? The underground gossip seal began to light up. The big snake pill had not detected anything, and no longer answered slowly, but immediately locked Lin Yu, and the next moment he would use his strength to kill Lin Yu. He couldn't determine the progress of this gossip seal and what step the effect had reached, so he had to do something to Lin Yu, the spellcaster. This momentary saber rattling would feel tricky for anyone in Lin Yu's position. But Lin Yu didn't feel nervous at all. With a movement of his mind, he picked out the connection of the gossip seal, and saw that a large gossip seal also appeared on the outer wall of the training room. The gossip seal at Lin Yu's feet had already transformed into an initiation technique, and only half of the light lit up. This time the card was shown to the big snake pill, and the big snake pill immediately understood and gave up the intention to attack. It turned out that the output end of Lin Yu's bagua seal was within the scope of the study room, and it was only half completed. And he has already walked out of the study room. Obviously, Lin Yu's concealment teased him. Hee. The big snake pill was not angry, but was laughed by his nervousness, and began to think that Lin Yu was a little interesting. However, the meaning of battle in his eyes was still retained, and he looked directly into Lin Yu's eyes. Don't look at the big snake pill's eyes looking terrifying now, but in fact, he doesn't want to make a move with Lin Yu anymore. They all said that you should not be in a hurry, what are you so nervous for? Lin Yu shook his head. I also sighed in my heart, but it's a pity. If Kakashi really didn't have to fight with the great snake pill without any strength, he only needed to hold on for a while, and Lin Yu himself would be able to infuse the power of this gossip seal. The bagua seal has many restrictions and sealing abilities, and in the seal, most of the means of the great snake pill will be imprisoned and useless. It's also like a fish on a chopping board, bouncing up to 2 times. At that time, what to do with Orochimaru, Kakashi, and Sasuke inside is up to him. What a shame! Since Kakashi's self-knowledge prevailed over impulses, let's take a back seat. Want to try it again? If you want to, I'll show you a little surprise. Lin Yu began to look at the big snake pill. Before changing to this, the big snake pill looked at Lin Yu in front of him, and felt that if he didn't know how to do it, he wouldn't mind making a move with Lin Yu here. But the gossip sealing technique made him feel a sense of fear, combined with the brief encounter in the forest of death before. The big snake pill understood that both sides had a large number of killer tools that had not been used, and it was not yet certain that he could easily hold Lin Yu. Lin Yu in front of him has something that he is very interested in, but he is not sure whether it is suitable for his own use, and he can only understand it after personal contact. But for Uchiha Sasuke and Konoha's ambitions, that is really needed. Now taking Sasuke and attacking Konoha are planned, and there will be everything if it goes on as usual. Although it is very similar to giving it a try now, I am afraid that it will be self-defeating, and I will not get both ends in the end, or even nothing. Therefore, now facing Lin Yu, not doing anything is still the most suitable choice for the moment. With a gentle inhale, Orochimaru decided to give in. Hehe, it's not like you are doing it here, please make way for the senior. Hearing the words of the big snake pill, Lin Yu, who was half blocked in his mouth, still had no intention of giving in. I didn't promise to let you go. Oh. After thinking slightly, Orochimaru spoke, it seems that you still have any more requirements, right? Good. It is worthy of being a big snake pill, and he really goes on the road and knows what he thinks. Let you just go, so how can I do it as a Konoha ninja? You are nakedly revealing your bad intentions inside. If I don't leave something of value to pay for your actions, then I can't do it. Hey! Orochimaru was already sneering, then let me see how much appetite you have. I know that the S-grade forbidden art Yagi technique is in your hands, and you have already completed it. This time, the big snake pill was really surprised. This was his extreme secret, it was an extremely important thing on his path to pursuing immortality. I admit, you are indeed a character who is not simple. But if you want. Needless to say, I know that the reason why the yagi art is not spread outside is not only because of its difficulty in cultivation, but most importantly, the realization of this technique requires finding a lot of taboo things, and I don't have the kung fu to collect. The big snake pill now understood what Lin Yu meant. What taboo items do you want? I didn't bring it with me, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. No, 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 what do you want to do now? Aren't you a ready-made finished product? Finished product? The big snake pill began to be a little confused about Lin Yu's meaning. Did Lin Yu want to do something to him? Chapter 51. To be honest, Orochimaru felt a little regretful in his heart. He even began to wonder if Lin Yu was the same kind of person as him. In that case, it would not be wise to track Kakashi this time. Didn't do much, but caused a commotion. Looking back carefully, Lin Yu's skills are extraordinary. Orochimaru had worked closely with Shimura Danzo, and he was also familiar with the root organization, which was more mysterious than the dark part of Konoha. In the root organization, there are some good hands who spy on intelligence, and their tracking and concealment methods, although they make the big snake pill feel a little troublesome, but they also have ways to deal with it. Although he also hurriedly covered his figure when he came this time, he didn't notice Lin Yu coming with him at all. This shows that Lin Yu's tracking means are not worthy of Konoha's top intelligence masters. In the eyes of the big snake pill, Lin Yu seemed to become a poisonous snake lurking and waiting for an opportunity. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Yu was the same kind as him. You want the finished product? You want to study my body? Do you have such a big appetite as a junior? Do you think you can eat me? Directly. Throwing out 4 consecutive questions, the big snake pill no longer dared to despise Lin Yu, so he planned to directly ask the situation. Lin Yu still shook his head. Why are you always in such a hurry? You are still Konoha Legend 3 shinobi, and you don't have the steadiness of your predecessors at all. Hehe, you want my body to make me more stable? Talk to yourself here. Big snake pill no longer wanted to grind with Lin Yu here, and took a step forward intending to forcibly leave. They all said don't worry. Lin Yu also can't help it, after all, he has needs. Otherwise who wants to make a cold troublesome guy very impatient? As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped on his heel. The initiation technique on the ground just now began to change, and the light flickered. The part of that technique that the big snake pill did not recognize was actually a folding technique. At this moment, the folding technique began to expand, and the technique clearly exposed the fact that Lin Yu was still maintaining his power infusion into the Bagua seal during his dialogue with the great snake pill. The Bagua seal had already lit up most of it in an instant, and only 1/8 remained unfilled. Moreover, what embarrassed the big snake pill was the efficacy of this folding technique. This technique actually folded the casting range of the Bagua sealing technique, and at this moment, the scope of the Bagua sealing technique expanded, once again shrouding the big snake pill at the door. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, now there is still 1/8 left unfinished, a minute's thing, it's impossible for you to get out of here in a minute. And in my battle with you, it is more than enough to complete this seal. It may not be difficult to fight with the great snake pill, but the difficulty of completely killing the great snake pill is completely another level, and no one dares to guarantee this. So the half-dead seal is the best choice for compromise. The big snake pill also knew this well, he still had a lot of things to do, and Lin Yu could be regarded as hitting his weakness. Say it. How could I possibly want your life? Of course you won't agree. So discuss it and give me one of the snake heads of Yagi no Jutsu. That's it. That's it. The big snake pill snorted coldly, no matter how much effort he spent on cultivating this technique. With a violent vomit, the big snake pill spat out a scroll from his mouth. Judging from the uncomfortable vomiting of the big snake pill, this scroll is quite weighty. After unfolding the scroll, a series of complex seals were quickly formed in the hand, and between the movements on the scroll, a smaller scroll appeared out of thin air. The smaller scroll faintly looked at it, and it seemed that a white snake was surrounding, and the head of this white snake was particularly large, so it did not match the snake body very well. Lin Yu took the scroll with great satisfaction. He had an idea that this scroll would be of great use to him after that. And after passing the scroll, the aura of the big snake pill was obviously weaker, and he glanced at Lin Yu vigilantly. Lin Yu did not show murderous intent, but did not care about him and was looking at the scroll. Lost numb. The big snake pill hated in his heart, and walked straight out, passing past Lin Yu. If Lin Yu dared to stop him again, and then make any demands, he dared to guarantee that he would kill Lin Yu here. Lin Yu smiled and put away the scroll and looked at the back of the big snake pill. Lord Orochimaru, Konoha will always be your home, remember to play next time. Eating without a fight with a short mouth, plucking the goose over the feathers, and eating large sums without much cost. This is the way Lin Yu prefers. Not to mention the effort of fighting life and death, it is difficult to say whether you can get benefits, in case you engage in some kind of suicide and self-explosion or the like, then it is not worth it. Even if you can get benefits, you can't exhaust it, can't you? Go check out Kakashi inside. Lin Yu walked into the study room. The practice room was so quiet that you could even hear the sound of a needle falling on the floor. As soon as Lin Yu's footsteps sounded, Kakashi's voice came, "Who is there?" Kakashi was really terrified by Orochimaru. Just after he relaxed mentally, he heard someone coming, and this short interval made him think that it was the return of the big snake pill. Do you like Sasuke that much? If Orochimaru changes his mind. Kakashi put one hand on the mask, and the power of his chakra eye had to be released. Feeling Kakashi's murderous aura, Lin Yu immediately approached from the shadows. Don't fuss, Kakashi. Wu. Hearing a relatively familiar voice, Kakashi then saw Lin Yu. Not only cold sweat, but also the heart, beating as violently as before. The big snake pill was here just now, didn't you run into it when you came? Because of the isolation of the training room, Kakashi did not know about the outdoors. Ah, I saw a person dressed as Otobi leaving, I'm afraid it's him, I didn't take the above. Lin Yu didn't plan to tell Kakashi about his rift against Orochimaru. He also had an agreement with Kakashi before, but he couldn't let him know that he had no fear, otherwise he would risk making excuses to pay the bill. Then you are lucky, it is really difficult to face such a dangerous person. Difficult? Lin Yu doesn't think so. What happened to Sasuke's spell? Lin Yu asked Kakashi about Sasuke's situation and cared about it. Sealed by me, it's no longer a big deal. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, who collapsed to the ground tiredly and was unconscious. The mouth sighed, it's not like you at all, you are tired like this. Lin Yu was also observing Sasuke's spell mark on the side. Sasuke's spell mark has just been implanted, and it is relatively easy to deal with compared to red beans, and Lin Yu has a way to directly cure it. But it is not necessary for Lin Yu. Sasuke is a disobedient anti-bone boy, his own opinion is too strong. Sasuke, who has the spell seal, knows what he will do in the future, otherwise after unlocking the spell mark for him, he will go to make some moths on the road to pursuing power, and then he may really be it's over.